Hey guys, this is Fiction Life. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video we will see second part, what if Voldemort tried to destroy Harry's mind and created an unstoppable witch instead. Here is short summary. When Voldemort decides the connection between them is too dangerous, he attempts to destroy Harry's mind forever. But the ritual backfires, transforming Harry into something entirely new, a powerful witch whose magic grows beyond anything the Dark Lord ever imagined. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Harry woke up early again and left on his morning run. He found he was not quite as stiff this morning but was still unhappy about the early hour. Still, the brisk early morning air was invigorating and quiet neighborhood was relaxing to traverse, so he made good time. Hermione forced herself awake. She was enjoying another fantasy with Harry until the logical part of her brain reminded her of the previous morning. Hermione looked up into Ginny's red locks and pushed the younger girl away, breaking the pinching the flesh she was holding onto. Ginny jerked awake with an ouch. The young redhead blushed as she looked down at the older girl she was straddling and dropped her head in embarrassment. "We did it again," she commented weakly. "Yep," Hermione agreed. "Feel free to get off me whenever you want," she teased the younger girl. "I would, but you'll need to let go of me first," Ginny replied, fighting her blush. Hermione looked down and saw her hand disappear up underneath Ginny's raised nightgown. She reddened as she realized just what part of Ginny she was holding. The girls disengaged from each other. Ginny had perked up a little at the feeling she had won the verbal sparring. Hermione tried to get her own back. "You know, Ginny, you have nice lips and are a good but I would prefer it if you thought you were ing me instead of Harry." Smack. Ginny had flushed bright red and swung her pillow round into Hermione's face, sending the two girls into a giggling pillow fight. Emily opened the door and looked in on the commotion. "If you break the pillows you get to fix them," she told them in a mock stern voice. The two girls stopped, looked at each other and launched the pillows at Hermione's mother, who ducked back and closed the door for protection. Hermione and Ginny looked at each other laughing and replaced the pillows back on the bed. This morning's embarrassing situation had been diffused quickly this time and they began getting ready for the day. After they had eaten, the two Gryffindor girls continued their reading as they awaited Harry. Harry returned a little later, stretched and began practicing his kata for a short while before eating. After breakfast he showered and joined the girls, continuing his animagus notes and joining in on the light conversation and humor. "Are you two ready for the shift into the extension?" he asked. Ginny nodded. "I never really unpacked, so it's a simple matter for me to move." Hermione sighed. "I, on the other hand, have a lot to move. Since you two can shift so easily, you can both help me," she finished brightly. "If you want." Harry shrugged. "Licton had suggested getting a couple of house elves to help look after the special room, so I was going to hire Dobby and maybe Winky, if she wants to be anyway." "And you don't think you're being lazy, not looking after that room of yours by yourself?" Hermione questioned. "Nope, not lazy at all. Simply nowhere near enough time to do it properly by myself." Harry grinned at her. "I think you're just being lazy." Hermione looked at him primly. "I think you don't have all the facts." Harry mimicked her. "Let it go for now, Hermione." Ginny intervened. "House elves love to work. If there is as much work as Harry seems to think, then they'll be very happy, and you know that Harry won't abuse or take advantage of them in any fashion. They can help maintain the backyard as well. Think of it as helping the war effort. If they do some of the chores, think how much more time for studying and training we'll have," Harry added teasingly. Hermione glared at him. "You may have a point, but that is not a polite way to make it." But it was both accurate and funny. Ginny laughed. Hermione extended her glare to include Ginny as well. "What are we going to do for furnishing?" Harry asked. Hermione blinked and looked at Harry in surprise. "Furniture for the new rooms. Of course. How could I have missed that?" She scolded herself. "We will need to buy some, and quickly. The rooms will need to be decorated too. We will be okay for a few days. The master bedroom has a built-in bed, so I'm sure Ginny can use mine until we get those rooms sorted." Harry tried to calm her. "And I'm sure that Dobby and Winky, if she joins, know some tricks to help decorate the rooms faster." Hermione relaxed. "You're probably right. When are you going to ask them if they want to work for you?" Ginny asked. I'd better do it soon, so they have time to settle in before the extension is finished this afternoon. Harry replied, deep in thought. Hermione, please don't interfere. She looked shocked. Why? He just shook his head and called out. Dobby. Harry Potter sir is calling for Dobby. What can Dobby do? Harry Potter? The overexcited house elf was talking a mile a minute even before he managed to wrap his arms around Harry's legs. Hello Dobby. I thought you might come if I called. I was wondering if you wanted to work for me. Harry asked. Dobby's eyes widened hugely and his jaw dropped but no noise came. Dobby. Are you okay? Harry Potter wants Dobby to be his house elf. Dobby is speechless. Dobby managed. How much do you want? 2 galleons a week and weekends off. No. Dobby does not want money from Harry Potter. Dobby wants to be Harry Potter's true house elf and keep all his secrets. Are you sure Dobby? You don't have to. Harry tried to persuade Dobby otherwise. No. Dobby wants to be Harry Potter's house elf. Dobby was surprisingly firm. If that is what you truly want then that is allowed. Are you sure? Yes. Dobby is sure. But Dobby would like to keep his clothes. He finished tentatively. Of course. And I can still pay you so you can get more when you want. Harry Potter is the greatest wizard ever. Dobby wrapped his arms around Harry's legs again, nearly knocking the wizard off balance. Dobby let go of Harry and looked down sadly. Who will be cleaning Master Harry Potter's school rooms if Dobby is leaving to work for Master Harry Potter? Won't the other elves do it? Ginny asked. Other house elves stopped going to Master Harry Potter's school rooms because of nasty hidden hats. Dobby been having great honor of cleaning Master Harry Potter's school rooms by himself. Hermione paled at Dobby's words. Harry looked over at her and saw her expression. Perhaps if you apologize to them and promise not to do it again they might return. I was just trying to help. She managed. You were trying to impose your view on them without their permission. Harry replied. That strikes me as being about as bad as the enmity they are currently under. Hermione flushed in embarrassment. He has a point. Ginny added. You can offer them the choice. You can't criticize their decision just because you don't like it. You never considered that they may have reached their choice fairly. House elves are house elves. House elves are not human. House elves like being treated with respect and kindness. House elves don't like being treated as human, or less than human. Dobby said. Dobby spoke out of turn. Dobby is sorry. Bad Dobby. Harry reached quickly and caught the elf before he started trying to hurt himself. Dobby, this is an important and unbreakable rule. He stated firmly. You will never, and I mean never, try to hurt yourself. If you make a mistake you fix it. If you can't fix it then you may need to tell me about it. You will never punish yourself for it. You will not let anyone else punish you or order you to punish yourself either. Besides, you made a valuable point. Dobby understands, Master Harry Potter sir. Please just call me, Harry, okay. Master Harry. The large eyes looked up at him hopefully. If you insist and please relax. Yes Master Harry. What can Dobby be doing for you first? Well, I was wondering if Winky needed a new family to work for. Dobby looked sad but hopeful. Dobby is worried about Winky. Winky in a bad way since leaving her family. Dobby tries to help Winky but Winky not wanting help. Dobby does not think Winky be living long without Dobby. If Master Harry is willing to accept Winky, Master Harry may be saving Winky life. Why don't you go and see if she is willing to come here? Dobby thinks Winky will not be able to come here without Dobby to help. The house elf muttered before vanishing. You are going to end her as well? Hermione asked. Yes he bloody well is. Ginny replied glaring at the older girl. Not only is it what she wants it will save her life as well. Dobby made a valid point. He is a house elf not a human. They have a different value system to us but it is just as real and important to them. Learn it before trying to change it. Alright, she relented. I just don't like how they're treated. And I will support any law that punishes someone for abusing an elf. Harry told her firmly. Hermione nodded but her reply was interrupted by Dobby's return with a bundle of dirty wet rags that he set on the floor in front of Harry. Winky. Master Harry would like to know if you want to serve him and his family. Dobby spoke to the rags. The rags stirred and a head became visible. Why would any wizard want a disgraced elf like me? A sullen slurred voice emerged. Because he knows that you were dismissed unfairly and you did your best to follow the orders you had been given. Harry answered her gently. I would like to know if the house elf Winky would like to work for me. Winky would be a proper house elf again. The drunken elf finally showed some signs of life. Yes, if you want. Winky accepts. Winky wants to be Harry Potter's house elf. Winky wants a family again. Excellent. First order, call me Harry, or Master Harry if you can't manage just plain Harry. Second order, you never punish yourself or let anyone punish you. Third order, please stop drinking and get yourself cleaned up. Dobby will help her. Where is Dobby and Winky to sleep? There is an extension being built. There are several bedrooms on the second floor, please use one or two of them, your preference. Harry replied. For now, you can use my room. Thank you Master Harry. One human bedroom is plenty of room for several house elf bedrooms. One human wardrobe plenty of room for several house elf bedrooms. Dobby understand Master Harry's request. Dobby will make sure the Dobby and Winky have plenty of room in whichever room we choose. Good. Get your things and relax for the moment. This afternoon is going to be busy with decorating. On Sunday you will be shown the rest of your duties. Dobby understands. The house elf bowed and vanished with Winky. Poor Winky. She looked a mess. Ginny said sadly, looking at the floor where Winky had been slumped. Humans don't truly understand how frightening freedom really is. After how the Dursleys treated me, I wasn't sure how to act at Hogwarts. Because of the abuse I was happy to leave and learn how to be me, but it was a frightening experience for a while. If I hadn't been abused while they treated me like I might not have been able to adjust and return to it. Harry said quietly. Harry. Hermione spoke just as quietly, looking shocked. Sometimes the chains are nicer than being free. They can be easier to deal with. Harry turned and walked out. I need to do some more training. You okay Hermione? Ginny asked. No. I just had most of my beliefs shattered. Is it really possible that people would choose to be a yes? Do you remember when we were persuading Tracy to swear the oath? Better a well-treated bound to Harry than a badly treated bound to Tom. If you pick the right master, you could have a better life as much less complicated. I'm not sure I can believe it. You can. You just don't want to. I'm going to read outside and watch Harry train. You just stop and think, and put your own expectations aside for the moment. Ginny grabbed a couple of books and followed Harry. Hermione sank into a chair, lost in thought. Exclamation mark. HPEASE. Licton interrupted Harry's training later that morning. The extension is ready if you wish to view it. He said. Certainly. I think it's time for me to stop anyway. Harry replied. Ginny, can you grab Hermione and her mother? They'll want to see this. Ginny nodded and ran off while Harry followed the goblin to the new door inside the house. The goblin opened the door revealing a large area, the door opening on the middle of the long wall with a matching door on the opposite wall. A large elegant fireplace with a pleasant fire flickering away was on the far left wall. A large shape in the shadows that inhabited the other end of the room caught Harry's attention. Is that your basilisk? Yes. You just need to activate him so that he recognizes you as his master. How do I activate her? Harry only slightly stressed the feminine pronoun. The goblin noticed the quiet correction. Just tap her with your wand. Once she's active, just give her orders. Harry nodded and walked over, pulling his wand. With a gentle tap the giant's skeleton shivered, then smoothly started moving, lifting the huge head high above Harry as it looked down at him. Hello. Harry addressed the S. Your name is Sally. You're to protect me and my friends and family. You will not hurt anyone unless they try to damage or destroy you, or they are here to hurt us. There was a pause, then the great skull nodded in understanding. Thank you, Sally. Harry gave a slight bow. Sally gracefully returned it. Can you please show the others in? Harry asked Licton. Certainly Harry. The goblin opened the door he hadn't left, allowing the others to enter. Sally, there are my friends. Hermione, Ginny, Hermione's mother Emily, and Dobby and Winky, my house elves. They are allowed to come and go as they please. As am I. Harry added as an afterthought. Again the great skull nodded in understanding. Impressive. Emily looked nervously up at the giantess. Ginny wasn't faring so well as she gripped Hermione's arm. Ginny, not so tight please. Sorry Hermione. She managed in a tight whisper as she forced her grip to loosen. Just a few bad memories. Ginny forced herself to try and relax and followed Harry's cue. Hello Sally. The S turned to face her and dipped her head in acknowledgement, causing the red head to relax fully and allow a small smile to creep onto her face. Is the fireplace connected to the flow network? Hermione asked. Yes. The address is Granger Sanctuary. I hope you don't mind, but I thought it appropriate. Lipton replied. Not all. That is a rather fitting name after all of the security that's been put in place. I'll need to owl it to the other girls. I'll give them the arrival time as well. I was thinking 9 a.m. and we can try and leave to go shopping before 10 a.m. Harry suggested. Sounds good. Not too early. It'll give us some time to talk first. Hermione agreed. All the later today. Shall we continue the tour? Harry asked. Lipton nodded and led the way to the opposite wall, opening the other door in the room and revealing a long, wide corridor. The rooms are unfurnished, as I have mentioned before. On the left side we have the special room, the store room and the 3 training rooms, dueling, exercise and gymnasium. Beyond them is the staircase to go upstairs. On the right side we have the lounge, the potions laboratory, the 2 large empty rooms and the swimming pool at the end. Lipton walked to the end of the hall and waited at the foot of the stairs for the humans to finish looking in all the rooms. They inspected all the rooms except the special room, which was locked, as Hermione found out when she succumbed to curiosity before Harry gently caught her elbow and led her away. The rooms were unfurnished but well prepared to begin their assigned role. They were all spacious and the windows had been charmed to look out over the neighborhood or the property as they should from their relative positions. This is very nice. Harry complimented the goblin. The others added their appreciation to Harry's as they moved down the corridor. The last room they looked at was the swimming pool. All that's missing is a waterslide. Emily commented. Hermione gave her mother a playful shove. Dobby could add a waterslide Miss Granger's mother wants. Dobby paused then looked down. If Miss Granger's mother tells Dobby what a waterslide is. They laughed. Don't worry Dobby. We'll explain it to you later. Harry reassured the upset elf. Thank you Master Harry. Ready to see upstairs? Lipton asked. Receiving an affirmative reply he led them up to the next level. The stairs opened out into a combined kitchen, dining and living area with plenty of room for couches and a large dining table. This room should be obvious. Lipton commented with a small smile and moved to the door on the far side of the room, leading them back towards the original house. Through the door was another long corridor. On the left is the study, on the right is the library. Beyond them are the bedrooms. 6 identical ones on each side, each pair on the same side share a bathroom. At the far end is the master bedroom. Hermione immediately disappeared into the library while Ginny looked into the study. Harry looked past them both before moving down to look at the first bedroom. He peered into the spacious room. Moving in he looked into the bathroom and then the wardrobe. He turned to leave and noticed that Emily had followed him. Think it's big enough? I'm tempted to steal one for myself. Emily replied. Harry laughed and walked out of the room and made his way to the master bedroom. Pushing the door open he stopped to stare in the massive room. I've changed my mind. I want this one, Emily said from where she was looking over his shoulder. I think this one's mine. The bed is kind of a giveaway. Harry replied. And it was. The massive expanse of mattress would dwarf anyone who tried to use it. There would be plenty of room for Harry and the 7 or 8 others who may be joining him in the future. Harry walked across the room and opened the first door. It revealed the wardrobe, a room larger than the bedroom he had just visited. Do you think this will be big enough? Harry asked Emily. I think so. You need some shelves and racks though. You should add a few dressing tables and lots of sets of drawers too. Leaving the wardrobe Harry opened what he assumed to be the bathroom door. He was correct as the swimming pool-sized bath was revealed. There were several sinks, a couple of very large showers and several toilets off to the side of the door with partitions to give some privacy, but it was the bath that was the dominating feature. Oh, look, another swimming pool, Harry commented facetiously. Emily laughed. Harry, where are you? Ginny's voice floated in. Master bedroom, he called back. Her voice sounded again, much closer this time. Wow, this room is huge, and so is that bed. Harry, where are you? Over here, Ginny. Harry waved from the bathroom door. Ginny joined him and stared at the bath. You like my private swimming pool, huh? Harry teased her. Ginny laughed. You know, sharing a bath with a loved one is supposed to be a nice romantic affair. A bath this size does really spoil the romance of sharing. Emily commented. Harry and Ginny spun to face her, surprised by her comment. Their surprise showed. What? Emily asked, shrugging. It's supposed to be about being close to each other. How are you supposed to be close in a bath big enough to host an Olympic swimming event? Cuddle in a corner. Ginny replied. Emily laughed. Right, I came to find you because I need help dragging Hermione from the library. Ginny changed the subject. But there aren't any books in there. Harry was confused. That might have changed by now. Harry nodded, understanding dawning on him. Let's go and drag her out before we lose her entirely. Making their way back down the corridor, they entered the library. Hermione just appeared to be moving aimlessly around the room, but they could see her lips moving and realized she was planning out the entire layout of the room. Harry grabbed one of her arms. Come on, you can work on this room later. But I want to finish it now. Hermione protested. I'll have graduated before you finish this room. Ginny grabbed her other arm and helped Harry walk her out of the room. Hermione protested all the way downstairs. Licton followed them back to the Muggle lounge and sat with them. I trust everything meets with your approval. Meets. You have far exceeded my expectations. Harry replied. It's magnificent. I agree. Emily added. It's going to be a lot of work to decorate it all though, plus the furniture you'll need. Will we have time to look for furniture while we are shopping tomorrow? I doubt it. I think I can keep a day free next week, Wednesday probably. We can do the purchasing then. Until then we need to plan. Dobby. Harry called, summoning the house elf. How much help can you and Winky be with decorating? Dobby can paint and move furniture and hang curtains. What do we need to get you in order for you to do that? House elf magic can paint walls just fine. House elf magic can only make curtains and furniture last a week. His ears drooped with the admission. That may be just fine. Emily interrupted. Can you create temporary furniture based on a picture? Dobby can do that. I'll get Daniel to get some furniture and decorating catalogs and drop them off while he's on his lunch break. We can trial furniture and curtains based on the pictures so that when we buy them we know exactly what to get. You'll be able to create some beds for us to sleep on tonight though. Ginny asked the now bouncing house elf. Dobby can do that easy, he said, excited at the prospect of being able to help. So we have somewhere to sleep tonight. Ginny commented. Yes, all you need to do is pick your bedrooms. Harry replied. And the library is not an appropriate bedroom, Hermione. Hermione glared at him. Ginny stifled a laugh and took Hermione's arm. Come on, let's pick our rooms. We can start planning out what we're going to do with them after lunch. I could use some help decorating my room. Harry said. I don't know much about that sort of thing. We'll stop by later and give some advice on color schemes for you. Ginny replied as she pushed Hermione out of the room. Thanks. Harry turned back to Licton as he remembered something. Licton, do you have a minute? I believe that there is something I need you to show me. I believe you are correct. After you, Harry. The two made their way to the master bedroom and Licton showed Harry how to access the hidden study via both doors, the one in the hall and the one in the bedroom. Harry looked around the expanse of the hidden room in surprise. I know you said that a guy needed his space sometimes, but this much? You never know. You will want to keep all your private information in here. There is enough room to do some private training in here as well. Licton replied. Harry sighed. Another room to decorate. I thought you were quite diplomatic, asking for your wife's help with the bedroom. Not diplomatic, just clueless. I really don't know how to decorate. I've never done it before. I'm sure they will help you. And your female house elf will probably be a good assistant with this sort of thing as well. Once she sobers up anyway. Harry sighed again. Licton laughed. Cheer up. I'm sure that things aren't as bad as they seem. I hope you're right. Exclamation mark. HPEASE. Hermione. Can I ask you something? Ginny asked tentatively. Sure, Ginny. What is it? Hermione replied. I know we've both had our own rooms for years now, but I have really enjoyed the times when you've stayed with me. And I've enjoyed staying with you, even with our embarrassing mornings. Yeah. Hermione blushed slightly but smiled. What I'm asking is, should we share a room? You must have a reason for asking, go on. Well, as much as we want to help Harry, we are still married to him. One of the things we need to find out is if we are willing to be with him with each other and the other wives. So we share a room and see if we are okay living together. Okay. The rooms are certainly big enough, and there's plenty of wardrobe space. So which side you want and how should we decorate? Well, if we put the beds at opposite ends of this wall, then we could put a couple of desks against that wall under the window. I like it. A bookshelf would fit nicely over there, don't you think? Exclamation mark. HPEASE. Lunch was a rushed affair that day. Emily and Hermione wanted to get started on the backyard and Ginny was looking forward to decorating. Harry was the only one who took his time. He was not looking forward to decorating. Dobby. He called after the others had left. You called for Dobby, Master Harry. The house elf appeared. Master Harry really should have let Dobby prepare lunch. Dobby is going to have to accept that there are times that Harry Potter is going to want to cook and just live with it. Harry replied. Yes, Master Harry. Dobby looked down. How's Winky doing? Much better, Master Harry. Dobby perked up. She will be ready to begin working in a couple of hours. I'm glad to hear she's doing better, but if she needs longer then she should take it. Dobby has anticipated Master Harry's generosity and forced Winky to take the extra hour's rest. She is wanting to be beginning working immediately, but I thought it best that she rest. Dobby's ears drooped. I is hoping that I did nothing wrong. You did exactly the right thing. Thank you, Dobby. Is another couple of hours enough? Yes, Master Harry. More than enough. House elves heal very quickly when we have a good master. How good are you at decorating? Dobby is good at doing what he is told. His ears drooped again. Dobby's taste is not to Wizard's liking. Winky is much better than Dobby. Okay. Why don't you help Ginny and Hermione then? Winky can help me later. Master Harry only seems to get wiser. Dobby praised then vanished. Harry shook his head. At least he's calmed down a bit. Harry returned to his bedroom. He had a few letters to write. Finishing the letters he just needed Hedwig to wake up. All the letters were basically the same. Susan's had an extra note to coordinate the security detail her aunt had promised. Daphne's and Hannah's had an additional note regarding the basilisk parts their families were processing. Hedwig perked up and flitted out of her cage, landing on the desk next to Harry. Hi Hedwig. I need you to deliver these letters and I really need you to ensure that no one but the intended recipient sees them, so you might need to take them one at a time. Hedwig clipped him around the head with her wing at that suggestion. Or you can take as many at once as you want. Harry rubbed his head. I really need these letters to be secret. You're the only owl who can pull this off. Hedwig puffed up at the compliment and watched as Harry attached the letters, hooting comments to ensure that Harry had them attached to her liking, and then with a final goodbye hoot, she flitted out the window. Have a safe flight, Harry called after her. He turned back to his reading until Winky was ready to work. Exclamation mark. HPEASE. Harry was looking around the master bedroom next to Winky. He had looked in on Ginny next door as she directed Dobby. She had only spared him a smile and a wave. It was a very happy smile though. What do you think, Winky? Where do we start? Winky looked around and began waving her hands. The walls rapidly changed colors until Harry had to shut his eyes before he threw up. How is Master Harry liking this? Winky asked. Harry opened his eyes and looked around. The three of the walls were a very pale, soft and relaxing light gray with a hint of another color that he couldn't identify, but it was the wall with the door to the corridor that was the attention grabber. It was a deep emerald green. I like it. It looks really good. What's next? Harry complimented. The wardrobe, Winky said as she blushed slightly from the compliment. Exclamation mark. HPEASE. Hermione didn't come in from the garden until late in the afternoon, but she came in happy. Harry, Ginny, she called into the neighboring bedrooms. You have to come and see this. The two Gryffindors poked their heads through their doorways and were immediately grabbed. Hermione dragged her friends down the corridor through the living room and down the stairs. From there it was along the downstairs corridor, through the lounge and outside. Harry and Ginny gaped. The backyard was transformed. An expanse of grass extended away from the house. Next to the house was a swimming pool bordered by a paved area. The paving stones covered most of the area between the pool and the house. On the far side of the garden some tall hedges stood proudly with a gravel path disappearing in between them. Several flowers bed could be seen against the fence line. It looks wonderful, Hermione. Ginny looked around the garden in admiration. Yeah, I like it, Harry agreed. Come on, I want to show you something. I did this bit personally. Hermione said, excitedly, and ran off towards the hedges. Harry and Ginny exchanged a glance and ran after her. They slowed as they reached them. The tall hedges easily reached above their heads. Scrunching down the gravel path, they looked up at the hedges. The path was bordered by tall hedges. The outer edge was just a straight line. The inner hedge was actually a square with a gap midway down the path they were walking, allowing Harry and Ginny to enter the central area. The central area was nicely paved with a small fountain that had a statue of a griffin gently burbling water in the center and a few small flower beds around the edges. Hermione stood there, turning on the spot with outstretched arms as she showed it off. "What do you think?" Hermione really wanted her friends to approve. "We can come out here and study on nice days." Harry looked around the courtyard. "We'll need the right furniture, but that would be really nice." "This is wonderful." "Yeah," Ginny agreed. "It's going to be really nice studying out here. Much better than being stuck inside all day." "That was my thought." Hermione's smile was from ear to ear as her friends approved of her idea. "Oh," Ginny remembered. "I need you to have a look at our bedroom, see what you think." "Our bedroom? Are you two sharing?" Harry asked. "Yeah, we're giving it a try. See if we can stand being around each other for long periods of time." Ginny answered. "Okay. Any particular reason?" "Well, if we are going to share you as a husband, then we need to be okay with each other." "Ah, are you two really thinking about that?" "Sort of. We know it's there, but we aren't really worrying about it just yet." Ginny shrugged. "We'll worry about it later when we know more about how we feel about it, you and each other." Harry nodded as they crunched back down the gravel path. "This must be really hard for you both. Married to someone along with several other girls by mistake. Me no less. I don't know how you both are still even talking to me." "Very easily." Ginny grabbed his arm and pulled him round to face her. "Very easily. This situation is less than desirable, married to you by mistake, and with several other girls. No, it's not the ideal situation at all. But this is not your fault. We made the oaths, not you. I'm not against staying married to you, I just need to know if I can handle the situation." She smiled at him tenderly. "It's just a lot to take in." "Same here, Harry." Hermione added. "You don't need to worry about us over this. You just need to be happy and be our friend. Let what happens next just happen. Now come on. I want to see what you two have been up to." Hermione led the way back to their new bedrooms and looked around the master bedroom in wonder. "I like it. The green matches your eyes. It shows whose room it is. Who chose the color scheme?" "Winky. I just asked for her opinion." Harry replied honestly. "I thought it might be something like that." Hermione grinned at him. "What's next?" "The wardrobe, bathroom, and maybe something else," he finished mysteriously. "Something else." Ginny looked at Harry, hands on hips. "You had better show us, Harry. You can't say something like that and leave us hanging." "Okay, I will," Harry assured her as they followed Hermione into the wardrobe. "But later. This place is great. It will need some clothes racks, but I like it." Hermione looked around. "Wait till you see the bathroom," Ginny said. "You see it already." Hermione looked sad. "Not since it was decorated. I looked in while you were obsessing over the library." Hermione looked a little embarrassed. "Okay." They moved to the next room and let Hermione stare at the giant bathtub, now surrounded by the nicely patterned tiles. "It's bigger than the one in the prefect's bathroom at Hogwarts," Hermione mentioned absently through her astonishment. "So it is. Hadn't thought about that," Harry commented absently. "So what is your little surprise?" Ginny asked Harry as she admired the room's new look. "Come on, I'll show you." Harry led them back into the bedroom and past the main door and opened the hidden door to his study. "Licton added this room as a private study for me," he said as he led the way into the room. "I don't remember it on the plans," Hermione commented as she looked around. "I don't think Licton intended for me to share it with you. But I don't like keeping secrets like this unless I have to." "That's nice of you, sharing this with us. And this is a nice room." And it was. The walls had been paneled in wood. One end of the room had a desk and shelving. In the middle held a couple of couches and a small table. The other end of the room was an open space. "What are you going to put there? Or are you waiting for inspiration?" Ginny asked, pointing at the open space. "I was going to leave it empty. Licton mentioned I could have a private training area in here, so." Harry shrugged. "A light safety ward to keep things in." I find my Kate is very relaxing, and if I am working through business documents all day I'll need a break to relax. Fair enough. Just don't lose control and destroy everything in here. I like it too, Harry. Hermione complimented. Winky has very good taste. Yes, she does. Harry refused to respond to the teasing. Let's go look at your room. Harry led them out the other door into the corridor and into the room Hermione and Ginny had chosen. Hermione looked around the room. I like what you've done, Ginny. I think some of the shades could be a little different, but it's a brilliant start. Thanks. I did my best, but I knew you needed to put your own touch on it too. Ginny replied. You did wonderfully, I really like it. Let's continue. Where are those catalogs? Exclamation mark. HPEASE. Daphne was one of many of the girls who were surprised by their feathered visitor. Luna wasn't, but that's just Luna. Daphne had walked into her bedroom and paused. She was sure she wasn't alone. A soft hoot called her attention to the top of her freestanding cupboard and the small feathered form peeking out from between a couple of boxes. The owl pushed forward and glided to the chair in front of her and held out her leg. Daphne sorted through the letters attached to the offered leg and retrieved her own. She noted the other names. Harry was obviously sending a letter to everyone. Hello. Hedwig, isn't it? She said, offering the owl a treat. Hedwig hooted affirmatively. Did Harry ask you to keep this hidden? Another affirmative hoot. You are doing very well. Good luck on your next trip. Hedwig hooted happily and fluffed her feathers proudly before she flew out the window. Daphne watched the owl flit from tree to tree and was surprised by how quickly the impressive owl managed to disappear. She kept watching for about 10 minutes but never saw the white owl leave the forest for her next destination. Opening the letter, she smiled and nodded to herself. She had been expecting this letter, although she had thought it would come yesterday. Reading through the letter, she left her room. She needed to have a couple words with her father, hopefully without her mother present. He was in the study, as expected. Hello, Father. I've just received a letter from Harry. He would like his bill tomorrow. I'll be leaving to see him tomorrow at 9 a.m. I can try to arrange that. He replied. Interesting, I didn't see an owl arrive. Hedwig, Harry's owl, came directly to my room. I think Harry ordered her stay hidden. Impressive. I didn't think an owl could achieve that. Harry's owl is impressive. I think she's more Harry's familiar than his pet. A familiar. At his age. I can see I need to meet him personally. I need to thank him for his generous ward upgrades if nothing else. As surprising as that was, it did allow me to learn the identity of your new friend. Yeah, you weaseled it out of me. Daphne grumped. Now daughter, that is no way to behave to your father. He smiled at her. Daphne just huffed and walked out. Her mother visited her in her bedroom about half an hour later. I understand you are visiting your friend Harry Potter tomorrow. Yes, mother. There are a few things we need to talk about. Anything interesting that you can share? How is he coping with his unfortunate alteration? I don't know. He didn't mention anything in his letter. Where is he staying? Are they looking after him properly? He could stay here. I would like to meet him. Would it be possible to join you tomorrow? Daphne panicked and strived to keep it out of her expression and voice. I don't think so. It's just us girls tomorrow. Us girls and Harry anyway. Why? Are you doing something that you don't want your darling mother to find out about? Something naughty perhaps? Her mother probed. Of course we aren't doing anything naughty. Daphne protested. So just something you don't want me to find out about. She tapped her lips. What could you be doing with a bunch of girls and a boy who has just been turned into a girl? If I just changed gender, what would I need to do? I know, go shopping. She turned a disapproving look on her daughter. You were trying to have a shopping trip without your dear mother. How do you think that would make me feel? You know that I am the best person to go shopping with. We are going shopping in the Muggle world. I don't think you will like it. Daphne replied, sagging in depression. Well, now I know there is a shopping trip. Why would I not want to visit the Muggle world? It would be nice to look at something different for a change. I had better get to Gringotts quickly. I need to change some money. She left the room. They are so going to kill me. Daphne muttered, dropping her head into her hands. Exclamation mark. HPEASE. Dinner in the Granger household was an excited affair as Emily and Hermione tried to describe their efforts to Daniel, who listened avidly, trying to visualize their descriptions. He gave up eventually and requested that they wait until they could show him. Hermione fell silent, deep in thought. Harry, I know you wanted to go to Diagon Alley in Gringotts on Sunday, but perhaps you should put it off until later in the week. The girls' parents are going to want to meet you when they find out that you are married to their daughters. We can get the girls to help decorate the other rooms as well. A view into the higher class wizarding world may be useful. No offense, Ginny. No, it's fine. My family doesn't really travel in the circles that Harry will need to. Ginny shrugged. Are you all set for tonight? Daniel asked. Yes. Hermione answered. We haven't finished moving my things, but we can sleep there from now on. I will move the rest of my things when we get our furniture, later this week. I trust you will enjoy yourselves. Daniel smiled at his daughter. I think we will. Hermione smiled back. A chime sounded through the house. Is there someone at the door? At this hour? Daniel started to rise from the table. No. Harry corrected as he rose. That was the entrance hall in the new extension. He ran to the new door and opened it. Stepping in, he saw Sally towering over a very nervous Amelia Bones. It's okay, Sally. This is Amelia Bones, she's a friend. Sally looked back at Harry. And nodded. Looking at Amelia again, she bowed and retreated to the far end of the room. I didn't expect you today, Madam Bones. What can I do for you? I brought a draft of the press releases about the donations and warding fund. Amelia took a deep breath. That's a very different experience to just seeing lying on the ground. Harry gasped. I forgot completely about the press releases, I'm so sorry. Amelia smiled. I thought you might. It's all right, you've been busy. If the release is all right, I can send it to the Daily Prophet tonight for the morning paper. I think it'll be more effective tomorrow. More people will be able to take advantage of the offer, boosting its effectiveness. Harry nodded. We were just eating dinner, but this is a worthy interruption. If you will follow me to the lounge, we can grab Hermione and Ginny to help. Harry led Amelia to the lounge and poked his head into the dining room. Hermione, we forgot about the press releases. Amelia is here to confirm them so that they can go to the Prophet. You want to join us, Ginny? Hermione gasped and shot out of her chair. I can't believe that I forgot. She must be so disappointed. No, she knew how busy we were. Sorry, Mom, Dad. We need to sort this out now. It shouldn't take too long. Wait up. Excuse me. Ginny rose and made her apologies to Hermione's parents and followed her two friends out of the room. They all read through the words that Amelia had compiled and made only a few alterations. I think we have it. Simple, informative with an attention-grabbing headline. Hermione said as she looked over the finished work. I think we've got it as well. Ginny added. Then we have a consensus. Harry finished. Thank you, Madam Bones. I can't tell you how much I appreciate this. That's quite all right, Harry. Amelia reassured him. I thought that it may have fallen to the wayside with everything else you had on your plate. Well, since we are in agreement, I'll send this to the Daily Prophet. I heard you had sent the invitations to the girls. Susan was quite excited, if rather surprised by your all sneaking up on her. I hope you don't mind that I got your flow address from her. Not a problem. I asked Hedwig to keep her travels as quiet as possible. Harry replied with a grin. I wondered if there would be a few shocked girls at her arrival. Amelia laughed. You asked the girls to arrive at 9 a.m. What time do you want your escort to arrive? I was hoping to leave by 10 a.m. Amelia nodded. I'll have them arrive at 9:30 with a ministry car. That should ensure your comfort and safety. Well, I must be off. I will be in touch. Good evening, Harry, Hermione, Ginny. Good evening, Madam Bones. They chorused back. Allow me show you out. Harry escorted Amelia back to the entrance hall in the fireplace. I hope you enjoy your trip tomorrow. I wish I could come, but I will be too busy with everything you have put in motion. I will assign Senior Aurors Shacklebolt and Aurors Tonks and Jones. I believe you are familiar with them. Yes. Aren't you concerned about how close to Dumbledore they are? Harry was confused. That is why I chose them. If they betray their Auror oaths and reveal your actions as a VIW to Albus, then I will know I cannot trust them completely, but the risk to you will be negligible. I see, you're testing them. Correct. I have no concerns that you will be betrayed to your death. Albus is another matter, particularly in regards to you. Kingsley has the potential to replace me if I become the minister, but only if I can trust him. I understand. I hope he passes. So do I. Enough of that. She shook herself free of the depressing mood. I have some good news as well. The ward against the dark mark is finished. Tapstone was surprised by its simplicity and is including it in the warding package being offered through the fund you set up. It has already been set up around Hogsmeade, Diagon Alley, St. Mungo's and the Ministry. The Aurors have caught a couple of Death Eaters already, though we're keeping it quiet. As soon as it becomes known, it becomes less effective. Yes, very true. I'm glad to hear it. That is truly brilliant news. I'll let you go. I know how busy you are. Thank you. I hope you enjoy your trip tomorrow. Get a good night's sleep, you'll need it. Thanks. I appreciate it. See you. Harry waved to Amelia as she left through the flow. Returning to the others, Harry retook his place at the dining table. Well, that's that taken care of. I think there'll be a few shocked people when they read the morning paper. Really? Why? What will it say? Daniel asked. It'll just have the press releases for the donations to St. Mungo's, the DMLE and the Potter Gringotts Defense Fund. Harry replied nonchalantly as he fed another furkful of food into his mouth. All three at once. Is that wise? I thought you were going to separate them. Wise or not, that is what must happen. We need to progress quickly. Madam Bones is on top of things in the Ministry though. Is it really fair to leave that in her hands? She is very busy. Maybe not, but she is the person who will be most affected. She needs to control the timing to ensure that everything is as effective as possible. Harry explained. Both to achieve our aims and for the benefit of the people we are trying to help. I understand. Daniel nodded. You are going to help her, aren't you? Of course. Harry was surprised he needed to ask. I intend to support her fully. I just need to know what she wants me to do. I imagine that I will need to make a new press release or speak to the Wizengamot on her behalf. She will let me know when and what I need to do. Harry finished with a shrug. He knew that Madam Bones knew what she was doing. I think one of the things she needs to do is ensure she can completely trust her successor. Hermione looked at him surprised. You had better explain that remark, Harry. Madam Bones wants Shacklebolt to replace her if she becomes minister, but she feels that he is too close to Dumbledore. She has assigned him as a guard for our trip tomorrow as a test. How will that test him? Ginny asked. Madam Bones has assigned me VIW status. If he tells Dumbledore about our activities tomorrow, she will know that he is too close to Dumbledore for her to trust him as fully as she requires, given the position he will take up. I know that he'll be the head of the DMLE and I know that's a big role, but I feel I'm missing something. Ginny was a little confused. It's probably the $1,000,000 galleon donation to the DMLE and the upcoming battle against Voldemort and his Death Eaters. Oh, that. Ginny replied faintly. Yeah, I suppose that is a rather large deal to pass on to just anyone. Exactly. Come on, we need an early night tonight. Harry turned back to his dinner. Harry was feeling particularly grumpy. He was waiting on one of the several couches Dobby had conjured that morning in anticipation of the morning arrivals. He was dressed in an outfit Hermione and Ginny had picked out for him while he went for his run and stood outside the room while he dressed after his shower to ensure he wore it. Hermione and Ginny bounced into the room about 5 minutes before 9 a.m. How are you feeling, Harry? Ginny asked as she sat next to him. Drafty and exposed. He grumbled back. He had been forced into a knee-length skirt and a singlet. He, for the first time, really looked like a girl and was feeling very uncomfortable, and that was the least of the indignities he had suffered this morning. He had also been introduced to shaving charms and been forced to practice them until his legs were completely bare. He now sat in silence, ignoring the two girls' attempts at engaging him in conversation. We're really sorry about this, but while you're a girl you need to look the part in public. Hermione apologized. Harry merely grunted. Yes, he understood their reasoning in the situation, but it didn't mean he had to like it. The fireplace flared and disgorged a pair of familiar figures. Susan and Hannah waved to their friends and joined them on the couches. How have you all been? Hannah opened the conversation. Good. Yourselves? Ginny responded. We've been fine. Busy but fine. I have those notes you wanted on the oath we took and some others that I think will be useful. Susan handed the notes over to Hermione. Thanks. Hermione set them down next to her. I'll look at them later. So this is your place, huh? Hannah looked around. Not what I expected. Actually, this isn't my home. Hermione replied. Hannah and Susan looked surprised. But the flow address, Hannah questioned, is correct. My home's through that door over there. This room is the entrance hall to an extension that Harry got the goblins to build. The rest of it's through the other door. Hermione indicated the other door in turn. Harry shot to his feet. I need to introduce you to Sally. Who's Sally? Susan asked. Sally. Harry called. I want you to meet Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott. They are allowed to visit whenever they want. Quote. Hannah and Susan looked in the direction that Harry was speaking, trying to see into the shadows. They fell back in shock as a large shadow emerged and resolved into a large skeletal S. The S appeared to stare at the two Hufflepuff girls intently before rising up and then dipping its head in an unmistakable bow. The S then retreated back into the shadows. Susan gulped. So that's what happened to it. Tapstone's handiwork is impressive. You knew about this. Hannah looked at her friend in surprise. I remember them talking about it at Gringotts. It's a little different in person than just listening to people talk about it. Susan turned to Harry. How did you manage to face that thing down? I didn't have a choice. Harry glanced at Ginny, his meaning unmistakable. Susan nodded, but further discussion was interrupted as the flow flared again. First Luna, then Padma and Tracy stepped out of the fireplace less than a minute apart. Morning ladies, if you step this way, we just need to wait for Daphne. Harry invited the girls to the couches. While we are waiting, I need to introduce you to someone. Harry faced the shadows at the far end of the room. Sally, I need to introduce you to some more friends. These are Tracy Davis, Padma Patil and Luna Lovegood. They can come and go as they please. Tracy and Padma shared a glance and looked back at the shadows, then gasped and stepped back as a massive shape loomed out of the darkness. Sally slid forward and inspected the three girls before bowing in acknowledgement to them. Luna wasn't frightened by the massive skeletal S, in fact quite the opposite. She stepped forward and extended a hand to pat the massive skull. The S lowered its head to receive the pat graciously, then retreated once again. I like her, Luna announced simply and took a seat. Daphne's late, Hermione commented as she looked at her watch. Tracy, do you know what might be keeping her? No, I haven't heard anything from her. Tracy replied shakily, still watching the shadows that concealed the giant guardian. I don't mind that she's late. Susan was suddenly nervous at the information she would have to share when the last girl arrived. Why? Tracy asked. No reason. Susan clammed up. You're looking very pretty today, sis. Luna spoke up finally. She had been looking Harry over. Hermione and Ginny forced me to wear this. Harry returned to his grumpy mood. We're going out into the Muggle world, so he needed to look the part. Hermione explained. I think we might need to adjust some of your outfits as well. She added, looking the others over. I expected something like that. Tracy commented. I also expected you to have planned ahead on that score. Of course she has. Ginny teased her fellow Gryffindor. The laughter was interrupted by another flare from the fireplace and Daphne came into view. I'm really sorry. I tried, I honestly tried, but she knew. I don't know how, but she knew. Daphne was nearly babbling as she tried to apologize. The others were confused by this, all except Tracy. Oh no, she's not. Please tell me she's not. Tracy exclaimed. Daphne didn't get a chance to reply as the flow flared once again and an elegant older lady in fine robes stepped out. Hello everyone. The stranger spoke in greeting. Hello, Lady Greengrass. Tracy replied. Hello, Tracy. How are you today? Good, thank you. I'm glad to hear it. Come on Daphne, introduce me to your friends. These are Susan Bones, Hannah Abbott, Padma Patil, Luna Lovegood, Hermione Granger, Ginny Weasley and Harry Potter. Daphne indicated each in turn. An interesting collection of friends. How are you coping with your recent changes, Mr. Potter? Harry, please. I'm coping. It was getting easier until this morning when Hermione and Ginny forced me into this getup. Harry replied. And here I was thinking you had selected a very pretty outfit for yourself. I see the compliments should be addressed to Miss Weasley and Miss Granger. May I inquire as to why we are being graced with your presence this morning? Harry asked. I understand you are going shopping this morning. I thought I might offer you my expert advice. Actually, she just wanted to come shopping. Daphne interjected. Behave yourself, young lady. Her mother scolded. That was rude, but entirely accurate. Daphne shrugged unconcerned. I didn't realize that you were familiar with Muggle fashion trends. Hermione commented. Fashion is fashion. How much different can it be? Lady Greengrass didn't appear concerned. We're about to find out. Let me introduce you to my mother. She'll be coming with us as well, Hermione said as she stood. Hermione was about to escort her out when Harry stopped her. I need to introduce them to Sally first, he said as he stood and waved towards the shadows, summoning the massive skeletal S again. Daphne was surprised and more than a little afraid of the S, but her mother turned sheer white and caught her daughter's arm for balance. Sally, this is Daphne Greengrass. She is allowed to come and go as she pleases, and this is her mother. Harry introduced the two members' Greengrass family. Sally looked them over and bowed before retreating to the shadows once again. Coming? Hermione asked Lady Greengrass. Ah, okay. Lady Greengrass managed weakly, all composure lost as she stumbled after Hermione. Sit here, Daphne. Harry patted the seat next to him. Daphne stumbled into the seat next to him. I thought it was scary just lying on the ground. It's nothing like when it looms over you. How did you kill it? I didn't have a choice. Harry shrugged. Anyway, Susan has some information she needs to share. Oh, so do I. I found out what the diary was and have a whole lot of information on it. It was something totally evil, and it's how he stayed alive all this time. Daphne remembered and dug in her purse for the parchments she had written out. That's great. We'll go through it later. Susan, Harry said as he accepted the parchments. Okay. I have some rather shocking news for everyone. Susan started tentatively. Should we wait for Hermione? Padma asked. She already knows. She was with Harry and me when we found out. Susan shook her head. We are not going to like this, are we? Tracy looked directly at Susan. Probably not. Before I tell you, you should know that it is not permanent. Not unless we want it to be. You all should remember that after I tell you. Susan paused to take a deep breath. The oath we took is recognized as a marriage contract. We have all effectively married Harry. Susan shrunk back into her seat. The girls sat in a shocked silence until Tracy broke it. I knew it. I knew it. What the hell is going to happen to us now? She shouted at Susan. Take it easy, Tracy. Harry tried to calm her. She didn't know. If you want out, just say so. You think that will matter to most of the pure bloods out there? If they find out that we have been married to someone before them, regardless of how, that's it, they'll walk away. My father was hoping to make a good match for me for the family. I may be able to help, if you want. What does he consider a good match? Harry asked. Good family, good income, good reputation. Hopefully titled. Tracy was curious now. So someone with a title to throw away will appeal to him. How do you mean, throw away? You don't marry a person for their title. The Davis family gets a title of their own. That would be wonderful, but who would or could do that? Tracy trailed off and suddenly stared Harry down. Talk. What have you got up your sleeve? Harry looked at his bare arms in faked confusion. Thanks to Hermione and Ginny, I don't have sleeves at the moment. Talk before I hex you. Tracy growled, reaching for her wand. Okay, calm down. I picked up the Black, Malfoy and Lestrange family titles when I went to Gringotts. Harry shrugged, unconcerned by his revelation. Black, Malfoy and Lestrange. How the hell did you pull that off? Hannah blurted out. My godfather, Sirius Black, willed everything to me and he was the heir to the family. Since he was both innocent and never given a trial, Gringotts determined his will to be valid. The Lestrange family all spent time in Azkaban, so they had no one to inherit, and the Malfoys are either dead or in Azkaban. What about Draco? He would inherit the Malfoy title and would probably be first in line for the Lestrange and Black family titles. Tracy asked. Dead. He tried to kill me in Gringotts in front of about 4 senior goblins and Madame Bones. Harry looked a little uncomfortable at the memory. That was stupid. Tracy looked shocked. Unbelievably. Susan replied. He tried to make a play for the Potter family title as well, stating that since Harry was a now girl he was no longer eligible. The goblins tested him and found that he is still sufficiently male to inherit any and all of the titles. They also said because Draco was involved in his transformation and was challenging him on the Black and Potter inheritances, he ran afoul of an inheritance law and was excluded from both of those families and the families through those. Which is how he lost the Lestrange family. He must have been angry. Daphne commented. He cast the killing curse at Harry. Susan replied. Yes, he was angry. So, that's why he did it. Tracy said. I'm glad he missed. Susan shivered at the memory. He didn't miss. Harry managed to throw his chair in the way and used a shield to block the debris. Very impressive, Harry. Now, back to the topic in hand. If Harry is willing to give a title away and everything that goes with it, my father will be more accepting. Tracy said. How about the rest of you? My father will be pleased. Daphne said. He wants an alliance with the Potter family. My father going to be so angry. Padma said, silent tears streaming down her face. He's been planning who I'm to marry for some time. An arranged marriage? Harry asked. How common is that in the wizarding world? Mostly it's only the higher class pure blood families. Susan answered. The ones who seek to preserve bloodlines or advance their family's status. It's common amongst the higher class families in India. Padma added. My father didn't consider anyone in Britain to be worth of taking over the family, so he trying to make a deal with a family back in India. What sort of deal? Daphne asked. He wants to try and keep our family line separate. So far the best offer he had received is 200,000 galleons and the second son carrying on the Potter line. What happens if you don't have a second son? Harry asked. Then the lines become merged. But they have agreed to keep trying for a second son for as long as I'm willing and able. So how many tries before you stop being willing? Hannah asked. Padma shrugged. What do you know about the family? Harry asked. Not a lot. They are good business people but a bit ruthless and arrogant. They have worse views on women than my father. That doesn't sound very nice. What would happen if something happened to you? Padma gasped. You're suggesting that they do something to prevent me from having a second son? Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure. Harry shrugged. I don't know. I don't know much about the family, but they are willing to pay 200,000. That's a lot of money to pay out just for my family's title. Yeah, but if they merge your families, they get their money back, don't they? Not that much risk, Harry noted. Padma looked shocked. You're right. Father is a very good businessman. They would get more money back. There's no risk to them at all. I didn't like this before, but I really don't like this now. I may be able to help. Harry tried to reassure her. If you want me to. You've already done heaps. By being married to you, the deal won't go through. My father will probably disown me and continue the deal with Parvati. Padma snapped, growing angry. I'm sorry. Harry slumped. Well, stop being sorry and start helping. Padma nearly yelled at him. Take it easy, Padma. Ginny intervened. He didn't know about this either. I know. Padma took a deep breath. I'm sorry, Harry. But I need a solution. I can't tell my father, but I have to tell him before he finds out. If he tries to complete the deal while I am bound to you, it will fail. If anyone finds out that I have been married in any way, he will disown me. What if you came to him with a better deal? Harry asked. You could do that. Padma gasped. The money isn't a big issue, and I can promise that any and all of your children can continue the Potter line. And if memory serves, Susan, didn't you Aunt mention that Padma's father wanted a seat on the Wizengamot? Susan thought for a minute. Yes, she did. Are you going to sponsor him? Yeah, Harry nodded. He might like that. Something to sweeten the deal. Padma looked hopeful. You'd do that for me. That might just save me. He may want more money, for his troubles. I think we are jumping the gun a little. Harry said. All this will be conditional on us getting along. I'm not forcing anyone into a marriage when we aren't getting along or if we don't want to. I mean that, all of you. I may have titles and money to burn, but please don't think I'm trying to buy any of you, because I'm not. I just want everyone to be happy. You have a slightly idealistic view of how pure blood politics work, although I'm sure we all appreciate your sentiment and honesty. Daphne commented. If our head of family says marry this person, you marry this person and hope you can get along okay. That's not right, Harry protested. It's how it works. Daphne replied. The wizarding world is too small and too resistant to change. Tracy and I never expected to have a choice about who we would marry. I expect Padma was the same. Hannah, Susan, Luna. My aunt is all for this marriage, but she has been really nice and left the final decision up to us. Susan replied. My parents never brought the topic up. I always hoped to marry for love. Hannah spoke up. That having been said, Harry is quite a catch. She looked him over and shrugged. When he was a guy at least. Luna didn't respond, she just looked really sad. Are you okay, Luna? Ginny asked. Luna nodded, but didn't look up. It's okay, Luna, little sis. You say the word and I'll release you so you can date Neville. I'll have to give him the big brother talk though. Luna looked up sharply. Age stared at Harry. Really? You'll be my big sister. Always. Harry's nod was all she needed. Luna launched herself across the space between the couches and grabbed Harry in a hug, burying her face into Harry's as sobs overcame her. Thank you, Harry. She mumbled into his top. Thank you for being my sister. You're welcome, Luna. Harry rubbed her back gently. Little sister. I wonder if my parents would have had more children if they'd had the chance. Don't think on it too much, Harry. Daphne said softly. It will only upset you. It was tragic but you can't dwell on it. I know. Harry took a deep breath. I don't normally. They sat in silence for a minute with Luna still in Harry's lap, calming slowly from her emotional outbreak. This is an interesting room. Daphne tried to change the topic. I didn't expect it from a Muggle home. Actually, this is an extension that the goblins built onto Hermione's house. They only finished it yesterday. We'll give you all a tour when Hermione gets back. It's not all finished but you'll get the idea. They will get what idea? Hermione asked as she came back. What did I miss? And why is Luna in Harry's lap? Let's see. Susan broke the news about us all being married. There were a few upset people but Harry managed to calm them. Luna is really happy to remain Harry's little sister and we were waiting for you to get back so we could start the grand tour. Ginny summarized the events. Okay. Let's go. Hermione started towards the far door. Hang on, Hermione. Let me get started. Everyone, this is the entrance hall. It connects Hermione's house with the extension that the goblins built. It has the flow connection, this meeting area and the guardian, Sally, whom you have all met. Harry followed Hermione out and showed each of the rooms on the ground floor except the special room. They were all impressed with the layout and facilities provided. The potions lab and indoor pool got the most attention though. The mist room was noticed by Susan who questioned it. Harry, what's behind that door? You missed it. It's not the Quidditch pitch, is it? I remember that you wanted one. That room isn't finished yet. It's been a special project for me and Licton, the head of the Gringotts construction department. It should be ready for viewing tomorrow. I think it will be safe to say that you will all be very impressed. Harry grinned. Come on, the upstairs is next. He showed them the upstairs rooms, the living area, the library, the study and, with Ginny's and Hermione's permission, he opened the door into their bedroom and let them look before opening up the master bedroom. And finally, this is the master bedroom. The wardrobe is over there and bathroom is next to it. Feel free to look around. Harry finished the tour. The girls had been impressed with the whole extension and were very impressed by the master bedroom. Harry waited by the door with Ginny and Hermione as the other girls looked around. Nearly all of them actually tried the bed to their amusement. I can almost see them planning how they will fit themselves into this room. Harry chuckled as he watched Daphne bounce on the bed a little to try it out. Ginny and Hermione laughed with him. Very funny. Daphne commented as she got off the bed. This is a lot of work and must have cost a lot. Can I ask why? You aren't planning on living here after we graduate, are you? Maybe for a little while, if I'm allowed. Harry looked at Hermione who was nodding happily. But there is the war to consider. If things turn bad we will need safe havens to hide and train in. If we start losing this fight then this extension will become critical in the fight back. Come tomorrow it will have probably the best training facilities on the planet and can serve as a stronghold from which we can keep fighting back. Harry paused in his explanation. I just hope we don't need it. You're not the only one. Daphne shuddered and wasn't the only one. Hermione and Ginny both shuddered at the thought. I agree, Hermione said quietly. But I'm glad you're thinking ahead. I suppose we can expand out into your other properties if we need to later. But why here? Because we needed this now and I was coming here in. Harry trailed off before finishing quietly, I didn't want to be alone. I'm sorry if I'm taking liberties with your home. Don't worry. You deserve a happy home life more than anyone. Hermione hugged him. Daphne gave him a brief hug before stepping back to let Ginny take her place and excused herself. I'll just finish looking around. She headed over to the wardrobe to join the other girls. All the girls came out of the wardrobe with approving expressions, but the real shocker was the bathroom. They were all very impressed by it. I just had an idea. Hermione smiled, having managed to shake off the previous mood. If we get some sleeping bags we could use Harry's bed for a slumber party. What's a slumber party? Ginny asked. It's where a group of girls gather at one of their friends' houses to spend the night. It's supposed to be a lot of fun. Supposed to be. You don't know. I was never invited. Hermione admitted sadly. But I heard the girls at school talking about them and they really enjoyed them. Well, it sounds fun. What happens at one? Make-up, dress-ups, games, gossip, all sorts of girly things. I can see I'll feel out of place. Do I have to come? Harry commented. Yes. You're a girl too, for the time being. Hermione glared at him. Harry slumped and looked at the clock next to his bed. The Aurors are probably here already. You had better get this lot ready for the Muggle world. I need to go talk to the Aurors. Harry escaped and made his way back to the main house. He found everyone in the lounge talking. Hello everyone. He greeted them. I trust you're all well. The three Aurors stared at the strange female until Tonks recognized him. Harry, is that you? She jumped out of her seat and grabbed him in a hug. How are you doing? I heard you'd gone through some changes, but this is unexpected. Harry returned the hug. Still trying to cope, but I'm keeping busy. You're certainly keeping us busy. Dumbledore has had all of us quietly trying to find you. You disappeared from the station and never showed up at your aunt and uncle's place. He's been really worried. Harry shrugged, unconcerned. Let him worry. He's caused me enough problems throughout my entire life. Quote, how can you say that? Tonks looked shocked. He's been trying to protect you your entire life. At the expense of my life. He claims to have been protecting me, but he never did anything to protect me from the people I was most vulnerable to, the very people he gave me to. We talked to them at the platform and told them to treat you better. And you don't think that it is a little unusual that you need to tell them to treat me properly, like they can't do it on their own? Tonks frowned. Yeah, you're right. But Dumbledore says that place is better protected than Hogwarts, that the wards there are the best he can make. After encounters with Voldemort inside Hogwarts and being successfully kidnapped from there by him, I find that less than reassuring. Harry countered. Here I am behind the best wards the Gringotts warding department can provide. They have at least haven't given the appearance of being perfect, however much he claims otherwise. Acknowledged. Kingsley Shacklebolt stood and entered the conversation. I'm pleased you are taking every precaution regarding your safety. I would like to suggest that you at least contact Albus and tell him you're safe, even if you don't tell him where you are. Beyond that, we are here as your guard detail. Amelia was specific regarding your status as a VIW and we will respect that. Did she tell you that you were protecting me? Harry asked him. No, just that we would know him when we saw him, her. She seemed a little confused on that score, which surprised me, but I now understand how she would be unsure how to address you. Harry rolled his eyes. I'm unsure how to address myself sometimes. Where are the others? Tonks asked. Hermione is just getting them ready for the trip, clothing, how the Muggle world works and stuff. Speaking of which, Lady Greengrass, we need to alter your robes to be less conspicuous. And what would you recommend? Lady Greengrass stood and replied a little primly at being told she was dressed inappropriately. Allow me, Lady Greengrass. Tonks pulled her wand and after a moment's thought waved it at her target. The elegant robe was altered to become a shirt and belted skirt. The design and patterns didn't change much, allowing the new outfit to retain the elegance that it had been chosen for. Lady Greengrass inspected her new outfit and gave a nod of approval. Thank you, Auror Tonks. I trust you will be able to reverse this when we return. Of course, Lady Greengrass. Tonks replied. The girls shouldn't be much longer, but before they arrive, I have a request for you three to consider. Harry addressed the three Aurors. I need dueling training. We all do actually, but me most of all. I was wondering if any, or all, of you would be willing to give me some training. Yes, not a problem. I just need to fit it in around my schedule. Tonks replied immediately. If you talk to Madame Bones, she may add it to your schedule. Harry grinned. She quite likes me at the moment. May I ask why you need such training? Kingsley asked. You may. Kingsley just glared at Harry. I can't reveal all the details, it's not safe. Not for me or you. Madame Bones knows, so she can confirm my need. All I will say is that you should be able to figure it out from the events at the ministry a few days ago. You just need to follow everyone's footsteps. Harry finally answered. Kingsley frowned in thought. Tonks, before I forget, I need to talk to you about a family matter. It can wait until we get back, we'll want some privacy for it. Tonks nodded. All right, Harry. We should go and hurry up the others. Probably. Actually, I need to introduce you to someone if you're going to train. Me. Alright, let's go. Tonks started for the door. Just a second, Harry. Kingsley stopped him. Is the key where you were first confronted by the Death Eaters? Yes, Harry replied. Kingsley nodded. Do you have anywhere to train or do we need to provide something? I have one place that's ready now and another that should be ready tomorrow. Where? Kingsley looked a little surprised as he followed Harry and Tonks. Here, I'll show you on the way to get the others. Can I come? Hestia Jones asked. I'm not sure yet but I would like to see how prepared you are. Harry nodded and led the three Aurors to the extension. He opened the door to the entrance hall and led them inside. Hang on a second, Sally. These are Kingsley Shacklebolt, Hestia Jones and Nymphadora Tonks. They may be visiting to help train me. Harry called out to the shadows. Tonks was about to blast Harry for using her first name when she saw movement in the shadows and the massive skeletal S made her appearance. The three Aurors were pulling their wands when Harry told them to relax. The S made her way over to the group and looked them over. She gave her usual bow to acknowledge Harry's introduction and returned to the shadows. Where did you find that? Tonks struggled to speak. Harry looked at the three pale Aurors. That used to be Salazar Slytherin's pet. That was the basilisk he hid in the Chamber of Secrets at Hogwarts. I killed it at the end of my second year. Why do you need us to train you? Hestia asked in amazement. I need to get better. I mostly lucked out every time I met Voldemort. I can't rely on luck anymore. I don't know how much help I'll be but I'm in. Let's see what you have to train with. That way. Hestia indicated the door at the far end of the room. Harry nodded and led the way. In the corridor outside he indicated a couple of rooms. That room is a gymnasium and the other will have exercise equipment, when I get some. This room here is the dueling room. Harry opened the door and went past the steps to the observation area and into the main area. What do you think? A professional dueling room. You are certainly prepared. Kingsley nodded approvingly. But you are aware that not all dueling is done in a proper room. Better than most. Harry nodded. The other room I have for training will cater to those situations. If you want, you can join everyone for the grand tour tomorrow. Sounds good. Let me know when. Kingsley looked around the room then turned suddenly towards the door and they watched as Hermione stuck her head through the door. Hello everyone. I was wondering why the door was open. How are you all? We're good, Hermione. Tonks replied. Just checking out the facilities and looking forward to the tour tomorrow. Harry has been hyping some special training facilities, do you know anything about them? No. Hermione huffed and glared at Harry. Harry has been particularly closed-mouthed about them. I want it to be a surprise. Harry tried to look innocent. Are you all ready? Yes, we were just on our way. Does Daphne's mother need a change of clothes? No. Tonks sorted that out. She just needs to know how to act and what to expect. Hermione nodded. I can sort that out in the car. Let's go. Harry nodded and he and the Aurors followed Hermione out and back to the main house. They crowded into the lounge and Kingsley gave them a rundown on how the protection detail was going to work. All right everyone. This is quite simple but I expect everyone to follow it. I'll act as the chauffeur and remain with the car, which I will ensure is parked outside of any store you're in. Aurors Tonks and Jones will remain with you at all times. Tonks will be at Harry's side at all times. While Jones will act as guard to the rest of you. Do not leave the group. If you need to go somewhere, such as the bathroom, let either Jones or Tonks know and one of them will escort you. Apart from that, try not to draw attention to the fact they are your guards. Harry doesn't have the same profile in the Muggle world so avoiding attention will work to our advantage. Are there any questions? What happens if we're attacked? Hermione asked. The car is very heavily warded. Try and make your way back to it if you can. I understand that all you girls can use your wands, don't try to fight unless you have no other choice. That goes for you too, Harry. I'll try and follow your advice. No promises though. Harry shrugged. Kingsley shot him a grin. He knew that Harry would try to be the last one out no matter what anyone said. If there are no further questions, let's go. Kingsley led the way out of the house into the car. The ministry car was a magically modified limousine that still didn't look big enough for the entire party. It was, of course, as they settled down in the back. Kingsley and Hestia sat up front while Tonks joined Harry and Ginny in the back and chatted freely with the two Gryffindors. Hermione sat next to Daphne and her mother, explaining what to expect and how to act without drawing attention to Lady Greengrass. The other girls grouped up and chatted happily as the car set off. Kingsley's driving was quick and smooth, and it didn't take long to arrive at their destination, the shopping district on Oxford Street in London. Stepping out of the car, they looked around at the street and the range of shops lining it. Harry barely had time to get his bearings before Hermione was pulling him into the nearest store. Looking around the insides, he could see that it catered to a range of women's clothing. "Hi Adele," Emily greeted one of the shop assistants, a woman of a similar age. "Emily, how good to see you again. How have you been? And is that little Hermione? You've really grown into a fine young woman. Who are these? Friends of yours?" "Hi, I'm good, thank you. These are some friends of mine from the boarding school I go to." "Well, it's good to meet you all. Let's get started." Adele rubbed her hands together. "Great. Start with her." Hermione pointed to Harry, who suddenly gulped nervously. Being taken into a changing room and measured was a very uncomfortable experience for Harry, but once he had been measured, Hermione, Ginny and Tonks were selecting a variety of lingerie and clothing for him to try. Harry was practically trapped in the changing room by the two Gryffindors and the Auror as they took turns so that they could try their own selections. He was totally baffled as they appeared to choose and reject outfits on a whim. Finally he was allowed out and stared at the piles of clothing on the checkout counter. "So this is shopping. I didn't get to pick anything," Harry mumbled to Hermione and Ginny. "Sorry Harry. We just needed to get you a few basics. From now on you can pick some things for yourself. You're enjoying this though, right?" Hermione asked. "If I ignore the fact that they are girls' clothing." Harry grumbled, then shook himself and focused back on Hermione. "I'm not hating it, if that's what you're asking. It's already much better than any previous experience I've had." "That's good. It will get better from here. I promise. Let's get this stuff and move on. There are plenty of other stores to look at." Hermione pulled gently at his arm. Harry nodded. "Okay, thanks." Hermione just smiled at him. "So how are you paying for all this?" Adele asked as they approached the counter. "Cash. How much is it all?" Harry replied as he pulled his wallet. "You're paying for everyone. Very generous of you." Adele looked a little surprised. "I came into my inheritance recently, so I thought I would treat my friends to a shopping spree. I wish I had a friend like you." Adele sighed as she scanned all the items. She was careful to keep each girl's selection separate as she worked through the piles, scanning, then wrapping and packing each group into bags. Finishing the final pile, Adele told Harry the total price. Harry simply nodded and pulled out the required number of notes. "Keep the change, for all your help." Harry picked up his bags and smiled. Turning, he walked out of the store, leaving Adele gaping at the nearly £50 tip. "That was nice of you, Harry," Hermione whispered to Harry as they left. Harry shrugged. "She was very helpful. You shouldn't really be all that generous at all the stores," Hermione mentioned. "I know that you have a lot of money, but if you spend it like that you will run out." "I know. But she is a friend of you, isn't she?" "Yes. Mum and I come here a lot. They have a good variety of clothing and we like their styles." "What do we do with all the bags?" Harry asked, gesturing with the multiple bags he was holding. "We'll put them in the boot of the car," Hermione decided. "We'll struggle if we have to carry these all day." "I'm glad to hear that." Harry was relieved. "I always hated having to carry all the bags for my aunt and cousin. Actually, I think that is the reason most guys hate shopping with girls." Hermione chuckled as she put her bags in the car. They get left holding the bags while the girls pick out clothes. Harry smiled as he put his own in the car. "Where to next?" "It's a really nice store just over there." Hermione pointed out a store that appeared to stock very elegant clothing. "That looks expensive," Harry commented. "So, girls are allowed to look good," Hermione replied as if stating the obvious. "That includes you too, Harry. Weren't you the one saying I shouldn't spend too much? There is a difference between just giving it away and spending it correctly. You budgeted for this trip, so we will stick to it. I just want you to get as much for your money as possible." Harry grinned, looking at Hermione. "So you were just looking out for me, huh?" "Yep." Hermione bounced off to join Tracy and Daphne. "Enjoying yourselves?" Hermione asked the two Slytherin girls. "Very much." Daphne looked very happy. "I never realized that Muggles had such a range of shops and styles." "How did they do it?" Hermione shrugged. There are a lot of people trying to get into the fashion industry. More fail than succeed, but those that do usually succeed by offering something new that people want. They have a whole industry around fashion. Tracy was surprised. Of course, Muggles build industries around anything that makes money. Hermione explained. It just depends on how much people want what they have to offer as to how much money they make. How much does the fashion industry make? Daphne asked. I don't know exactly. It would be a multi-billion-pound industry though. Hermione's reply was more vague than normal. I don't know a lot about the business world. Give it to me in wizarding money. Daphne said in exasperation. I don't know if it would break 1 billion galleons, but I wouldn't be surprised. Hermione turned into the next shop, leaving the two Slytherins gaping on the sidewalk. Come on you two. What are you waiting for? Harry said as he passed. Daphne shook herself and looked at Tracy. That's more money than is in the entire wizarding world. Tracy whispered in shock. I know. Daphne replied. Perhaps we underestimated the capability of Muggles. With her metamorphagus abilities to boost her hearing, Tonks had been able to follow the conversation. The truth is that wizards never think that anything that can be achieved without magic is worthwhile. There is no magic that can replace creativity, something wizards have forgotten. Tonks left them standing there as she went to join Harry. Come on Harry, she said. Start picking things and we'll let you know what we think. I'm not really sure what to pick. Harry whispered absently as he looked around at the women's clothing. I never even got the chance to do this when I was a guy, and I think that would be simpler. Probably. Tonks gently took and squeezed his hand. Just as well you've got me to help pick some things out. No pink. Harry shot her a firm look. I promise. It would clash with your eyes anyway. Red might work though. Tonks was already pulling Harry through the racks of clothing and pulling things out. What should I look for? Harry asked as Tonks held a green top up to him. Color, style. It's really just finding thing that you like. You need to remember that given the size of your rack, lower necklines will show a lot of cleavage. That's not a bad thing, but you have to be comfortable. How about this then? Harry pulled out a red top. Nice. Tonks put it up to Harry. Not sure it's right for you though. Ginny would probably look good in it though. Harriet, over here. Hermione called out, holding a white dress. I think that's you. Tonks chuckled. Yeah, thanks. Harry responded dryly. Harry walked over to where Hermione and Ginny had been looking and was immediately set upon by Hermione as she tried to see how the dress would look on him. That's a nice top. Ginny was looking at the top he had found. Yeah, Tonks thought so too. See how it looks on you. Harry handed it over to the surprised girl. Ginny held it up to herself and looked in one of the many scattered mirrors and smiled. It looks great. Thanks, both of you. Harry only managed a smile as Hermione pulled him round so she could try and get the dress aligned properly. She nodded satisfied. You should get this. It looks good on you. Hermione moved Harry's hands to hold it in place so she could step back and look at it properly. All right, what else? These. Daphne pushed a pair of pants at him. Susan and Luna were waiting behind her, both holding clothes that they wanted him to try. Harry learned more about clothing than he though ever existed. Shirts, blouses, skirts, high-waist skirts, side-split skirts. Harry's head was awhirl with new facts. Even jeans, something he had thought was simple, had gotten him in trouble. Low rise, slim fit, boot leg. He never knew such varieties even existed. Shirts were worse. He had never paid much attention before, but he had to now. The shirts were picked and discarded based on the subtle changes in cut and styling were beyond him at first. It wasn't until he tried some of them on that he began to see how the minor variations would change how it fit to his body and could accentuate his body in different ways. The clothes he had been forced into weren't too bad. Most of his discomfort came from them being girls' clothing. They weren't actually uncomfortable, at least not the ones that fit properly. Different, yes, but not bad. Not that he was ready to commit himself to women's clothing just yet, but he couldn't say they were as bad as he thought. If he could disassociate himself a little and look at the girl in the mirror, he could say that she looked really good. One step at a time, he thought to himself. There was no need to rush. The girls were having a ball, moving from shop to shop and trying on a huge variety of clothing. The Wizarding girls had little experience with Muggle fashion and were initially overwhelmed by the range of styles and colors. There had been a few shocks, or they realized how revealing some of the clothing was. Hermione had reassured them on some items by telling them how girls would layer the tops, creating different effects. It was a good thing that the boot of the ministry car had been expanded so much, as they would have filled a normal boot several times over with the bags of clothing. The real shocks for both Harry and the girls who had grown up on wizarding fashion were the swimwear and lingerie. The first shop they had visited had been more functional and less flashy. It was the shops that specialized in lingerie that were the real head-turners. There were more than a few dropped jaws and odd whispers about stores dedicated to just lingerie. They had a few items that were more functional, but these were in the minority. The girls had been shocked as Hermione cheerfully pulled out the comparatively microscopic pieces of fabric and held them up to herself, Harry and the other girls. Tonks and Emily were the only members who hadn't hesitated to start looking. "Is there a reason they are so small?" Lady Greengrass asked Emily quietly. "For cuteness, innocent, to attract the attention of the man in our life," Emily replied without hesitation. "It can make you feel better about yourself too, having something that way under your clothes." Lady Greengrass nodded thoughtfully. "To attract the attention of the man in our life," she mused. She set to looking around the store with a very determined expression. Emily watched her in amusement. Someone is in for a surprise. Harry struggled against a persistent blush. The sight of girls holding up scanty pieces of lace and fabric to themselves was totally outside of anything he had previously experienced. He was also totally unsure of how he would feel wearing some of the things that Hermione, Ginny and Tonks were holding up to him. Daphne came over holding a particularly small bra. "Hermione, the tag says it's my size, but it looks way too small." Hermione looked it over. "That's pretty. It's a quarter cup. A quarter cup. It doesn't cover anything. It's not supposed to. There's enough to provide support, but that's all. And people wear these. Are there any other colors?" Hermione asked. "I'll get one for myself." "Harry, do you want one? Would they make one in my size?" Harry asked sarcastically. "We can look." Hermione ignored his sarcasm and turned back to Daphne. "Show us where you found them." Hermione happily browsed through the selection of tiny bras, pulling out selections for herself, and forcing other selections on Harry and any of the other girls who wandered too close, along with the smallest panties they had ever seen. Daphne would later swear that she had seen her mother quietly pick one. Harry wasn't sure why he had been forced to get so many sets of lingerie. "I've almost got enough sets now that I could wear a different set each day until we go back to school," he complained. "So," Hermione responded. It was obvious she didn't see an issue with his complaint. "I don't think you're going to change too much more in this regard, so these should last you for quite a while." Harry shrugged. If Hermione, his best friend, confidant and notorious bookworm, didn't see a problem, then he shouldn't complain. Swimsuit shopping was also an interesting experience. The one-piece suits were interesting, the variety of styles and coverage. It was looks of shock directed towards Hermione as she started pulling out bikinis. Hermione just ignored them as she looked through the bright, multicolored pieces of fabric and started handing some out to the other girls. "Don't you think they are a little small?" Tracy asked, looked at the small piece of green and yellow fabric. "No," Hermione shrugged. "And people wear these in public." Susan was looking at the floral patterned set Hermione had handed her. "At the beach and at swimming pools. You would look out of place in other places, although some girls wear them under their clothes during the hotter summer days. I would be a little uncomfortable wearing nothing but this in public. My backyard has had a level of obscurement placed on it so we won't be noticed out there, and we also have the indoor pool. You can get used to it there without anyone but us around. And if I don't, there are some very nice one-piece suits. But you should get both." "I'll think about it." Hermione nodded and turned back to forcing various bikinis on Harry. "I would never have thought you would be so into fashion," Tracy commented later over lunch. They were sitting in a cafe they had found. The staff had pulled a couple of tables together for the large group of girls to sit around. The adults sat at a nearby table. They had gotten tired and hungry and finally managed to drag the more dedicated shoppers from the last store in search of sustenance. "I find the fashion sense of the wizarding world less than inspiring," Hermione explained. "So I never found a reason to make an effort until the Yule Ball." "And what an effect," Harry complimented her. "You looked amazing." "Thanks. I enjoyed dressing up." Hermione smiled at the memory. "Wizarding fashion is locked in the Middle Ages, along with the rest of the culture, no offense." Maybe we can change that. Ginny suggested. There are a number of changes that need to be made to the wizarding world. I'm sure Hermione has a list somewhere. We can get her to add it to it when we get home. Harry managed to suppress his chuckles. The others were not so restrained and broke into giggles as Hermione huffed good-naturedly. First the drinks were delivered, then the food, and the staving teenagers dove in. Hermione and Harry were used to Muggle food, although Harry's experiences were few and far between, and this was the most relaxed restaurant experience he had ever had. The others were surprised by the quality and presentation of the meal that was placed before them. As the plates were cleared, the conversations restarted. They chatted primarily about the shopping they had done, favorite outfits and accessories. Hermione: we never picked up any shoes. There were some in a couple of the stores we went to, why didn't we get any? Hannah asked. You'll see. Hermione grinned at her. I need to go to a sports clothing store. Harry added. I'd like to visit some of those jewelry stores we've seen. Daphne put her 2 cents in. I saw a store I would like to visit as well. Luna piped up. We'll try to get everywhere. There are a couple of places I want to take everyone as well. Hermione said. If everyone is finished, then we'd better get going or we'll run out of time. Tonks had come over and heard the last part of the conversation. Harry nodded and stood to go and pay while the others gathered their things. They walked a short way down the street when Hermione stopped and turned to Hannah. Here you go. Isn't this a better place? Hannah looked at the store Hermione was indicating and gaped. Shoes lined the shelves. I'm in heaven. Hannah murmured. Shoe heaven. This is just the perfect place. Shoes, without clutter or distraction. I could live here happily. Susan laughed at her friend as she pulled her into the store. Hannah looked around at the dozens of styles and started pulling shoes of the shelves to look at them more closely. She totally monopolized one of the assistants trying on shoes. The other 2 assistants had to struggle to cover the rest of the girls and the other customers. Hermione and Tonks kept trying to get Harry into heels. To his credit, he did try them but found it difficult to keep his balance. He did like the look of Daphne trying on a pair of black knee-high boots and let Hermione help him into similar pair. Hermione accepted that Harry wouldn't be ready for high heels for a while and got him into flats and low heels, avoiding stiletto-style narrow heels. Tonks didn't. Hannah had to be dragged out of the store later, but not without a dozen shoe boxes. She had agonized over her choices, and Harry, in desperate attempt to escape the constant attempts to get him into high heels, had just asked the assistant to get all the last 4 choices she was agonizing over so that they could leave. He had to extricate himself from Hannah's hug in order to pay. The next store was a large sporting goods store where Harry quickly managed to find some exercise clothes, shoes and even a GI for his martial arts lessons. Hermione practically forced the other girls to get some as well, stating that if they were going to be training then the proper clothing would be an advantage, got them to stop grumbling. Their next stop was for Luna. She had seen a store in a side street that sold crystals and other oddities. It was an odd experience for the magic users, seeing a Muggle store dedicated to spiritual and magical items. They could see that it wasn't real, but it was an unusual experience for them to see magic from a Muggle viewpoint. Luna picked up a couple of books and they all picked a crystal or 2. Hermione led the group to a very high-class store next. The assistant recognized Emily from her visit earlier in the year when she was looking for a dress for a medical function. The girls wandered to store, marveling over the finery. Ginny looked at the price of a dress that had caught her attention. Hermione, what's the conversion from Muggle money to galleons? Ginny whispered. 10 to 1. 10 pounds is 1 galleon. Ginny looked back at the tag and blanched. This dress costs a fortune. You could live for months in this amount of money. Do you like this one? Harry joined them. No. Ginny went to look somewhere else. She does, but she thinks it's too expensive. Hermione explained. How do you think it'll look on her? Magnificent. But she won't accept it. I could just get it for her anyway. Her birthday is in August, isn't it? Hermione grinned. Niece. Now, let's find you something. What happens if, after all this, I get turned back in a couple of weeks? Harry asked. We go shopping for guys' clothing, although I picked you up a couple of things at the sporting store just in case. Harry smiled at her. And everything I got today. I think that we can find them a good home between all of us. There are some very good tailors around. Hermione paused. I'm worried that it won't be that quick though. Glad to see they won't go to waste. Harry teased. He shared Hermione's worry, but worries had no place in today's activities. Hermione shoved him gently, her good cheer returning. Let's find you something. They joined Susan, Hannah and Daphne, who were looking through a rack. Susan had a reverent expression. These are amazing. How did they come up with these? Susan gently stroked on dress lovingly. I don't know. Hermione answered. You really love this, don't you? Susan nodded. These are just works of arts. Now I understand how Hannah feels about shoes. Hannah nudged her friend teasingly. I have to agree. The style and elegance is. Daphne paused. I don't know what to say. I hope there's a ball this year. Wear one of these. Muggle or not, these are breathtaking. Well, pick your breathtaking works of art. Harry encouraged them. Susan flashed a brilliant smile at him. I think you should try this one. The assistant was very happy as everyone got something. Nearly a dozen dresses was a huge purchase. Please come again soon. Not too soon, I'm afraid. Harry replied. The assistant chuckled. An elegant jewelry store was the next stop. Daphne, her mother and Tracy took their time perusing the display cases. Lady Greengrass was taken by some bracelets with intricate linkages and was trying a couple on while the others were looking at a variety of other items. I can't believe how intricate some of these are. How did they do it without magic? Tracy whispered to Hermione. Lots of practice. Lots and lots of practice. Hermione replied. I think they have some special equipment to help as well. Incredible. Tonks was right. We're so impressed by what we can do with magic, we never consider what can be done without it. It's a blind spot that wizards have. Hermione said thoughtfully. They ignore the possibility that things could be done without magic. Tracy looked at her sharply. Do you think that could be used to our advantage? Hermione nodded. I think we can. I just don't know how just yet. We need to look at what's available and then work out how to use it to our advantage. A new research project. Hermione nodded. But not today. We may need to make a trip to a Muggle library or bookstore. My dad has gotten a few things all ready to look at, we can use them as starting point. But not today. No, not today. What do you think of this necklace? Very nice. What would you say if we all got matching necklaces, maybe with a single stone that matches our house colors? Hermione looked at Tracy then nodded. That is a nice idea. We could probably get matching earrings and possible rings and bracelets as well. Tracy smiled at the suggestion, then her eyes widened. Daphne. She waved her friend over. What is it? Daphne looked at the two girls. Your family does enchantment on items. Tracy gestured to the necklaces and single stone pendants. Would these be a good base for enchantment? What sort of protections could we get put on these? We were thinking of a matching set for everyone with a stone that matches our house colors. Daphne looked them over. I think you may have something. These are good quality items, I think we can do something reasonable. Hermione nodded and waved Harry over. Harry, we were thinking of getting matching necklaces, earrings, rings and bracelets, if they have them. Daphne can get her family to put protection enhancements on them. Harry thought the idea over and nodded. Will you be adding stones to them? We thought a single stone in our house colors. Would more stones allow for better enhancements? Daphne nodded. It would cost more, but more stones would give us the ability to place stronger protection. Could the goblins help make them stronger? Possibly, we would need to liaise with them though. Okay. Get a diamond on either side of the stone. Let me know when you're ready for the goblins to get involved. Harry went over to another display case to look at watches. The three girls looked at each other. Just like that. Daphne was surprised. Harry can be like that sometimes. Probably because it was to provide protections for us. Hermione explained. I wonder what he will say when he realizes that he'll have to get his ears pierced. The two Slytherins giggled at that and went to get an assistant to help them. They had to work a little bit to convince Harry not to get the bulky man's watch he wanted. He managed to get them to compromise with a smaller man's watch that wouldn't look out of place on his female wrist instead of the ladies' watches they were pointing out. The afternoon wore on and the girls visited one store after another. The visit to the furniture store was quick. A benefit of Dobby and Winky conjuring the furniture from the catalog's pictures was that they already knew what they wanted. They placed their order while the others looked around. The clerk was surprised by the large order being placed by the three teenagers, but with one obvious parent standing nearby nodding, he didn't raise any issues, although the cash payment caused a look of surprise that they had become familiar with from other stores. The electronics store was also an eye-opener for the girls from the wizarding world. The range of televisions, stereos, entertainment units and a huge range of other electronic items. Harry and Hermione selected several complete entertainment units, stereos, a fridge, stove, microwave and other items for the kitchen in the extension and several other miscellaneous items. Now we just need to get some movies. Hermione smiled at Harry. Are there any you particularly want to see? Any favorites? Never really got to see any. Harry shrugged. We'll have to change that. Hannah managed to talk them into another shoe store. She was a little disappointed to be limited to only 2 pairs. Hermione used her indecision as an opportunity to visit a pharmacy for a few items. Harry gave her a couple of £100 notes, over her protests that it was too much. She left with Hestia as an escort and returned about 15 minutes later carrying a couple of bags. The group was getting tired and sore feet were becoming an issue. The makeup and accessories store had perked them up a bit, but by 5 they were ready to go home. Okay, there is just one more place I want to visit. We can go home after that, the shops will be closing then anyway. Hermione said after a few of the girls suggested calling it a day. You don't have to just to prove that you are a better shopper than me. You win already. Daphne finally joined in the conversation. Thank you for admitting that gracefully. But I really do want to visit this place before we go. You're not thinking of going where I think you are. Emily entered the conversation. Yep, Hermione chirped. You said to wait until I'm older, I think I'm old enough now. Emily considered her daughter and the challenging look she was giving her and finally nodded. All right, let's go. Hermione literally bounced over to her mother and hugged her. Thanks. Hermione led the way to a mall and once inside upstairs to a store hidden away in the back. Leading the way inside, Hermione was immediately looking through the racks. The other girls stopped just inside to take in the wares the store sold. The outside may have been plain and nondescript, the inside was different. The mannequins were displaying some of the skimpiest and wyest clothing that any of the girls had ever seen. Lingerie and swimwear smaller than anything they had seen previously. Hestia actually had to wait outside while Tonks cheerfully walked in, patting Hermione's shoulder in appreciation as she passed. Hermione, why are we here? Harry asked her quietly. This place sells really white clothing. Hermione answered. I've always wanted to get something from here. She pushed a tiny green bikini onto Harry and looked at a pink one. Think this would look good on Ginny. Harry looked at the microscopic scrap of fabric and found himself visualizing it on Ginny. He blushed. Me too. Hermione agreed, taking his blush as an agreement, and called out. Ginny, when and where do you think we will be wearing these? Harry asked. I thought it might be nice to get some sun while we study, that's why I wanted that private garden. We can study and enjoy the sunshine. Wearing something that barely exists. Something like that. Ginny finally joined them. You called. Yes, this is for you. Ginny looked the tiny pink bikini over. Is this something to wear or blow my nose on? Hermione swatted Harry when he started chuckling at Ginny's comment. Go look at something else. Hermione pushed Harry away. Harry left the 2 girls to talk and joined the others in looking around at the lingerie. Luna joined him and cheerfully coerced him into looking through the most microscopic of the lingerie she could find. It had taken a few minutes for the other girls to start looking around. This store dealt in clothing that was totally beyond anything they had previously experienced. Once they had started looking around, they got into it. The thought of the incredibly white clothing almost covering them appealed to their feminine side. Padma was the last and most hesitant. Even with both Hermione and Luna encouraging her, she picked the fewest and most conservative of the items available. They were practically chased out of the store by the staff, who were trying to close. Harry had helped by simply paying for everything they were holding. He didn't realize that Hermione, Luna and Tonks had gotten him a few extra things as well. They returned home and were greeted by Dobby and Winky bearing drinks and whisking the mass of bags in the boot of the car away. They all sat on the couches in the entrance hall. Their bags of shopping were neatly placed in groups for each person to take when they left. Harry's, Hermione's and Ginny's were already in their rooms. That was quite the experience. Daphne commented as she sipped at her drink. I wouldn't mind repeating it, but not for a couple of weeks. At least, Tracy added. And I was going to suggest we go out tomorrow and look in more shops. Hermione said. Everyone stared at her and she broke into giggles. Sorry, but I couldn't resist that. You were joking. Hannah looked near tears. I want to look at those shoe shops again. Entire stores dedicated to just shoes. It's a revolutionary concept. The others suppressed their laughter at the distraught girl's adoration of shoes. Tonks stuck her head in the room. Got a minute, Harry? You said you wanted to talk. Yes, that's right. Harry stood. Excuse me. Harry and Tonks closed the door behind them for some privacy. Your mother was a member of the Black family, wasn't she? She was cast out for marrying the wrong person. Tonks nodded. Yeah, why? Sirius made me his heir, so I'm now Lord Black. I'm willing to restore your membership into the family, if you want. You and your entire family. The Black family has had a bad reputation up until now. I would like your help in restoring their reputation. Tonks stared at Harry, then engulfed him in a hug. Thank you, Harry. I know my mother will be overwhelmed. She never mentions it, but I know that she's still upset about having been cast out. I'll let her know of your offer. I imagine she'll want to come and accept your offer and swear her allegiance in person. Not necessary, but I appreciate it. Tonks gave him one final hug. I have to go. I'll see you later. Thanks, Harry. Not a problem. See you later. Harry returned to the other girls and listened to them discuss the marriage situation and how to approach it. Padma leant forward. Harry, I think that you will find that tomorrow will be filled with parents who want to know what you plan to do about being married to their daughters. I know my father will want to sort this out as soon as possible. Harry sighed and nodded. Let him know to come tomorrow morning. You should sort out a time. My father will want to visit as well. Daphne added. Tracy nodded. Mine too. You might want to have the accounts for those families whose titles you are giving away. Harry nodded. I have the summaries here already. They should be enough. We need a schedule. Hermione entered the conversation. If we do the families who'll take this easier first and can reach agreements quickly, then you can have their support when dealing with the more argumentative families. Like my father. Padma finished. Harry nodded. That's a good idea. Can you organize it, please, Hermione? Hermione nodded. What's next? Susan asked. I want everyone here tomorrow. Daphne found something that may be very important for us to know, and we'll need to plan out our training program for the summer. I'll also have something to show everyone as well. Harry finished with a mischievous grin. So we finally get to see what's in your special room? Hermione asked. I still think you've just snuck a Quidditch pitch in there. All I am saying right now is that everyone should bring their brooms tomorrow. Harry refused to say any more on the subject. Lady Greengrass entered the room, stopping any further conversation. Come on, young lady, we should get home. Okay. Daphne stood. I will see you all tomorrow. I had fun today. Muggles are better than I ever gave them credit. Thank you for opening my eyes. Indeed, today was most enjoyable. Lady Greengrass added. You're welcome. Hermione replied. See you tomorrow. Daphne's departure was the catalyst. One by one the girls stood and said their goodbyes. They were all tired from the long day, but they were very happy with their purchases. Finally it was only the 3 Gryffindors left sitting on the couches. We need to move, Harry stated rhetorically. Why aren't you then? Hermione asked a few minutes later. Tired, and my feet hurt. Hermione laughed. Daniel stuck his head in. Dinner is ready. He chuckled at the tired teens. Come on, you 3. You can go to bed as soon as you finish dinner. They dragged themselves to their feet. Dinner was a quiet affair and the 3 teens left for their bedrooms as soon as they finished. They didn't go to bed immediately. Hermione and Ginny joined Harry in his bedroom with some reading. They all sprawled on the massive bed and just relaxed. Harry was reading through Daphne's research and learning just how depraved Tom Riddle really was. I can't believe he did this. He whispered. What was that? Hermione asked. Riddle. The things he did to himself. He's right when he says that the name Tom doesn't hold any meaning to him anymore. He has totally destroyed his own humanity. What did he do? He tore his soul into pieces in an attempt to prevent himself from dying. So the diary, Ginny started, was a piece of his soul. It gets worse. He did it multiple times. That's the only way he could have still managed to return even after it was destroyed. That's just sick. It gets even worse. You have to commit a cold-blooded murder as a part of the ritual. Ginny paled and turned slightly green. I think I'm going to be sick. She fled to the bathroom. Harry watched her flee. Is she okay? Probably not. Give her a few minutes, if she's not back we'll go check on her. That has to have been a huge shock for her. Is there any good news in there? Yes. She detailed several methods of detecting them at various ranges and how to destroy them. She also mentioned someone who we may need to talk to. He was the potions professor at Hogwarts during Voldemort's time there. She suspects he may have informed him about this and may know something important. It's a lead that's worth tracking down. Hermione nodded. Harry looked back towards the bathroom. Should we check on her? Hermione paused then nodded. They found Ginny kneeling over the toilet breathing heavily. Hermione knelt next to her and pulled her hair out of her face and gestured to Harry to rub her back. They sat in silence, gently caring for the distraught redhead as she struggled to keep her nausea in check. Eventually she sat back. I think I'll be okay now. They let her clean herself up and wash her face then guided her back to the bed. Can we beat him? She asked in a small voice. Yes. We know his secret and he doesn't know we know. Daphne gave us information on how to find and destroy these items. We have an advantage. What do you say we use it? Harry challenged. Ginny nodded, her strength and determination starting to return. Can I stay here tonight? Having you nearby makes me feel safe. Harry smiled at her and nodded. For as long as you need. I'll grab our blankets. We can all bundle up in our own sheets and pretend we're all camping together. Hermione added as she stood. Thanks. Both of you. Ginny relief could be felt. Anytime. Hermione left to get their things for the night. A little while later the lighter were turned off and the three of them were bundled up in their own blankets and curled up near each other, Harry and Hermione lying on either side of Ginny providing her with the feeling of protection. Exclamation mark. HPEASE. Padma stood before her father struggling with the strong desire to run. He was silent, mentally assessing what she had just told him. So you were technically married, without my permission, and he is willing to make me an offer for you. Lord Patil's anger grew with each word. Yes, father. And who is this individual you bound yourself to? From some poor family I assume. He said scornfully. He actually holds 4 lordships and has more money and income than you. Padma defended Harry. Interesting. Lord Patil was taken aback by this. I will need to meet him immediately. Tomorrow at 11 a.m. He has already scheduled some time for you. Padma stated. I'm glad to see that he is proactive. 11 a.m. tomorrow then. Exclamation mark. HPEASE. Hello father, I have some news for you that I believe you may like. Daphne entered her father's study. Hello Daphne. Did you enjoy your shopping trip? What is this news of yours? My shopping trip was educational. I never realized how much there is in the Muggle world. We underestimate them by a vast margin. Did you know that they have individual industries that involve more money than exists in the entire wizarding world? Her father leant back considering her words. I wonder if it would be possible to get involved in that. Sorry. You had something to tell me. Yes. I found out today that the oath I made to Harry Potter is recognized as a marriage contract. Interesting. I remember you mentioning that you were not alone in making this oath. No, there were 7 other girls. The oath is not permanent yet, we can be released as long as we don't consummate the relationship. Would you be willing to do that with him? I don't know. He's not going to push that either. He's not that sort of person. Daphne paused in thought and her expression softened. I'm not sure I could ever find anyone better than him. I'll want to talk to him, and soon. Is tomorrow at 9 a.m. too soon? He smiled. I think I can make it. He will want me to be involved in the discussion, it's my life as well. Acceptable. It will be interesting to meet him in person. His press is rather variable. I don't believe any of it is even close. As far as I can tell, the bad is all lies and the good never truly captures his achievements. That will be novel. Meeting someone who exceeds the rumors rather than struggling to meet them. That would be Harry. If you will excuse me, I have some clothes to put away. I also have some jewelry I would like you to look at. Enchanting with the best protections you can. Harry indicated that he is willing to get the goblins to assist. Will they do that for him? I don't know, but Susan Bones mentioned that they have a lot of respect for him. I will see you at dinner. Exclamation mark. HPEASE. Hi Dad. I have some good news and some bad news. Hello Tracy, what is this news? The bad news is that I accidentally got married. The good news is that he is willing to give us a title. Tracy's father stood in anger and started shouting. How do you, accidentally, get married. And he has a title to give away. He just has a spare title lying around. I swore an oath to assist him in something and I found out today that the oath is recognized as a marriage contract. It isn't permanent, there's an escape clause. As for the title, he actually has 4 at the moment, 2 of which belong to families he wants to destroy, so yes, he does just have a spare title lying around to give away. He has 2 of them in fact. Tracy relaxed as her father returned to his seat. So I could become Lord Davis. He mused. I don't actually think it works like that, but my eldest would definitely be Lord Davis. You would act as a proxy until I could take the title fully. That's if we agree to stay married. I want to meet this man. Do I know him? You have never met him, but you know of him, and you owe him. He's the one who paid for our warding upgrades. Does he plan on taking advantage of that? I don't believe so. I truly believe he just wanted to protect me and my family in return for my assistance. Interesting. Very interesting. I find myself intrigued by him. When can I meet him? Tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. He has already scheduled some time for you. Just like that. Well, I suppose I mustn't keep your lord waiting. Thank you. I was afraid you would be angrier. I may want to find you a good match for our family, but your happiness is important to me. Does he make you happy? I don't really know him that well yet, but he is a very impressive individual. It's very complicated, but it may be possible. You seem to be hesitant to give me many details. I trust I will find out more tomorrow. Trust me, I think you can figure most of it out as soon as I introduce him to you tomorrow. Harry woke to the persistent buzzing of his alarm. He felt movement on either side of him and heard the groans of 2 different voices protesting at being woken so early. They must have shifted positions in the night, he decided. Sorry, I've got to go for my run. There is going to be a lot happening today. He apologized. We should probably go with you. Hermione yawned and stretched. Yeah. Ginny rubbed at her eyes. It'll help with our dueling. I learned that much at the ministry. Come on, let's go change. Hermione untangled herself from her blankets and stumbled out of the room with Ginny. Harry grabbed a drink from the bathroom and dressed in his new running clothes and met the others out in the corridor. It'll be rough the first few times, but it gets easier. I think. Very reassuring, Harry. Ginny replied dryly. Will you two shut up before I change my mind? Hermione complained. Harry and Ginny laughed and dragged a reluctant Hermione out to start their run. The run wasn't as long as Harry normally went. Ginny was managing all right, but Hermione was struggling. Running was not something she normally indulged in. Still, she admitted to enjoying the crisp morning air. In the end, they decided to train on their own until they could keep up with Harry and not slow him down. Harry had an argument with Hermione and Ginny after they got home. They had to dress up to provide a good impression on their visitors. Hermione and Ginny were of the opinion that Harry would look better in a nice dress. Harry was of the opinion that he would be taken more seriously if he dressed in trousers to create a more masculine effect, minimizing his current femininity. They conceded to his point of view in the end. Having to deal with people who may have less respect for women meant that he had to portray the fact that he was still a he, even if he was currently in a female shell. They were waiting in the entrance hall for their first appointment, refreshments already on the table under charms to maintain their temperatures. Harry had what paperwork he had nearby, ready in case it was needed. The fireplace flared early and Susan and Hannah tumbled out. Morning. You three look nice. Morning, you two. You're both here early. Harry greeted the 2 Hufflepuffs. We thought we'd come and be nearby in case you needed the support. We have our brooms and we brought some work, so we'll just wait in the lounge, if that's all right. Susan explained. That's fine. Thanks for thinking of me. Harry smiled at them. How did your parents take the news, Hannah? They were upset that I got myself into this situation. I had to endure a long lecture on the importance of not swearing oaths when I don't know exactly what I'm swearing. Beyond that, they just want me to make sure that I'm not going to be taken advantage of. Dad will want to visit you at some point and talk to you to ensure that you won't do anything inappropriate, but he's in no rush. He trusted me when I told him you would respect me and not take advantage of me. Okay. That'll be a fun conversation. Harry mumbled dryly. Hannah laughed a little at him. It'll be fun to watch. Do you have a bill for the basilisk parts yet? With the generosity of upgrading our wards and the family discount, he's going to waive the fee. Is he sure? I don't want to put him out at all. He was okay with it. He may want to discuss a business deal. Whenever he wants. I will be in a better position to make a deal with him once I get all the details of the families I own, so he may want to wait a week or two. I'll let him know. We had better go. Call if you need us. Count on it. Thanks. Harry watched the two girls leave. Hermione checked her watch. Daphne should be here soon. Are you ready for this? Do I have a choice? Harry took a deep breath to calm himself. Not really. Hermione half smiled then took a deep breath of her own. I'm really feeling the pressure. I don't know how you're coping so well. After you go head to head with a Dark Lord, nearly everything else is easy. Harry smiled at her. The fireplace flared again, twice. Daphne stepped out followed by an older man. Lord Potter, may I introduce my father Lord Greengrass? Daphne announced formally. Certainly. Lord Greengrass, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I trust you're in good health. Harry stepped forward offering his hand. I am thank you, Lord Potter. It is a pleasure to finally meet the person that I have heard and read so much about. How are you coping with the recent changes in your situation? I'm managing. Harry gave a wry smile. May I introduce my close friends, Hermione Granger and Ginny Weasley. Two more of your accidental wives. It's a pleasure to meet you both. And you as well. The two girls curtsied in unison. Please, have a seat. Harry gestured to the couches. Thank you. Lord Greengrass and Daphne moved over and sat opposite Harry, with Hermione and Ginny sharing a couch off to the side. So, Harry began. You are aware of the situation between myself and your daughter. I am sure that there are issues we need to discuss. Indeed, although not as many as you might think. I'm not against an alliance with House Potter. Even more so given that this current arrangement will allow the continuance of House Greengrass, provided that you can overcome your current alteration. The multiple wives issue is a problem that you will have to work out though. Daphne did make me aware of that. Attested Gringotts did inform me that it is possible for me to perform my manly duties in that regards. Harry wasn't completely successful at hiding his blush. The only real concern I have in that regard is ensuring that both Daphne and myself are happy with each other and the others who remain. I may be in the situation of having multiple wives but I refuse to force anyone to remain with me if they wish otherwise. A noble sentiment. Something missing from some of the wizarding upper class. Lord Greengrass nodded. I care very much for my daughter's well-being. I'm glad her well-being is in the hands of someone who cares so strongly for her happiness. Thank you. It's not a problem. Harry dipped his head slightly in embarrassment. Lord Greengrass smiled at the younger lord. He was beginning to see why his daughter liked this young wizard. His genuine and shy nature coupled with the hype of his achievement. Before we get down to business, I'm curious about what happened to the rest of the basilisk I have the skin and teeth for. The abbots have the rest of its internal organs and I sold the meat to the goblins. As for the skeleton, Sally, would you come here a moment? Harry called out into the shadows at the far end of the room. Lord Greengrass looked into the shadows and half stood, reaching for his wand before Daphne caught his arm and reassured him that it was okay. He watched as the giant skeletal S appeared out of the darkness and looked down at him. Sally, this is Lord Greengrass, Daphne's father. Harry spoke to the S. Sally looked down at the paling lord and bowed, then returned back to the shadows she was hiding in. That was an unnerving experience. Lord Greengrass said shakily, sitting back down and trying to regain his composure. And you were what, 13, 14 when you faced it? 12. Not the most enjoyable experience I've ever had. Incredible. You beat the hype surrounding you without even trying. You were just trying to save your friend, as I understand it. Yes. Successfully, I might add. Shall we continue? Of course. I'm not sure how aware you were of your family's heritage, but your family and mine had similar but different areas of ability. Working together, we provided a complete service to our clients. I was very recently made aware that my family has a talent for warding, one which I share. I was unaware of it when I was choosing my subjects at Hogwarts, so I chose the wrong ones, something I will be attempting to correct. What happened to change the relationship between our families? Harry asked. The ministry pushed the idea that dark magic was evil. It isn't, but it is more easily abused, more easily turned to hurting people, which is why the masses believed it so easily. He said with a sigh. Your family distanced themselves from mine after our relationship caused them to lose several important contracts. I hold no animosity to you or your ancestors for this. I would have made the same decision in their place. I understand. Having been on the receiving end of negative publicity myself, I have first-hand experience on how easily people believe it. Lord Greengrass smiled ruefully. I bet you do. I do have plans in the works to correct that. Really? How, if I may ask? By introducing Muggle concepts into the Hogwarts curriculum. Muggles are taught critical thinking, how to look and think beyond what you are taught and form your own opinions. Lord Greengrass thought Harry's statement over and nodded. That will make a huge difference. I must admit, if you hadn't taken my wife and daughter shopping in the Muggle world yesterday, I would be saying something different. They came back speaking very highly of the Muggle world. Much higher than I would have thought possible. Wizards have always underestimated Muggles. They see their inability to do magic as a sign that they are inferior. They ignore what can be achieved without magic. Indeed, fashion is a billion-galleon industry. I would never have thought it possible. Are there many more industries like that? Several, I believe. Hermione. Entertainment, automotive, medical, military, technology. I'm sure there are more I'm not aware of. Finance is not an area I've put much study into. Hermione replied. Incredible. Lord Greengrass shook his head in amazement. Back to the subject at hand. Would you be willing to re-establish the alliance between our families? I would. I will not be able to help with the warding aspect of the business for some time as I know nothing of the subject, but there are other business and political matters that we can support each other with. As the head of 4 families, I have an interest in a number of businesses and I have a strong relationship with Gringotts. And the ministry, relationships you are using fully. I saw your announcements in the Daily Prophet. 1 million galleons to the DMLE and another in a fund to protect the people of the wizarding world. You have a huge amount of political capital. Supporting you will gain me some of that, which will be advantageous. There are a few issues in the Wizengamot that I would like your support on. Harry commented on. Any issues other than the reforms you mentioned earlier? There will be a couple of things around the leadership of the ministry and there's someone I wish have put forward for a seat on the Wizengamot. Anyone I know. Lord Pottle. Lord Greengrass nodded. He is a good businessman. He has been trying to get on the Wizengamot for a few years but no one has been interested in giving power to a foreigner. I assume that one of his daughters is another of your wives. You would be correct. I have no issue supporting that, provided he is willing to support us. That is my hope. What issues regarding the Minister of Magic do you foresee the need to vote on? A change of leadership, perhaps. A much-needed change. Fudge is not suitable to lead the ministry through the current crisis. He believes otherwise. He allowed Voldemort an entire year to plan and gain strength while ridiculing anyone and everyone who tried to prevent another uprising. He was far too close to Lucius Malfoy for me to consider him trustworthy. Harry leant forward as he spoke passionately. I agree. Lucius Malfoy was a leech on the wizarding world. We are better off with him in prison. I hear that his son is worse though. Draco Malfoy is dead. He died as a result of his own arrogance and stupidity. How? What happened? Lord Greengrass asked, surprised. He tried to use the killing curse on me and Gringotts, in front of about 4 senior Gringotts officials and the head of the DMLE. Very stupid. I'm glad you survived. Who do you think would be the best replacement for Fudge? Madam Bones strikes me as the most suitable candidate. Harry tried to be nonchalant. Lord Greengrass thought Harry's statement over. You're in very close relationship with Madam Bones, aren't you? Is her niece one of your wives? Yes, but that actually has very little to do with it. Debatable. It's very hard to get her support. I've tried in the past but she is very much about doing her job properly. I respect her for that. So do I, which is why I'm willing to support her the way I have. There is too much corruption in the ministry and she is the best person to clean it up. I'm supporting her because I trust her to do what is right over what is easy, to act in the best interest of the entire wizarding world. I can see you're trying to reform the entire world. Some traditions should not be cast aside easily. Traditions that have a purpose are not what I'm concerned about. My concerns are towards ensuring that people are not victimized because of their heritage or because they are not humans simply to prop up the failing power of the current leadership. Nobility over self-interest. Lord Greengrass mused. Something lacking these days. Most families are simply trying to survive. They don't have the time or interest in protecting others. That's probably why it's so easy for Dark Lords to rise and gain support. They offer power to those who feel they are losing it. Correct. Lies and offers of power. The claim to protect what they believe in. I despair about the state of the wizarding world sometimes. You have my support on anything that will truly benefit the people of this dying world. That is my intent. Thank you. You are welcome. Now, regarding our businesses, may I suggest that we leave things at the moment. Should we need to make new deals or renegotiate existing ones, then we can approach each other. We can revisit this once you have graduated. There is little point in disrupting things for you unnecessarily. Thank you. Having 4 families worth of business to go through means that I am not as prepared to deal as I would like. My daughter can help you there. Lord Greengrass looked at his daughter fondly. I have been preparing her to take over my family's businesses when I retire. If I may ask, if the two of you remain together, how will you handle each of the family's finances? I have no issue with Daphne remaining in direct control of your family's finances. I would like everything to be a collaborative effort with all of my wives, both those who remain and those who prefer to be just friends. You did mention that you are in control of 4 families. You would need all the help you can get. Potter and which others, if I may ask? Black, Malfoy and Lestrange. How did you manage that? Lord Greengrass was surprised. Those are 3 of the darkest families in the wizarding world. You have just taken about 3/4 of the Dark Lord's financial resources. He's going to be very angry at you. He's already trying to kill me. That's actually why I wanted my friends and their families protected. Dumbledore may be going out of his way to protect me, but I don't think he is doing a good job of protecting others. Which is why you started that fund at Gringotts to provide wards for all families who wish to be protected from him. Harry nodded. The people are the ones who suffer the most. Voldemort attacks at night with large numbers against unprotected families. Cowardly but fear-inspiring, which is why he does it. Lord Greengrass agreed. Like I said, you choose nobility over self-interest. Accident or not, I can't fault my daughter's choice in husband. Thank you. Is there anything else? Not right now. Anytime you need to visit my library, feel free. The Dark Lord has destroyed his own humanity and now is destroying the rest of the world. You have my family's support. Thank you. That means a lot. Whatever else Harry had to say was interrupted by a knock at the door. I'll get it. Ginny stood and walked over to the door connecting the entrance hall to the rest of the extension. Hello Dobby. Hello Miss Ginny. The Goblin Lichtend would like to speak with Harry and there are 2 letters from Professor Dumbledore for him. I'll let him know. Just a minute. Ginny went back over to Harry. Lichtend needs a word and Dobby has 2 letters from Dumbledore. Attend to them by all means. Lord Greengrass gestured graciously. We have finished our business for today. I was just being sociable until your next meeting. I was hoping to get to know my daughter's husband a little better. Thank you. Ginny asked Dobby to show Lichtend in and he can bring the letters as well. Ginny nodded and went back to Dobby. Dobby entered a minute later escorting Lichtend and holding 2 letters. These arrived for you, Master Harry. This one arrived Friday night and this one arrived last night. I found hidden tracing magic attached to them which I had problems removing, which is why they were delayed. I is sorry for the delay. Not at all. Thank you Dobby, you did good work. Dobby beamed and popped away. Master Craftsman Lichtend, you wished to see me. Yes, although I hope I'm not interrupting. You're not. I am hoping you have good news for me. I do indeed. The room is essentially finished. There will be a little cleaning up but it will be completed and we'll be out of here before noon. Will noon be a good time for the grand tour? I think that will work nicely. Harry approved. Finally, we get to see what you have been sneaking into your special room. Hermione exclaimed then blushed. Sorry, did I say that out loud? Yes, you did. Harry grinned at her. There are a few goblins at Gringotts who would like to join the tour, if you don't have any problems. I'm trusting their discretion. I'm not sure that I want this room to be common knowledge just yet. I'll ensure they are aware of that. How's the room shaping up? It's exceeding all my expectations, and I believe it will exceed all of yours. I look forward to viewing your talents firsthand. Thank you. Lichtend bowed and left via the fireplace. Special room. Would it be inappropriate to ask if I may join this tour? Lord Greengrass asked. I'll be trusting in your discretion as well, but I don't see a problem. It will be an experience, of that I can assure you. Should I wait here or return at noon? Either is fine. You may want your own broom though. Lord Greengrass raised his eyebrows, but called one of his house elves and asked him to bring a broom. My next appointment will be here shortly or I would escort you personally. Daphne, Susan and Hannah are in the lounge if you wish to join them. Daphne nodded. May I show my father around this floor a little? Of course. I'll join you soon, I hope. Harry watched the two leave. That went extremely well, Hermione commented. It did. Harry collapsed back onto the couch. Hermione and Ginny joined him. Ready for the next meeting? Hermione asked. Do I have a choice? Nope. How long? About 5 minutes. Harry sighed. Too soon then. Sorry, nothing I can do about that. Harry glared at her but she just ignored it. They sat in silence for a minute before Harry suddenly called for Dobby. What can Dobby do for Master Harry? The perpetually happy house elf asked as he appeared. I need you to get a message to Luna and Aurors Tonks, Shacklebolt and Jones. Ask them to come here at noon for the tour, and to bring their brooms. Yes, Master Harry. At once. Dobby vanished. Well spotted. I had forgotten she wasn't here and didn't know about the tour. Hermione said. Thanks. They waited in silence until the flow flared signaling Tracis' arrival. Hi Tracy, how's it going? Harry greeted the Slytherin girl. I'm good. Everything's good. There are two things, my happiness and the title. If you assure him that you are concerned with my happiness, then I think just the title will be enough for him for the business side of things. Tracy spoke hurriedly, getting straight down to business. Thanks. I'm sorry you're in this position. So am I, but it's not your fault. I'm just glad to know that both you and my father are interested in my happiness and aren't going to force anything. Harry nodded. Tracy nodded back. I always hoped that he wanted that, but it was nice that he confirmed it last night. Here he comes now. The fireplace had flared once more and Tracis' father emerged. Good morning, Mr. Davis. I trust you are well. Good morning to you too, young lady. I'm afraid you have me at a disadvantage. I apologize. I am Lord Harry Potter, and I believe that you will agree that the young lady remark is not entirely appropriate. Lord Potter, I apologize for my informality. Mr. Davis bowed. Not at all. I prefer it. Allow me to introduce Hermione Granger and Ginny Weasley. Please take a seat, we have much to discuss. Indeed we do. It is a pleasure to meet you both. I know of Arthur Weasley at the Ministry. He has a good reputation even if he is fascinated by Muggles. Although my opinion of Muggles may have to change if what my daughter told me of her trip yesterday is true. You doubt her word? Hermione asked. Not at all, it is just very different to all my previous opinions. I need some time to consider my facts. You are also known to me. Your name has come up in conversation many times when my daughter is discussing her Hogwarts classes, usually accompanied by various curses and insults at the fact you better scores. Tracy blushed and glared at her father. Did you have to say that? No, but I did anyway. Mr. Davis turned back to Harry. My daughter didn't give me many details. As you saw, I have only just learnt your identity. I assume it was you behind the ward upgrades my family received. Yes. I appreciated Tracis' support, and when she expressed her concerns on her family's safety I had to help. I was pleased that I was able to provide as much support as I did. May I ask how you were able to provide that support? It must have been expensive. You have spent a lot of money recently. You read about my donations. I made a small sale to Gringotts that covered all my recent expenses and then some. What could you have sold that would cover 1 million galleon donations to the DMLE and another million to create a fund to protect everyone in the wizarding world? 2 million galleons. Where did you get 2 million galleons from? Tracy interrupted. Sally. Harry answered. How much did you get? Tracy, that was rude. Her father scolded her. Who's Sally? He asked Harry. Harry merely gestured to the shadows at the far end of the room and the massive shape that was emerging from them. Sally, is the basilisk placed in the Chamber of Secrets under Hogwarts by Salazar Slytherin. You found it. You actually found the Chamber of Secrets. I spent several years looking for it while I was at Hogwarts. I don't know of many students who didn't try at least once. I only tried once. It wasn't hard if you had the necessary information. Not as hard as fighting the basilisk anyway. I can believe that. Mr. Davis tore his gaze away from the massive skeletal S. Getting back to business. He took a few deep shaky breaths. Now, right. I want to know exactly what the situation between you and my daughter is. I care very deeply for my daughter and my family. I appreciate that. Tracy and several other girls swore an oath to me to assist me in a task. The exact nature of which I am sure you can take a guess at. I'm not sure I want to. Mr. Davis shuddered. I'm surprised that my daughter chose to get involved. She was the most reluctant of the girls, but I was not the one who persuaded her. That was mostly Ginny and Daphne. Daphne Greengrass. How many times have you had this conversation? This will be the third. I have another meeting after this as well. A busy morning for you. Yes. Harry leant forward. Let me get to the point. I have no interest in forcing Tracy or any of the other girls to remain with me if neither of us is happy about it. Nor do I have any interest in causing your family any problems. I appreciate that. How do we resolve this situation? I don't know all of the details. You are aware that I have a couple of spare titles I don't really want. Yes. Would you really be willing to give a title to my family? I don't really want to have anything to do to those families anyway. If I don't give them away, then I will disestablish them and merge their assets with the two families I want to keep. How many families do you control? Mr. Davis looked a little bewildered. 4. Potter, Black, Malfoy and Lestrange. Harry answered. Oh, pick the Malfoy family. I want to rub Pansy's face in it. Tracy blurted. Tracy. Harry looked at her in surprise. Tracy blushed and retreated into the couch. Well, she has picked out the title she wants. Harry commented lightly. Yes. Mr. Davis grinned at his embarrassed daughter. To business then. How do you propose we handle this? I recently agreed with Lord Greengrass to give each other first choice in any new or updated business deals. I'm willing to make a similar offer to you. A simple but generous offer. One I will graciously accept. Is this on the condition of you and my daughter finding happiness together? No. This agreement can remain. I'm willing to make you my proxy and advisor regarding the business matters relating to the family you choose to merge with, though I understand if you want to delay taking up the position until certain issues are resolved. For how long? Until Tracy is ready to take over. I'm aware that she has a preference for becoming a healer. I was planning on running the family's businesses as a group with those who remain with me. We will assist her in managing the business aspect, although she will remain in direct control. I have no interest or desire to take the family away from her. And the Davis family will continue through her. Mr. Davis whispered. He spoke up. The last thing I want is for my family to disappear the way so many others have. This agreement has the potential to ensure my family's survival. Provided that the war against you know who is resolved in our favor. That is my intent. Have we reached an agreement? I believe we do. We have a business partnership for all new deals where we offer the other a choice on all contracts. Conditional on you and Tracy agreeing to continue the marriage, we have a merger between the Davis family and the Malfoy family. That is a good summary. What about the proxy? Harry asked. It is a tempting offer, but I do not wish to place my family in danger by claiming the Malfoy title. I believe that it would be premature to place that sort of attention on my family. Fair enough. I can find someone else to act as a proxy. You don't want to know any more about the Malfoy family first. I already know enough for the time being. Lucius Malfoy bullied his way into a number of deals I was working on, taking most of the profits for himself. There was nothing I could do about it, and if I told anyone I would lose out on other deals. He basically used me to make all the best deals. This will be the perfect payback. I did wonder how he managed to get such a large annual income. That explains a lot. Harry mused. I wonder who else has been victimized by him. A large number of people, I would imagine. When he ended up in Azkaban, I expect there were a number of celebrations. How did you end up with his family? Doesn't he have a son? He did, until he decided to cast a killing curse inside of Gringotts in front of several senior goblins. That is a stupid way to die. Mr. Davis shook his head. That's been the general consensus. Is there anything else? Not right at the moment. I imagine that Tracy will be spending a large amount of time here this summer. Yes, there are several things we are trying to do and learn. That's acceptable. I have no issues if she wishes to spend the night either. You will have separate rooms. Yes, we have enough room upstairs for each of the girls to have their own room. Excellent. I know where she will be if she doesn't come home. How long do you think you will need to decide if you wish to remain together? I don't know, nor do I really want to place a time frame on it. I would expect that we will graduate first though. Understandable, you're all in a complicated situation. I'll give you both the time you need to make the right decision for yourselves. Thank you. That is appreciated. Harry bowed in place. Mr. Davis paused thoughtfully. Thank you, Lord Potter. I was facing the loss of my family, and you have not only given my family a new life but a new future as well. It's more than I could ever have hoped for my daughter. I hope you both find happiness with each other. You're welcome. I hope we both find happiness as well. Harry flushed. Tracy's happiness is important to me too, as is everyone else's. Well, we are both very busy people. I will bid you good day and thank you again. Mr. Davis rose. I will see you tonight, Tracy. Good day to you too, Mr. Davis. Thank you for being so understanding. Harry also rose to properly see his visitor out. Watching his guest step through the flow to leave, Harry breathed a sigh of relief. That went much better than I expected. I agree, although once he knew that you only wanted what was best for me, I think that he was willing to be very reasonable. Tracy said, we have a bit of time before the Patils arrive, shall we join the others? Hermione asked. Others? Who else is here? Tracy asked. Susan and Hannah arrived early. Daphne is here as well, and her father stayed for the grand tour at noon. Harry answered. It's finally going to happen then, huh? I can't wait. Tracy grinned. Neither can the rest of us. Hermione gave a light glare at Harry before returning her attention to Tracy. Why did you want the Malfoy family title? What does Parkinson have to do with it? Pansy has been gloating about how she is going to marry Draco. About how we will have to call her Lady Malfoy. Really annoying, I can assure you. Tracy's displeasure was obvious. I just wanted to rub it in her face a little. Understandable. Hermione led the way to the lounge where the others were waiting. Hi Tracy. How did it go? Daphne greeted her friend as they entered the lounge. Hi Daph. It went really well. Tracy replied. Glad to hear it. Harry collapsed in a chair and dropped the papers on the table next to him. I need a break. You need to read those letters from Dumbledore. Hermione interrupted him. Harry grumbled but pulled out the 2 letters and opened them. Reading through them he snorted. Not totally unexpected. What did they say? Ginny asked. The one from Friday basically says that I need to get home immediately. It's not safe to be running around. Need to strengthen the wards. Blah, blah, blah. Harry turned to the other letter. This one is basically telling me off. Money is not worth my life. I mustn't waste my money. I need to get back home where he can protect me. Tell him where I am immediately. Need I go on? No. How are you going to reply? Hermione asked. I'm not sure I'm going to. I think that completely ignoring him would be the best way to annoy him. You're probably right. He does like everyone thinking that he's really important. Hermione grinned at him. You know, I would have thought that you would be totally under Dumbledore's influence. Lord Greengrass commented. I used to be, but I found that he was not really acting in my best interests. Harry replied. Add to that the fact that I can't say that I found his protection that good. I have no reason to obey him, he's only my school headmaster. Lord Greengrass nodded in acknowledgement. Harry collapsed back in his chair and closed his eyes. Warn me when it's time for the next meeting. Okay, Harry. Hermione nodded. They relaxed quietly, letting Harry rest. It's time. Hermione gave Harry's shoulder a gentle shake. Harry opened his eyes and nodded. Later everyone. Hermione and Ginny returned to the entrance hall to await the arrival of the Patils. The fireplace flared a couple of minutes later and the Padma Patil stepped out with her father. Lord Patil, I am Lord Potter. Welcome. It's good to see you again, Padma. Please have a seat. Harry greeted his guests. Lord Potter. It looks like it should be Lady Potter. Why should I deal with you? Lord Patil looked at Harry scornfully. I may have undergone some physical changes, but I remain Lord Harry Potter. Harry was getting angry. Sally responded to Harry's anger and Lord Patil's threatening behavior and moved forward out of the shadows. What is that? Lord Patil saw the movement and pulled his wand. That. Harry looked over his shoulder. Oh, that's just Sally, my guardian. You may want to put your wand away and sit before she decides that you're a threat. Where did you get that from? That's the skeletal remains of the millennia-old basilisk that I defeated in the Chamber of Secrets a few years ago. Harry replied nonchalantly. Shall we sit? He didn't reply but did sit opposite Harry with Padma joining Hermione and Ginny off to the side. Sally settled down but remained visible, off to the side and behind Harry where she could see Lord Patil over Harry's shoulder properly. Lord Potter, let's move past these inane pleasantries. You have married my daughter without my permission. I find this rude and embarrassing, especially as I've been in negotiations with another lord back in India. I should disown her for this, but she has indicated that you are willing to make an offer for her. Please make it quickly. Lord Pottle stated, trying to ignore the giant S on the edge of his vision. Very well. I understand you've been offered 200,000 galleons and the opportunity for an heir to the Pottle line. That is correct. It seems my daughter has been rather forthcoming to you. Your offer. I'm willing to match the money. Half will be yours immediately. I'm also willing to sponsor you for a seat on the Wizengamot. These are yours unconditionally. There are 3 other conditional offers. You will receive the other half of the money, all of her children will continue the Pottle line, and the Pottle family will join the 2 other families as a preferred candidate for future business deals for the 4 families that I control. And the conditions, the oath Padma made to me that caused this situation is not yet permanent. I have no intent on forcing her to be with me if it will make either of us unhappy. Are you to agree that we will have the time we need to find out if we will be happy together, and that if we find that we won't, that we can cancel the oath with no repercussions against either of us? Interesting. Lord Pottle nodded thoughtfully. Why should I agree to that? The benefits far outweigh the costs. It would be irrational not to agree to it. Why do you care so much for the girl's happiness? She is a person and my friend. She deserves the chance to be happy, and as my friend I wish to help her achieve happiness. You should not be treating her in such a fashion. She has no other value than to ensure my family's continued success and prosperity. So you want more money then? Harry was getting disgusted at the other mont's attitude. That would help. Another 100,000 up front should see my way clear to allow you to follow your small-minded ambitions. Very well. As long as Padma remains the heir to your family, and I will be expecting your cooperation on several votes in the Wizengamot. I expected that. Very well, it would be better in her hands than her sister's. Lord Pottle finally agreed. How long do you want to decide you and her will be happy together? He sneered slightly. 4 years at a minimum. We need to worry about Voldemort and graduation before this decision can be made. Very well. I believe we have a deal. I will have the contracts drawn up this week. Is there anything else? Harry was hoping there wasn't. No, I believe that is enough. I will expect the contract in a few days. Will Padma be living here? There will always be a room here for her. She will be visiting often. I trust that will be okay. Harry wasn't asking. Yes. Good day, Lord Potter. Lord Pottle stood and left without another word. Good day to you too, you arrogant ass. Harry said after the flames had died. Harry. Hermione scolded him. Not strong enough. I can't believe he treats his own daughters like that. Women are not highly valued in the magical Indian culture. Padma explained. Thank you for defending me and placing a high importance on my happiness. My father is probably at home laughing about how much money he got out of you. If we decide to be together, I get it back with interest. Where is the loss? Harry grinned. All I really want is for you and everyone else to be happy. Padma smiled back. Thank you. Is it all right if I move in though? Parvati was not happy at missing out on the shopping trip yesterday. Moving in here is probably the only way to keep her out of my new clothes. Like I said, we have plenty of room upstairs. Pick a room and decorated it. You can hide your new clothes here. Harry grinned. Padma grinned back. I can't wait to see her expression when she wants to borrow something and can't find them. Come on, Hermione said through her laughter. Let's join the others. Harry's special room is nearly ready. We're having the grand tour at noon. Do you have your broomstick? Yes, and I snuck out several books I think may be useful. Cool. Let's go. Harry started for the door. Dobby. Yes, Master Harry. How can Dobby help you? The house elf popped in. Can you bring refreshments to the lounge, please? Of course, Master Harry. Right away. Dobby popped out. You shouldn't really take advantage of him. Hermione scolded Harry. I think he'd be upset if I didn't. He'd think that I don't want him. I know, which is why I'm not making such a big issue of this. Hermione replied in a resigned voice. I'd hate to see her make a big fuss. Padma whispered to Ginny. It's entertaining to watch, when it's not directed at you. Ginny whispered back. I heard that. Hermione glared at the whispering pair. Ginny and Padma shut up and tried to look innocent. They entered the lounge. How did it go? Susan greeted them. Harry collapsed back into his chair. I got what I wanted, but I don't like him. Not one little bit. His views on women are disgusting. Padma will be okay, Hannah asked. Yeah, I managed to get that. I just need to get the contract written up. So, what's next for today? Daphne asked. The tour. Susan, have you asked your aunt about occlumency lessons? I keep forgetting. Not yet. She's been so busy over the last few days that you've probably seen more of her than I have. So she may not have time. Harry slumped. Who else can we ask? You could ask me. Lord Greengrass spoke up. Both I and my wife are skilled at occlumency. She has more time than I do, so she would be the better choice. She was hoping for a way to say thank you for the trip yesterday. I think she will find this a fair trade. There are certain things that I know that must be kept private. Harry looked at Lord Greengrass intently. A good teacher can teach without invading the student's privacy. So what was Snape doing? Harry mused. Professor Snape was teaching you. Doesn't he hate you? Daphne asked. He does, with a passion, but Dumbledore decided that Snape would be the best person to teach me. Harry grumbled. He didn't tell me anything other than, clear your mind, before launching a full-force attack. That won't work. Lord Greengrass replied, looking aghast. That is basically just a way of torturing you. His look was shared by Daphne and Susan. I didn't think his lessons did me much good. Harry sighed. So what else is new? I will talk to my wife when I get home. If you let Daphne know when you are available, they should be able to work something out. She will definitely be the best choice. She has a much lighter touch, which will be important to help you recover from his abuse. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Harry thanked him sincerely. When will you finish with the basilisk teeth and hide? Hermione asked. Ah yes, I meant to tell you. The age and size of the basilisk has slowed the processing. Of the shed skins, only 7 are viable. The oldest 2 are suitable only as potion ingredients, but the others will make good armor though. I always thought the basilisk skin was an equal to dragon hide for strength. It turns out that it is better. Even the oldest of the usable shed skins are to dragon hide. The basilisk hide itself is so strong that I almost feel like if I was in a suit of armor made of it, I could stand in front of the Dark Lord and insult him without fear. Call him Tom. He hates that. Harry commented, deep in thought. How do you think we should proceed? You're all still young. I would hold off on getting the hide made into armor until you have finished growing. The second shed skin will be sufficient until then. The best shed skin would make fine armor for close allies and the non-combatants of your inner circle. I'll think on it, thank you. What of the teeth? The smaller teeth will be finished tomorrow. The larger teeth have posed a problem. I don't think that we will be able to remove all the poison. They will be safe to touch, but if they break the skin, then the poison will enter the body. Death will occur within seconds. Totally unsuitable for potion making, but they could make good weapons. Could you make knives out of them? Harry asked. Very easily. And they'll be very strong knives as well. Let me know when you have some designs. The poison, is it still potent enough to destroy a Horcrux? Harry leant forward in interest. Yes, we have been finding that these teeth are just retaining the poison. We have managed to remove the poison at a surface level, but a strike just brings it back to the surface. You'll find it suitable for that purpose. It's the safest option as well. Magical methods involve either incredible, dangerous and nearly uncontrollable spells or releasing the soul within and trying to destroy it before it takes you over. Harry nodded, relieved. And the cost? With the discounts for the ward upgrade. And the fact that you are family at the moment, I think 100 galleons will cover everything. I will organize payment as soon as I can. No rush. Lord Greengrass waved absently. I don't expect to be paid until I deliver the hides. Doesn't everything Harry has done for you more than cover any expense you incurred processing the skin and fangs? Daphne asked her father. Yes, but I believe that Lord Potter is the sort of person who would be uncomfortable if I was to just waive the fee. 100 galleons is a minimal fee for the services rendered. Lord Greengrass replied. You are right about that. Harry commented. Thank you for being so considerate. You are welcome, Lord Potter. Lord Greengrass. Please, Harry is sufficient. Not used to your title yet. Lord Greengrass chuckled. I have too many of them. Harry grumbled. I'm more worried about forgetting my own name. Not a problem I have. May I ask you a question? Of course, can't guarantee an answer though. What changes were you thinking of making in the wizarding world? Lord Greengrass leant forward in interest. There are several things I'd like to change. The most important one is to remove the prejudice from the wizarding world. The laws and social opinion place many people as being less worthy. The prejudice is what allows Dark Lords to gain so much power so easily. They choose something that is easy to hate. Muggle-borns are taking power away of the purebloods, and many of the old families join the cause of Voldemort. He and the other Dark Lords have done more damage to this world than any other. That's true. That is why I wish for my family to remain neutral. I fear that may no longer be an option though. It's silly really. Werewolves, centaurs and many other magical creatures really just wish to be left alone. It's the harsh laws enacted by the Ministry out of fear and hatred that push them to join evil because they promise them freedom. Muggle-borns are pushed out in favor of purebloods. The wizarding world is destroying itself in every way imaginable. I agree. But the size of the change will be hard to push through. Even for you. Not if you know how to sell it. Would you like to make more money? Hermione entered the conversation. Of course. Lord Greengrass turned his attention to the young Muggle-born girl. If more of the magical creatures and Muggle-borns remained in the magical world and can earn money, then there are more customers to sell to. More customers mean more income. Hermione explained. Even the Muggle-born and half-bloods who choose to work in the non-magical world will return to spend money more often. These laws are costing you and everyone else money. What do you gain? Now that is a sales pitch. Lord Greengrass nodded. Is your power, the power of the Ministry and Wizengamot and the family lords, so delicate that allowing the Muggle-born and magical creatures to earn their own place would shatter it? Harry took up the thread on conversation, bringing his intense green eyes to bear on the Lord. If so, then it deserves to shatter and a new world forged from its remains, one where people are judged by their actions and talents, not the actions of their distant ancestors. What have you achieved, Lord Greengrass? Or do you too just spout the achievements of your predecessors? I could be highly insulted by that statement, in fact I probably should. But I understand what you are asking. You're right, I too rest on the laurels of my ancestors. I believe only people like Albus Dumbledore have earned their reputation on their own merits. We just don't do that anymore. Lord Greengrass sighed. My daughter will be remembered while I will not. While I am proud that she has the potential, opportunity and drive to make such an achievement, I am disappointed in myself that I never tried to do the same. He smiled fondly at his daughter. Should you be treated better because of your ancestors? I am not saying that you should lose what they have left you. Family legacies are important, I know that better than most. But you understand the point I am making. I do. I'm not yet ready to fully commit myself to your cause, but I will not oppose it. Perhaps I should spend some time in the Muggle world. My wife and daughter came back with a whole new opinion of Muggles after one shopping trip. Perhaps the change in perspective will aid me in seeing more clearly. I don't think it would hurt. You must reach your own conclusions, but I think you'll agree with me. Harry nodded. You're probably right. I just need time. Speaking of time, what time is it? Harry asked. Ooh, it's 5 to 12. Hermione looked at her watch. We should head to the entrance hall, the others will be arriving soon. Harry nodded and stood. Let's go then. The others followed him to the entrance hall and sat on the couches. Dobby, Harry called, summoning the house elf. Can you bring our brooms please? At once, Master Harry. Dobby vanished and returned moments later with Harry's and Ginny's brooms. Ginny, can I fly with you, please? I don't trust Harry's flying. Hermione asked. Sure. Ginny replied. Gee, thanks. Harry huffed good-naturedly. The fireplace started flaring as people started coming through. Luna, Tonks, Kingsley, Jones and several goblins as expected. There were several unexpected as well. An older lady came through with Tonks. Amelia Bones stepped through and so did Bill Weasley and Fleur Delacour. Hey Ginny. Bill greeted his little sister. Hey Bill, what are you doing here? Using my family connection with you and Harry to sneak into this tour. Fleur came with me. Bill grinned cheekily. Licton's been boasting of his achievements here, so there's been a lot of competition to come here for the tour. Ginny swatted her brother's arm. It's good to see you too. Tonks waited with the older lady while Harry greeted Amelia and the other Aurors and the goblin delegation. Harry bowed as he was introduced to the head of Gringotts. Finally Harry turned to Tonks. Watch her, Tonks. How are you doing? Good, thanks. Tonks grinned then sobered up. May I introduce my mother, Andromeda Tonks? You may indeed. It's a pleasure to meet you. I trust Tonks relayed my offer to you. Yes, she did. I wished to accept in person. I don't know how to repay you. Andromeda said. I need someone to act as my proxy in the Wizengamot on behalf of the Black family. I want to redeem their reputation for Sirius. Interested? Harry grinned. Certainly. I would be honored to aid in redeeming my family name. I have one small issue though. I have an unexpected house guest. My sister Narcissa has been forced to find lodgings elsewhere. She has been cast out of her family home by the new Lord Malfoy. For some reason her son's not even been in touch with her. Draco Malfoy is dead. He's been for several days. Harry's expression turned grim. So who is the new Lord Malfoy? Andromeda was confused. Harry ignored the question. What do you want doing with her? She's my sister and I love her, even after everything, but she needs a major kick up the ass. She may have been sorted into Slytherin but she was nearly a Hufflepuff. If you can get her loyalty then she will be trustworthy. Interesting. If you have any ideas how to approach her like that, let me know. Okay, but why? Andromeda was hoping that Harry would ease her confusion. Harry just grinned and turned to address the crowd. Welcome everyone. There are a few more people here than I had anticipated. We are all here to witness firsthand the creation that was born between myself and Master Craftsman Lichtend. Master Lichtend and his team have worked tirelessly to make our vision a reality. Now, without further ado, let us go witness this construction for ourselves. Harry shouldered his broom and led the way to the World Room. Opening the door he walked in. The door opened into a long room with windows lining the far wall. Walking up to them Harry looked out over the massive landscape. It was better than he had ever expected. Harry looked around the room and saw everyone had entered. He could also see stairs leading both up and down near the door back to the extension. Everyone, welcome to the World Room. Harry gestured grandly towards the windows. Everyone gathered against the glass and gazed out on the wilderness. It all that really out there? Hermione asked. Yep, Harry replied cheerfully. Follow me, I trust you all brought your brooms as I suggested. You might get sore feet otherwise. Harry led the way up the stairs and onto the balcony on the roof of the building. Still think it's just a picture? Harry asked. No. Hermione looked around. Hey, is that a Quidditch stadium? Yes, I snuck one in. It's one of many training areas. Over there in the distance to the right is a mountain area for training in the mountains and snow. Closer is a Muggle training area. A school, housing area, and some business areas, including the tall multi-story buildings you can see. There is also a partial replica of Diagon Alley. Towards the center is a mix of forests, rolling hills and open fields. And a golf course. Emily interrupted. Daniel, what do you think you are doing? Getting Harry to build you a golf course. How could you? She scolded her husband. Actually, his idea was the key. When he mentioned it I began thinking about having more than just a Quidditch pitch. I began thinking that we could have a complex training area. One that could be used for fun as well. Harry paused and looked out over the landscape. While each area has the potential for training in different environments, they also have recreational facilities. The mountain area has a ski lodge and fields. The school has all the usual Muggle sports fields. A golf course across the central area here. Behind the golf course are more fields and some replica wizarding-style manors and a replica of Hogsmeade and a castle wall. Finally over on the left are sand dunes and a beach with a resort. This building is the 19th hole, a Muggle term for the clubhouse associated with the golf course. It also acts as a storeroom for all the equipment for enjoying each of the areas. This is most impressive. Madam Bones looked around in awe. You have the best training facility I've ever seen. Kingsley added. Lichtend joined Harry. Over here we have some controls to adjust the weather of the room. Wind, rain, snow are all options. You can either set if it's night or day and whether it's overcast or clear, full moon or no moon or anything in between. The buildings, landscape and even the vegetation is spelled to repair itself if damaged, reducing the maintenance requirements. Shall we have a look around? Harry mounted his broom. Who's with me? No one who's seen you fly. Hannah fired back as she mounted her own broom. This caused the other girls to laugh. The goblins assembled an odd flat device which carried them all including the house elves, who were being instructed on how care for the world. They took off and began flying around the wide open expanse. They cruised over the Muggle area and swooped through the Diagon Alley replica. They climbed up into the mountains and looked at the lodge and ski fields. They followed the mountains part the massive waterfall which feed the river that flowed across the landscape to coastline and over the castle replica. Looking at the single outer wall and the partial inner wall and towers carved out of the mountainside. They headed towards the Hogsmeade replica and then the Wizarding Manors. They flew over the forests, fields and sand dunes until they reached the beach and the resort. They backtracked slightly to fly over the golf course and Quidditch stadium on their way back to the clubhouse. "So, do you like it?" Harry asked once they had all landed. Tonks broke the silence by clapping. Hermione, then Ginny, then the rest of the girls joined in. The goblins pushed Licton out next to Harry and joined in the applause. It didn't take long for everyone to be clapping, showing their appreciation to Harry and Licton. Harry and Licton shared a grin and shook each other's hands before taking a bow to the assembled witches, wizards and goblins. "I think we were a success." Harry commented to Licton. "I think you're right," Licton replied. "What do we do now?" "Wait for everyone to stop clapping. That could take a while." "I know. Should we stop them?" "Yes. The assessor will want to start my training session soon and I'd like to eat lunch first." I organized a meal for everyone. When we decided on the time I thought that providing a meal would be advisable. "You're doing better than me this morning. I haven't had as many issues to handle this morning." Licton grinned at Harry. "I will order lunch to be served. Where do you think we should eat?" "We could picnic down near the beach." "Not on the sand, just next to it." "And thank you. That sounds like a good idea." "Give me 5 minutes then announce lunch." Licton moved off. Harry nodded and turned back to the still applauding crowd. "Okay, that's enough. I can't begin to tell you how much you have just moved me." "Well, the tour is over, lunch will be served soon if you wish to remain. Feel free to chat amongst yourselves." Harry finished uncomfortably. There were a few chuckles but they broke up into smaller groups. Harry was accosted by Hermione, her parents and the other girls. "I have to say, I am impressed." Hermione complimented Harry. "But I get the feeling that this place is not as much for training as you make out. So you can guarantee that we won't be fighting in the snow or on the sand?" Harry asked pointedly. Okay. But the resort and lodge. Different styles of structures to help us prepare for indoor combat or combat in confined quarters." "You have an answer for everything, don't you?" Hermione huffed. "I do, don't I? Sorry, I seem to be taking your job." Harry teased her. Hermione just huffed again while the other girls giggled. "I think this place is wonderful." Ginny gushed. "You've really done an incredible job on it." "I agree." Daphne added. "This place is amazing." The other girls added their own compliments. Now I feel embarrassed. Harry was turning red. "Come on, let's go to lunch." Harry looked out towards the beach and saw that the picnic was set up. "Lunch is ready everyone," Harry called out. Everyone flew down to the picnic and dug in. Tonks and Andromeda managed to pull Harry to one side as they ate. "So Harry, quite the rabbit you pulled out of the hat." "I'm very impressed. I think you have a magnificent training ground here. I think that we will make very good use of it." Tonks complimented Harry. "You asked Nymphadora to train you?" Andromeda asked. "Mum, don't call me that." Tonks complained. "Why not? It's your name, isn't it?" "Maybe, but I hate it. Please stop using it. I think it's a very pretty name for you and I will use it as much as I like." Harry chuckled. "Shut up, Harry." Tonks snapped. Smack. OWW. Tonks grabbed her head and glared at her mother. "What did you do that for? That is no way to speak to your head of family." Andromeda quietly scolded her daughter. "Don't worry about it, Mrs. Tonks." Harry grinned. It's nice to see her getting yelled at for a change. Normally she'd be yelling at us. "Honesty, Nymphadora. You really need to learn how to behave." Andromeda continued scolding Tonks. "Yes, mother." Tonks answered tiredly. "So, Harry, when do you wish for me to swear my oath to you?" Andromeda asked. "I don't need you to do that." Harry was surprised by the offer. "It's traditional." Andromeda replied. "We need a small ceremony for our return to the family and our acceptance of you as our new lord. After that you can provide me a letter of proxy form Lord Black so that I act on your behalf in the Wizengamot. Actually it might be easier if I write it and you sign and seal it." Harry nodded. "Yes, but later please. I will be busy this afternoon." "Excellent, we shall leave you in peace. Come along, Tonks." Andromeda rose and moved away. "Just remember that I'll be training you, Harry. Major payback time." Tonks growled as she followed her mother. Amelia, Kingsley and Hestia stopped by next. Well Harry, quite the training ground you have here. I wish I had something like this when I was training. Kingsley complimented. Thanks, Harry replied, although it was more just a case of one thing leading to another. Doesn't matter how. The results are what matter. And results are what you seem to achieve. I agree. Amelia concurred with her subordinate. This will make a magnificent training facility. I would like to find out how well it works. I will expect reports from the both of you and Tonks. Amelia finished as she addressed Kingsley and Hestia. Yes, Madam Bones. Kingsley nodded. If it goes well, I may invest in one of these for the DMLE. I almost wish I was a new recruit. Kingsley grinned. Almost. Amelia grinned back. Good luck with your training, Harry. I need to leave. I need to work on how to approach the Wizengamot for Umbridge's trial so that Fudge can't stop it. If you need any help, please ask. Harry offered. I will take you up on that when the time is right. Amelia assured him as she left. When do we start your training? Kingsley asked. The sooner we start the better. Monday. Harry stated. Is 10 a.m. all right? We should start earlier. 5:30 a.m. Kingsley countered. And are the others going to join? I already get up at 5:30 a.m. and have a training session at 6 a.m. I will need time to finish my run after it and have breakfast. I don't know about the others, they will need to learn, but will the training you give me be right for them? Good, you are already running. Perhaps they should only watch and you can teach them. I understand you have already had some practice at that. Work something out. What's your morning training session? You'll find out. Harry grinned. I don't want to reveal all my secrets at once. So you think I should run a DA summer school for the girls? What's Dumbledore up to out of curiosity? Constant vigilance, as Moody always yells. Kingsley nodded. Teaching others can help ensure that you understand the lesson yourself. Dumbledore has been interesting. Don't worry, we are not sharing any of this with Dumbledore. You have Amelia's support, and your donation to the DMLE and the Warding Fund provoked an interesting reaction from Dumbledore. He was most upset that you hadn't gone to your aunt and uncle's home. I think he wanted you to throw your support behind him. Not likely. His heart may be in the right place, but I think he's less than effective. Explain. I'm not going to disagree, but I would like to hear your reasoning. When Muggles fight, they don't have an issue killing the enemy. They may not like it, but they do it when they have to. Dumbledore is saying, do not kill under any circumstances. We can't win. Not like that. I'm not talking about using the killing curse, but we need to strike back and put them on the defensive. I know. Moody and I have had this discussion with him already, several times. He refuses to move on it. Maybe you should start your own faction. We'll join you, and I think Moody will as well. Remus will probably join as well. Harry mused. I'll think about it. If Amelia is in charge, then I'm sure the Aurors will be functioning properly and a new group may not be needed. What else is happening with the Order? If you can tell me. You know who hasn't made any movements at all that we're aware of? Snape hasn't been summoned since the Ministry. Amelia has been totally amazing. She had the Death Eaters we captured at the Ministry under Veritaserum the next day while Fudge was still recovering from having seen you-know-who in person. She used the information and had several people in the Ministry arrested that day. She's also had several more marked Death Eaters picked up in Diagon Alley, Hogsmeade, and in the Ministry itself. She's being very closed-mouthed as to how they were found, though. She just grins a lot when people ask. Harry grinned at that. That's the grin. What do you know? Kingsley demanded. A few things, but that one I'm not permitted to share. Keep your secrets then. About the only other thing is Dumbledore's insistence that we all find you as soon as possible. I think he's too focused on you. Molly's having a meltdown on your and Ginny's whereabouts. We're also having to meet at Hogwarts. Until we know who owns headquarters, Dumbledore has decided that it's unsafe to use. So no one's there? Harry asked. Only Creature. Harry nodded. Thanks. Do you know who owns it now? Hestia asked. The grin returned. Hestia rolled her eyes. I can see we won't get anything out of you. Just wait till we start training you, we'll get out of you even if we have to torture you. Bring it on. Harry challenged. Don't worry, we will. Hestia rose. See you tomorrow. You should know that Dumbledore's probably going to start visiting your friends and asking them for your whereabouts. He will probably find you tomorrow or Tuesday. I knew he would find me eventually. I just wanted to be protected when he did. Be careful if you leave the wards. If you want an escort, just flow one of us. Amelia has put us at your disposal for the time being. Kingsley rose. Thanks. If I feel I need it I will. See you both tomorrow. Harry bid the Aurors farewell. Lichtend wandered over. Success. They're all ecstatic about the world room. Thank you for allowing me to make this a reality. Thank you for providing me with this magnificent room. Want to make another? Lichtend started and stared at Harry. Are you serious? I know we talked about it earlier but this is only a temporary home for me. When things are better I'll either move into a home I own or have a new one built. Harry explained. May I suggest building a new house? I doubt you will find what you want in any existing house. And provide you with another large contract. Harry raised an eyebrow. I'd never do that to a master warrior. It's just that you provide the most interesting challenges. Lichtend assured Harry. Harry chuckled. I'll try and continue to provide those challenges. We must be off. I know that the assessor is itching to start your training. Thank you for everything. I hope to see you again soon. Harry bowed to the goblin. Lichtend bowed back. And you as well. Goodbye. The goblin delegation left. The assessor came over. We'd better start your training session. You have a dueling room. Yes. We're not going to train here. Harry asked. Later, when I work out how to utilize it correctly. The early stages of training are better done in a standard room anyway. Harry nodded. One moment. I have one thing I need to do before I change, then I'll be right with you. Harry jogged over to where the girls were chatting and pulled Tracy and Ginny aside. I have something for you two to think about as the potential future Lady Malfoy and Lady Black. Mrs. Tonks just told me that her sister Narcissa Malfoy is staying with her. Apparently if we can get her on our side she can be very loyal. Do we want her on our side? Ginny asked. I don't know yet, but if she does join us she would make a good proxy for the Malfoy family on the Wizengamot and protect Tracis family. Okay. Ginny nodded. We'll get to work on it. Can we include the others? Yeah, if you want. Thanks. Harry left with the assessor for the dueling room. How are Mrs. Tonks and Mrs. Malfoy related? Isn't Mrs. Tonks that Auror's mother? He heard Tracy ask Ginny as he left. They're sisters, along with Bellatrix Lestrange. They were all blacks. Ginny explained to her. Ouch. Tracy winced. Harry showed the assessor to the dueling room, then dove up to his bedroom to change into clothing more appropriate for exercising and returned to the dueling room, locking the door behind them so they wouldn't be disturbed. The assessor pulled out a bag and removed a pair of large knives and a sword. All right Harry, these are training weapons. They're blunt and weighted so you will have to work harder to control them properly. I assume that means that it will be easier to control the real weapons. Harry commented. Yes, you will need to adjust for the weight difference but it will be easier. Harry nodded. You already have your sword, I will bring the knives when you are ready for them. I actually was going to have a couple made. I just need some designs. I can bring some pictures next time if you like. Who are you going to get to make them? The Greengrasses. They do good enchantment but they are not particularly good at working metal. The knives aren't going to be made of metal. Basilisk tooth. Good guess. The assessor nodded. A good idea, especially if they retain the basilisk venom. Still, I will still supply a pair of goblin-made knives as well. A second set will not go amiss. You may even want to consider a second sword. You never know when you might need a spare. I'll keep that in mind. Where do we start? Where we'll always start, with what you should already know. Now, show me. Harry nodded and picked up the practice sword. He took the ready position and took a breath to relax himself. He began the routines he had been taught a few days before. Move flowed into move as he relaxed. He finished before he was even aware of it. Very good. You are picking this up quicker than I expected. You are relaxing into the movements, which is very good. There are no real flaws in your stance or moves, all that you now need is to practice them. Thank you. The assessor shrugged. I only showed you the way, you took it with both hands. I'm glad you are putting so much effort into this. Let's move on to something new. The assessor began showing Harry a series of new moves for both the sword and knives. Harry proved that his ability to learn the moves quickly last time wasn't a fluke as he just soaked up the new moves and combinations. Impressive, you really have a talent for this. The assessor complimented Harry. I will assess your progress next week. If you are still Progressing this well, then I think we can start sparring. That will be interesting. Indeed. We will see if my old joints can keep up with a youngster like you. The old goblin chuckled. Don't worry, I think you'll be able to beat me just fine. So do I. It will be interesting to see how long it lasts. If you can apply what you learn as well as you learn it, then you are going to be very dangerous very quickly. Thank you. I'll see you next week. Continue practicing. Harry escorted the old goblin out, watching him vanish through the flow. Now to find everyone else. Harry murmured to himself. He looked in the world room, but they had already left the picnic site. He looked in all the other rooms downstairs but still found no sign of them. Moving upstairs, he was checking the library and study when he saw Hannah down the other end of the corridor outside the room next to Hermione's and Ginny's. Hey Hannah, he called. I've been looking for you lot everywhere. Hi Harry. We've been decorating our rooms. Your rooms? Harry raised his eyebrows. Yeah, we pick out some rooms for when we stay over. This one is Daphne's and Tracis. Susan and I are across the hall. Padma is next door to us. Luna picked the room opposite Hermione and Ginny. How are they looking? Harry moved closer to look in the room. They pinched your color. Huh. Harry finally managed to look in the room. That looks a familiar color. The green they used was the same as the feature wall in his room. We wanted a green and that was a nice one. Tracy replied absently as she contemplated the location of a desk. More to the left. Daphne nodded and waved her wand, shifting the desk. I think we've got it. Daphne nodded. Can you hurry up and get the rest of your furniture conjured? We need Winky. Hannah asked the two Slytherins. Okay, Winky, this bed, and these sets of drawers. Tracy and Daphne indicated the pictures in the catalog. Winky waved her hands and the indicated furniture appeared. Come on Winky. Hannah led the happy elf out of the room and across the hall. I assume Dobby is with Luna and Padma then. Harry commented. Luna. They seem to have found common ground in their odd views. Oh Lord. I dread to think what they will come up with. Harry covered his eyes. I'm definitely avoiding that room. Tracy commented absently as she moved her bed across the room. I'll leave you two to it. I'm really of no use to you with this sort of thing. Harry headed for the door. And you need a shower. Tracy tossed a gentle grin his way. Harry looked in on Hannah and Susan and watched for a moment as they worked with Winky to alter the color scheme of the room. Moving back to Padma's room, he saw Hermione assisting Padma to move the furniture around. Interesting, you can tell which house everyone belongs to. Tracy and Daphne have a green feature wall. Hannah and Susan have a yellow theme and Padma has blue trim. We like to remain true to who we are. Our houses are a part of what makes us, us. Padma replied as she walked around a dressing table, considering how it fit in with everything else. True. Just out of curiosity, why are you and Luna in your own rooms and everyone else is sharing? Everyone except me has their own rooms at home and only share at Hogwarts, not quite the same environment. I have always shared with Parvati. It's nice to have a bit of space just for me. Padma shrugged. In any case, 3 in a room would be a little tight and I don't know if I could survive sharing with Luna, as much as I like her. What's Luna's excuse for her own room? She is your sister, not a wife. Hermione replied. Fair enough. Harry took a deep breath. I suppose I should go and look in on Luna. Is Ginny with her? Yes. She is probably the only person who can withstand close one-on-one contact with her for long periods. True. I like Luna and I'm happy and proud to call her my sister, but I do need a little space to process sometimes. Good luck. Ginny probably needs rescuing, so you had better hurry. Hermione grinned at him. Harry growled at her but left and headed down the corridor. He reached the last pair of bedroom doors before his own at the end of the hall. He braced himself and took another deep breath before pushing the door open. He was greeted by a riot of color. He stepped inside and looked around. Luna, Ginny and Dobby were cheerfully rearranging furniture into odd locations. The room and contents lacked any sort of symmetry. Harry was overwhelmed by the room as he looked around at the flowing irregular features. Then it shifted, a rhythm emerged pulsing. Harry could feel his pulse slowing to match the rhythm of the room and his body began relaxing. Harry actually felt happier as he looked around. Wow, he finally managed to articulate. Cool, isn't it? Ginny grinned. It takes a minute, but once you get the feel of the room it's just amazing. I love it. I think I'll be visiting you often. I feel so relaxed in here. Harry praised Luna. Luna squealed in delight and engulfed Harry in a hug. Visit as often as you want, big sis. I can put a bed in here for you so you can sleep over if you want. Thanks. You can sleep over sometimes too, if you want. I will, for a little while at least. I don't think that you will want your little sister in the same bed when you are with one of your wives. Ginny giggled. She has a point. Harry blushed at the thought. Still, having a sleepover would be fun. I enjoyed last night. Ginny mused. You had a sleepover. Without me. You big meanie. Luna pouted. It wasn't like that, Luna. I had just learnt something disturbing and was really upset, so Hermione brought our blankets into Harry's room and we bundled up in them on Harry's bed. Ginny explained. Oh, are you okay? Luna looked worried. Yeah, I'll be okay. Ginny reassured her Ravenclaw friend. Okay, I'm glad to hear it. Luna turned back to Harry. You've had a look, now shoo so we can finish. Harry grinned. Okay. Have fun. Leaving the room, Harry shook his head. Luna was unique. There was no other way to describe her. The effect of Luna's room had left him feeling energetic, too energetic to sit and read. After a quick shower, he retrieved his broom from his room, he shouldered it and headed back down the corridor, listening to girls discuss how to arrange everything. Hermione noticed as he went past. How was it? Surprising. It throws you off balance initially, but if you relax and try not to fight the room, then after a minute you adjust and the room just revitalizes you. 5 minutes in there and I feel like a new man. Woman. Hermione teased. I'll have to check it out. I was expecting a total disaster. It may look that way, but it's incredible well done. Of course, it's still totally Luna. I never expected otherwise. Enjoy your flight. Hermione waved him away. Returning to the world room, Harry mounted his broom and took to the air. He flew through the forest, dodging the trees until he burst out the other side and found himself near the Hogsmeade replica. He grinned and swooped down an alley and out on the main street of the empty village before following the twists and turns of the road to the castle. Over the open drawbridge and through the portcullis, Harry came to a halt and looked at the mechanisms to raise and lower them both. The small courtyard ended with the inner wall carved directly into the mountain side. Harry slowly floated through the inner gate and saw the tunnels off to either side to allow access to the wall and the towers. The inner room disappeared into the darkness, forcing Harry to light his wand to continue in. The room ended with a small door on the side of the end wall, nearly lost as it was blended into the wall, disguising it. Harry wouldn't have missed. Curious, Harry opened the door and floated down the tunnel behind it. The tunnel had slightly rough walls but was well made. It was a goblin tunnel. Harry remembered that Licton had mentioned putting some in the mountain and figured that this must be one end of the underground complex. He continued down the tunnel for what felt like an age, following the odd twists and turns, until side tunnels began branching off the either side. Harry stuck to the main tunnel, to prevent himself getting lost. He knew that, with some preparation, it would be a lot of fun exploring the tunnels on foot with the girls. Licton had not indicated a size of the tunnel system, nor had he provided a plan. They would have to make one themselves, but that could be a lot of fun, even if they had to camp in here for a night. He would have to remember to mention it to the girls and see who would be interested. The tunnel ended suddenly with small branches off to either side. Harry was tempted to risk exploring further but decided against it in case he couldn't find his way out again. He flipped his broom around and returned the way he came. Holding his lit wand against his broom, he leant against the broom and pushed his speed until he was swooping around corners like he was chasing a snitch. Light grew in the distance, signaling the end of the tunnel. He killed his speed as he left the tunnel so he could close the door behind him, then flew out of the inner gate and out into the open air. Following the mountain range back around towards the ski field, Harry kept an eye out for another entrance to the goblins' tunnels but failed to spot anything. If there was one, they would find it from the inside. It would be a good exercise in exploring unknown buildings and they could practice searching for hidden areas. Harry was nearly bouncing in anticipation and he flew back to the 19th hole to leave the room. Harry ran upstairs and called for everyone to join him. "What is it, Harry?" Hannah asked as they all assembled. "I found a tunnel that leads to an underground complex under the mountain." Licton mentioned he would add a goblin-style structure under there, but he never provided any plans for them. "I thought that we could brush up on spells to help in searching, mapping, finding hidden rooms and areas and stuff and make a trip out of it. We may need to spend the night in there, but it could be really exciting." A real adventure, but without the nasty creature or dark wizard waiting at the end. That sounds like fun, Ginny commented thoughtfully. We should do it. Yeah, Hermione added. It will be a great learning experience too. A good way to practice as well. I'm in, Daphne agreed. All in favor say, aye, Susan said. Aye. 8 voices chorused. The ayes have it. When shall we do it? Susan finished. We need to learn the spells first, but then we can go anytime. Tracy said. I think a Friday after lunch would be best. I have stuff to do on weekday mornings, so my biggest gap of free time will be Friday lunchtime until Sunday lunchtime. Harry said. We can work around that. Hermione replied, deep in thought. We need to discuss what we are all going to work on at some point today. I thought that the best way to cover as much as possible would be for each of us to take a few subjects or items and learn them, then teach them to everyone else. That way we're not all repeating the same things. That sounds good. It's a good place to start. Daphne agreed. We can build a list and split it up a little later, once we have finished here. Padma added. Meet in Harry's room in half an hour. That should give us a couple of hours before we all have to leave. The others agreed and returned to their rooms to quickly finish up. Harry returned to his own room and got back into his animagus notes. He was nearly finished and wanted to get into the training. He knew from his reading though that you couldn't rush anything and there were a number of risks when practicing the transformation where you could get stuck halfway. It didn't sound pleasant, but he understood what the book was saying. Care must be taken. Harry finished his notes with time to spare. Closing the book, he lay back on his bed thinking. Last night had been interesting, sleeping with Hermione and Ginny so close by. It had felt nice. If only it hadn't been because Ginny had been so upset. Lucius Malfoy had a lot to answer for. Harry jerked upright. He was onto something. Ginny and Luna arrived and greeted him. Shut up a second. I need to think. Harry cut them off abruptly. Ginny was about to protest, but Luna stopped her. She was looking at Harry intently, almost seeing the wheels turning in his head as he struggled to catch the stray thought that had occurred to him. He wouldn't say that unless it was important. Luna reassured Ginny. Dobby, can you conjure some chairs for us please? The house elf complied silently. Thanks Dobby. Luna thanked him quietly. Can you let the others know to be quiet when they come in? Dobby can do that, then Dobby will get refreshments. Dobby vanished. The other girls joined then a minute later, forewarned by Dobby to remain quiet. What's going on? Hermione whispered to Ginny. Harry's onto something important. Luna answered. Harry looked up and saw the girls had assembled. Help me out. The diary was a Horcrux created by Voldemort. Malfoy gave it to Ginny. How did Malfoy get it? Hermione gasped. I never considered that. Could he have found it? It was a Muggle diary. He would have no interest in it. Ginny countered. True. Daphne agreed. A Horcrux may safeguard someone's life, but they also have to be protected. So you know who gave it to Malfoy for safekeeping? Tracy asked. Probably. Daphne agreed. The girls moved over and joined Harry on his bed and settled down comfortably. But if I read your research correctly, they are also a weak point. Voldemort doesn't trust anyone that much. He would never allow anyone to control anything that could be used against him. Harry queried. So Malfoy didn't know what he had. Susan shrugged. He must have known that it was important. You know who wouldn't just give a Muggle diary to him for a joke? Padma added. So Voldemort gave it to Malfoy and told him to keep it as safe as possible. Malfoy would know better to ask questions, and the diary would have been well protected anyway, so he probably couldn't figure out what it was. Harry summarized. That sounds about right. Hermione agreed. Daphne, you are sure that he would have had to have more than one Horcrux? Harry asked. Pretty sure. It's the only thing that makes sense. The only way he could have come back after the diary was destroyed. Daphne replied. Could he have given the other Horcruxes to some of his other Inner Circle members? Harry finally found the point he had trying to find. The Lestrange and Black families were big supporters. Perhaps they were trusted enough to receive a Horcrux to guard. Susan said. Where would they hide it? Hannah asked. I think Malfoy had it in his own home. A Gringotts vault is another possibility. Harry replied in thought. We have several detection spells. All we need to do is search all the house and vaults belonging to the Black and Lestrange families. Daphne said. How many houses and vaults are there? 3 vaults and about a dozen houses. Harry answered. That would probably only take a few days, if the Aurors come with us to help with any traps. Daphne finished. If Bill can come along that would be useful. Ginny added. Who's Bill? Daphne asked. My oldest brother. Ginny replied. He works as a curse breaker for Gringotts. Then he should come, if he can. Daphne nodded. I can ask Tapstone if I can hire him for a couple of days. Harry added. Excellent. Now we were going to plan how we are going to proceed with our study plans. Daphne changed the topic with a clap of her hands. Harry, Ginny and I have each picked a different topic. I looked at warding and ward breaking. Harry has been working on the animagus process and Ginny has gone through our old textbooks and pulled out any spells that may be useful and suggest how we could use them in new and unusual ways. Hermione started. I've been looking at medical spells and potions. Tracy spoke up. I remembered Harry's interest in the animagus transformation, so I have been looking at the processes for reversing transfigurations and other similar afflictions. I appreciate that, Harry commented to her. I was concerned after reading about what could go wrong, though it did have some suggested cures. You're welcome, Tracy smiled. I've been looking through Indian magic for anything interesting. Padma said. I was researching the oath we made. There are a few interesting things in there. We may be able to use it to our advantage. When we learn how to use it fully, we will be able to share magic, emotions, we may even be able to communicate through it, but I'm not sure. Hermione has my notes. Susan contributed. I found out how you know who prevented himself from dying. I also found several spells and methods to find and destroy them. Daphne said. Which is where all the Horcrux information came from. I was looking into potions that may be useful. Hannah added. I've found a few and am compiling a list of ingredients. Luna looked around and slumped. I wasn't able to start researching anything. I dug out some books on runes, but my father was packing for a trip to follow up on a dribbling Blingslinger sighting in Spain. I was too busy helping him. That's okay. Are you home alone then? Harry asked. Just for the next 2 weeks. I'm used to it, so you don't need to worry about me. Even so, you have a room here, feel free to use it whenever you want. Harry assured her. Thanks. Luna smiled finally. So where do we go from here? Hannah asked. Well, Daphne and I need new topics to research. Susan said. I have 3 Aurors training me in dueling. I will train all of you personally. Harry stated. Why aren't we joining you in your lessons? Susan asked. They wanted to just focus on me. They also think that it would be good for me to teach what I learn. Harry replied. Okay. You can practice on us and prepare for the DA next year. Susan agreed. I would still like to join you though. There's no harm in extra practice. Will we be allowed to join the DA? Daphne asked. Yeah, I don't have a problem. Some of the existing members might though. Harry shrugged. Slytherins are not too popular, but we can change that. I hope so. Tracy sighed. With Malfoy gone, we have a chance to give people a better impression, and maybe give the Slytherins a chance to choose a path other than being into you-know-who. I hope we can. Harry looked down. I really don't want to have to face down my own classmates. Think about how we can do it and we'll come up with something. Tracy and Daphne nodded. We need people to come up with new spells. Hermione said. Are you two interested in working together on that? Susan and Daphne exchanged a glance and a nod. I think we will be fine. We will need to spend a lot of time here. Susan replied for them both. Not a problem, Harry assured them. I think that we should all have at least one other person assisting whatever topic we choose. Hermione began. Someone who can share in our knowledge and back us up. That's a good idea, Tracy commented. I could probably use the support with healing. So who are we matched with? Ginny asked. I think Harry should back me up on the warding, or maybe the other way round. We just found out that the Potter were a family of warders. Didn't you know that? Tracy asked. No, no one had told me. No one thinks to tell me anything like this. Harry grumped. Did you know that I have an affinity with warding? I can feel the wards around the property. I could feel them from half a mile away, like I was standing next to them even though they are masked. That is impressive. Daphne gasped. You don't do anything by half, do you? No, apparently not. Harry takes the lead with dueling and assists in warding. Who wants to assist in dueling? Hermione returned the conversation to the correct topic. I'm in, Ginny stated immediately. Me too, Susan added. Is there enough room for me as well? Daphne asked. I hope so, because I want in too. Luna replied. Not a problem. Thanks, all of you. Harry answered. I think we should all study it to some degree, but if you four want to put some more work, that would be great. I'm not talking about more work. I'm talking about real effort. I'm talking about being able to stand next to you while you fight. Ginny argued with him. But you won't be safe, you could get hurt. Harry countered. So, that is my choice. Don't take it away from me. Ginny came back at him. But, Harry sighed. You're right. I'm going to work you into the ground. I'm going to make you regret this decision. If it increases my ability to help you and survive, then bring it on. Ginny glared at him. I'll see if you four can join in my sessions with the Aurors. Harry said. Tracy, you're pretty good at potions, aren't you? Hannah asked. Yes, why? We pair up, you help me with potions and I help you with healing. Tracy considered it, then nodded. Okay. You and me. Actually. Daphne started thoughtfully. If I swap with Ginny on the spell creation, I can work with Luna on the runes and we can start enchanting items for our use. What do you want me to do? Padma asked. I'm not going to need much more time researching the Indian spells before I can turn my results over to Susan and Ginny. We need to do a lot of research on Muggle equipment and weapons to see if there are any that could be of use to us. Hermione said. We also need spells for exploration, finding hidden areas and such. I can hunt those down and I am happy to assist with the Muggle research. Padma settled down, happy. Is there anything that we have missed? Harry asked. Curse breaking. Do you think Bill would teach us that? Hermione turned to Ginny. We can ask. I think he will though. Who will he be teaching? Ginny responded. Me, Harry, Who else is interested? I would like to. Padma spoke up. I'm in as well. Susan stated. It will help when I join the Aurors. Is there room for one more? Ginny asked. Of course. Harry replied. Glad to have you. So we have a plan of attack. We're all agreed. Hermione asked. Harry and the other girls nodded. Excellent. Now planning our exploration of the tunnels, when are we going to do it? Hermione floated the question. Can we be ready by this Friday? Harry asked. Possibly, but I can't guarantee it. Padma replied. I'm not sure that I'll have found all the necessary spells by then. I'll need to do some hunting. If you need to buy any books, let me know. Harry told her. Actually, I have a better idea. Padma responded. Could you make some money available to Flourish and Blots for any books that I or any of the others need? How about I chuck 1,000 or 2,000 galleons at them and just buy as many books as possible? Harry suggested. You could do that. We may find some books in Nocturne Alley as well though. Daphne replied. That will make my Auror escort happy. Let's just take a nice stroll down the one alley that holds the majority of the people who want to kill me. Harry said dryly. It'll be fine. Daphne replied. We may be able to find someone to look on our behalf. If you can think of someone, then let me know. Harry replied. Daphne nodded. How are we going to plan this exploration? Hermione asked. Do we take it in stages or all in one hit? All in one hit, Hannah asked. We stay in the tunnels until we finish exploring them, camping overnight if we have to. Hermione explained. That could be fun. Ginny commented. If you know who does have multiple Horcruxes, we will have to find all of them before he can be defeated. This could be good practice for that. We can find out what we need to learn in a safe environment. Susan agreed. Agreed then. All in one hit it is. Hannah stated. I have a question about the oath we took. Tracy spoke up. What is it actually going to do to us? I don't know exactly. Susan replied. I don't think that it'll force you to fall in love with Harry, if that's what you're worried about. It was actually, but what can we expect? I think that it'll encourage you to act on what you do feel and may enhance those feelings, but it won't make you feel anything new. What can we expect? From my research, I think that the worst we can expect is that we lose some of our inhibitions. Lose our inhibitions? You had better do better than that. Tracy glared at Harry. What are you glaring at me for? Harry asked. I don't know, I just feel like it. I think that you will need to spend a lot more time around Harry before you will notice anything. I think that we will just find that we find ourselves acting on our attraction to Harry even if he remains a girl, and we will probably lose any issues we have with having to share him with each other. The oath has a minor part which was to promote harmony in the family. Susan explained. Will we lose any of our free will? Daphne asked. No. Just some inhibitions. It is possible that once, if we become fully intimate with Harry, we will have few, if any, problems with the presence of each other. It is possible that we may enjoy it. Susan flushed brightly. So not only will we become happy snogging Harry while he is still a girl, we may become happy snogging each other. Tracy summarized. It's a possibility. I don't know for certain. Susan replied. Hermione and Ginny will feel any effects first due their continual closeness with Harry and that they probably have the strongest feelings towards him of all of us. So if you two start feeling the urge to snog each other, you'll let us know. Tracy asked the two Gryffindor girls. The two girls blushed at the accusation. Certainly. Ginny tried to rally herself. How would you like me to inform you? A nice peck on the cheek, or should I just start feeling you up? The other girls started laughing as Tracy glared at the younger girl before giving in. Sorry, I took that a bit too far. It's okay. This is an odd situation for all of us. I actually find it reassuring that we can be assured that any feeling we develop towards Harry are coming from something real and natural. You're right. I'm focusing on the negatives too much. If we all stay with Harry, then knowing that we will all get along with each other is reassuring. Although I'm not sure I am comfortable with the idea of ing other girls. It sounds like by the time that comes up you may have changed your mind. Daphne grinned. Shut up, Daph. Tracy shot back. Daphne just laughed at her friend. Come here and give me a hug, cutie. You try ing me and I'll slap you. Tracy told her friend but accepted the hug. Is there anything else? Harry asked. We have Susan's notes on the oath and Daphne's notes on the Horcruxes. Are there any other notes that have been finished, and are they going to be available to all of us? Padma asked. I have finished my notes on the Animagus transformation. I'll put those in the library when we have finished with them. I'm not sure about the notes on the oath and Horcruxes. I think those should be kept in a safer location. If you want to read them, just let me know. Do you have a private library hidden away? Daphne asked. Somewhere that very few people would know about, let alone actually see. If I did, do you think I would admit it? I don't, by the way, but it is a good idea. Harry replied. A nice Slytherin answer. I couldn't tell if you were lying or not. Daphne grinned, trying to get a rise out of him. It was the Sorting Hat's first choice for me. Harry replied. There was a dead silence. You were almost sorted into Slytherin. Daphne asked. What happened? I'd already met Malfoy and been told Slytherins are bad, so I argued with the Sorting Hat until it put me in another house. Harry shrugged. I never knew it was even possible to argue with the Sorting Hat. Padma commented. True, but since when does that mean anything when Harry is involved? Susan responded. Gee, thanks. You make it sound like I rewrite the laws of magic or something. Harry complained. If the shoe fits. Susan shrugged. The other girls just laughed. What time is it? Do we have time to start looking at the Animagus transformation? Harry asked. We have time for a quick overview. Hermione replied, checking her watch. Okay. If everyone else is interested. Harry looked at the others. What are the advantages of becoming an Animagus? Tracy asked. I know that there are several dreadful ways it can go wrong. Your senses get a boost, which helps in a number of ways. Dueling is what I'm interested in. Depending of your form, you could get a boost in stealth, mobility, or combat ability. Some forms can be a useful disguise as well. Sounds good. Daphne answered. What do we do? First we need a potion to find our form, then we practice the transformation, which is the time-consuming part. If we take the potion and don't like our form. Tracy started. You don't have to proceed. The only risk is in getting stuck in a partial transformation. Harry assured her. Do you have the potion ingredient list? Hannah asked. I can get the potion made. We take it and then decide who is or isn't going to proceed. That sounds good. Do you want any help? Hermione agreed. Thanks. Tracy, you want in too. I'm supposed to be helping you with the potions, and this one sounds interesting. Tracy replied. Harry was copying the list onto a fresh piece of paper. When he finished, he handed it over. Is this okay? Harry asked. Hannah looked it over and nodded. This is fine. Shall we call it a day then? Susan asked. It's getting late. Yeah. When do we meet again? Padma asked. The Aurors will be here for training at 10 a.m. for those who are interested. Harry said. Daphne, Luna and Susan nodded. Are we doing anything tomorrow afternoon? Tracy asked. We do need to go to Diagon Alley and Gringotts. We can look for books and ask for some of Bill's time. I can have a look through my vaults as well. Harry said. 1 p.m. okay to meet. I think that will be okay. Harry looked around the other girls. Anyone have any problems with that? There were no replies. Agreed then. Have a good evening and I will see you all tomorrow. Harry, Hermione and Ginny walked with the others to the entrance hall and bid them a final farewell and watched as they stepped into the fireplace to leave. Daphne, wait a sec. Harry called just before the Slytherin girl stepped through the flow. Yeah, Harry. She turned back to look at him. Can you ask your father for information about the teeth he was going to turn into weapons? I need sizes and numbers so we can find some designs. I think we'll need them sooner rather than later. Daphne nodded. I'll see if he has some designs as well. It might speed things up. I'll also get back to you on the occlumency lessons as well. Thanks, Daphne. She flashed a grin at him. Not a problem, Harry. See you tomorrow. She waved and stepped through the flow. She's really interesting. I think I'm really beginning to like her. Ginny commented. I agree. Harry shook his head. I'd never have expected that a Slytherin would have such a sense of humor. Neither. But she is a true Slytherin. Yes, she is. But she could easily fit into any of the other houses. Harry paused. I wonder what life would have been like if I had just accepted the Sorting Hat's decision to put me in Slytherin. Would we still be friends? Hermione asked. I don't know. I hope so, but it wouldn't have been so easy. There's too much tension or outright hostility between the houses. Something to work on next year. Ginny rubbed her hands together in anticipation. Excellent. Let's go see how long dinner will be. Harry started for the door. Hermione, I'm very impressed. Harry said as they walked into Hermione's home to find her parents. Why? You didn't try to get in on everything that was going on. Hermione growled at him and swatted his arm gently, then relented. I was tempted, but I know that I have a tendency to be overbearing. I let some of the others take the lead where their talents lie. Hermione smirked. Of course, that doesn't mean that I won't be trying to learn as much as possible. Save some time to teach me about runes and warding. Sure, I'll dig out my books on runes. If you work really hard, you may be able to take the ancient runes L before school starts. It would be nice to have you in another class with me. If I can, it would be nice to drop divination. Harry grinned. Just do your best. Hermione smiled. If I work really hard in the dueling training, do you think I could join your Dada class? Ginny asked. I don't know. We could send an L to Professor McGonagall and see what she thinks. Hermione replied. You would have to pass your Dada Owl if nothing else. Okay. I'll try my best. Maybe I could pass Charms and Transfiguration as well. Ginny commented thoughtfully. Good luck. Harry told her as they entered the kitchen to see Daniel and Emily preparing dinner. Hello you three. Is it just you for dinner or are some of your friends staying over? Emily greeted her daughter and her friends. Hi Mum. It's just us. Sorry we weren't able to help with dinner. Hermione greeted her. Don't worry about it. It has been a rather hectic day for you. Oh, and you don't have to worry about doing the dishes afterwards either. Your father will be doing them for a few days. What did you do this time? Hermione asked. This is about the golf course. Daniel replied. I should help. Then, Harry started. Did you propose the idea or did he? Emily asked him. He raised it, but it was why I started thinking in the direction that got me the world room. Harry tried to explain. That is not the issue. He should not have asked you for that. Emily countered. However well it may have turned out. It is only because turned out so well that he got off so lightly. Emily returned her attention to the vegetables she was cutting, and then paused and pointed her knife at Harry to emphasize her words. Don't you even think about trying to help him or asking one of your house elves to help him? Yes ma'am. Harry very nearly saluted. Good boy. Emily returned to her chopping. So that's where she gets it from. Harry murmured to himself. Who gets what from? Ginny asked, having managed to overhear Harry. Harry wasn't sure how to answer that. It's just that Hermione has occasionally displayed a directness that can be disconcerting. Now I know where she gets it from. Who has she been threatening? Emily asked with a sigh. Mum, Hermione complained. Well, she threatens me and Ron regularly regarding her school work, but we deserve that. Harry replied diplomatically. Emily just kept looking at him in silence. Harry shrugged, trying not to let the stare affect him. What? It's true. I'm sure it is, but it's what you aren't telling me that I want to know. And you will tell me, it's just a matter of when. The sooner you tell me, the less trouble you will be in. Oh, well, in that case. There was an incident at the end of first year where Hermione just paralyzed Neville while Ron and I were trying to persuade him to move out of the way. And she decked Malfoy in third year without warning, although come to think of it I seem to remember now that she had him cowering in fear first. I thought he was going to wet himself. Harry grinned in recollection. Well, I am most disappointed in you, Hermione. I hoped you apologized to Neville. Emily scolded. Yes, Mum. Straight away. It was a proper and honest apology. Hermione said. Good, now come here and let me give you a hug for smacking that snotty little brat. Hermione complied. Well, are there any other good deeds that need rewarding? Emily asked, releasing her daughter. Probably. Hermione replied. Harry does a good deed every year, usually at great personal risk. That sounds like it deserves a hug. Come here, Harry. Emily reached out to him. Harry didn't move until Hermione pushed him forward into her mother's arms. Emily quickly enfolded Harry into a firm hug. I get the feeling that he has saved your life. She looked at Hermione over Harry's shoulder. Once or twice. Hermione replied. Emily's hug firmed. Thank you for looking out for my daughter. She whispered into his ear. Harry stood there frozen by the motherly attention. Slowly he relaxed into the hug and tentatively reached his arms around her. Emily didn't release him until after he was finally hugging her back firmly. I'm not sure I deserve that. So much of the danger she has been in has been because of me. Harry looked at his feet. I think you overestimate your level of responsibility. Emily countered. You didn't create or cause any of these events to occur. You simply end up getting involved. Hermione would be there regardless. It's the downside of raising a daughter who so strongly believes in doing what's right. Still, Harry started. Shut up, Harry. Emily smiled at him fondly. But, Harry kept trying. Shut up, Harry. Emily was joined by both Hermione and Ginny this time. Hermione and Ginny grabbed Harry from either side and hugged him. Harry stayed shut up this time. Good boy. Ginny patted him on the head. Harry glared at her while the others laughed. Hermione pulled them both out of the room. Come on, let's set the table, she said between chuckles. Dinner was a buoyant affair as they discussed their favorite areas of the world room. Everyone had a favorite area, but they were all highly enthused to explore the room further. After dinner the three Gryffindors retired to Harry's room, and while Ginny kept working through their old textbooks, Hermione began teaching Harry ancient runes. Harry proved to be a surprisingly good student, picking up the subject with surprising ease. Harry, have you been holding back on me? Hermione asked. I don't think so. I just seem to be able to pick this up easily. Harry looked as surprised as the others. Do you think this has to do with your affinity to warding? Ginny asked. I don't know. Harry shrugged. I just seem to be able to focus better. I found the same thing while I was working on the Animagus notes. Do you think that what happened to you has something to do with it? Hermione asked. Possibly. I can't think of anything else that may have provoked such a change in me. It will be interesting to see what other effects this has had on you. Hermione commented. Harry rolled his eyes. This among so many other things. That's just one of many reasons why we love you so much. Ginny grinned. Well, I'm glad to see it's had some sort of positive effect. Harry collapsed back on the bed. This morning started the beginning of Harry's new training regime. He dragged himself from his bed and changed into a running outfit and slid his new martial arts GI and the money he had set aside into a bag along with his wand. Getting some water and some fruit to snack on, he headed out the door. The crisp morning air woke him as he jogged to the school for his first martial arts lesson. Harry didn't have to wait long. A car pulled and John Adams got out carrying a few items. Good morning, Miss Potter. He called. You preferred Harry, didn't you? Harry nodded. Yes. Good morning, Mr. Adams. Thank you for doing this. Call me John, except during lessons when you're to call me Sensei. Yes, Sensei. John smiled. Did you get your GI? Yes, I don't know how to put it on though. They are a bit tricky if you don't know how. John chuckled. That's the first lesson. Thank you. Harry pulled out the GI from his bag, along with the envelope of money. Here's your fee. Harry handed the envelope over. Checking it, John's eyebrows shot to his hairline. I didn't expect you to pay everything up front. I had the money, so it's not a problem. Well, thank you. You're welcome. John instructed Harry on how to put the GI on properly, chuckling as Harry fumbled with the ties. Now we have that sorted, show me how much you have been practicing your first kata. Harry nodded and took up the stance he had been shown. He flowed through the movements, feeling the familiar relaxation come over him. He was careful, however, not to connect with his body's energy. Something he had been practicing after scaring Ginny and Hermione. Very good, you pick things up quickly. John complimented. I've been told that. You didn't create any wind this time. I scared a couple of friends the other day so I practiced, I suppose, turning it on or off. Very good. That's actually the first step. You have to be in control of your abilities. The next step is calling it up at will. We'll work on that later, always start with the basics. They are the foundations of everything. Most students ignore the basics in favor of more advanced techniques, but it's the basics that are the key to everything. Harry nodded. I understand. Good. Now, I'll be teaching hand-to-hand as well as both sword and staff. We will spend 3 days on hand-to-hand and a day each on sword and staff. Can I have an extra day on sword, if possible? Harry asked. Maybe later on. The sword and staff use the hand-to-hand as a basis, so it's better to spend more time on hand-to-hand now. Okay. Good. Now, you have the first kata down, let's move on. We'll start the next kata later, and try to keep the wind to a minimum, we will work on that later. First you need to learn how to move and fall without hurting yourself. John began teaching Harry several individual moves and later, katas. Harry watched intently and mimicked the moves exactly, to his sensei's approval, though not with picking up a few bruises. You're taking to this like a duck to water. John commented a while later. It's like you were born to study martial arts. Knowing my luck I probably was. Harry murmured dryly. Let's work on your special ability. I'm impressed that you've managed to avoid using it so far. Now, let's see if you can use it when you want. We'll start with you using it while practicing Yukata, the same way you did last week. Harry nodded and took the ready stance. Beginning the kata he tapped into the energy he had felt. He tried to keep his eyes open so that he could see the effect, he wasn't disappointed. The winds he stirred up grew with each repetition of the kata until he could see his sensei struggling to keep his footing. Stopping, the winds died rapidly. Well, I can see why you scared your friends. That was impressive. Was that as strong as you can make it? I don't think so. I was getting worried I might hurt you, so I stopped. I've gotten a lot more aware of it and its effects. That's very good. We're going to have to find out just how far you can go. I think I know somewhere I can find out. I'd better go alone though, I won't be able to really let go if there's some else around. Alright, in that case let's work on 2 things then. You need to be able to focus your ability. As powerful as the wind you create is, it's too indiscriminate, you need to be able to focus all of onto a single target. That ability will also allow you to cut loose a lot more without endangering your friends, or anyone else around you. I'd appreciate that, Harry commented dryly. John flashed a grin at him. The other is speed. It takes you a while to build up the power. To make it effective you need to be able to call it up much faster. Harry nodded. So where do we start? I want you to imagine a target on the ground in front of you. About 10 feet in front of you. When you have the visual I want you to punch out, to attempt to strike it using your ability. Yes, sensei. Harry took his stance. He focused on visualizing an opponent in front of him. Tapping into his energy he punched out. Feeling the energy flow and the wind stir he was encouraged. Wait until everything subsides before you try again. Each blow needs to be fresh or you will just be doing what you were doing with your katas. Yes, sensei. Harry repeated the blow, waiting for everything to subside between each attempt. Each blow caused a stronger wind to accompany it and was soon kicking up puffs of dust to show the impacts. That's enough. We are out of time. You have made astounding progress. I'll see you tomorrow. Always bring your training sword and staff, even if we won't be using it that day. That reminds me, I have a carry bag for you in the car to put them in. Yes, sensei. Thank you, sensei. As John packed up, Harry pulled off the GI and folded it back into his bag. Sliding the practice weapons into the offered bag, he bid his instructor farewell and slung his bags over his shoulders and began running home, the long way. When he finally got home he bounced through the house to the extension and up to his room. As he walked in he saw both Hermione and Ginny sprawled on his bed working. Don't either of you have your own room? Harry asked, putting his bags down. Yes, but it's nicer studying here. Ginny replied. I need to take a shower. Harry hunted for some clean clothes. So, take a shower. Ginny replied absently. You don't need us to scrub your back, do you? Or were you inviting us to join you? No, I don't need help to scrub my back. Harry shot back. But if you want to join me. He disappeared into the bathroom, shutting the door behind him, leaving Ginny gaping. Hermione giggled. He got you on that one. Yeah, still, it's a little tempting to take him up on his offer. Ginny mused. You teaser. Hermione grinned. Yup. Ginny grinned back. It's nice to see him relaxing though. Yes, it's a good start, but he still needs more. I've not finished the potion for my scar yet, but in a couple more days my scar will have mostly faded. I say we break out the bikinis, we will have to work our way up to the really tiny ones though. The sunscreen lotion, the after sun lotion and the moisturizer will be 3 different opportunities to get our hand on him intimately. And he can get used to touching us as well. Ginny took a deep breath. It may be uncomfortable. It probably will be at first. It will be worse for Harry though. I don't think he knows much about how touching can be something to look forward to enjoy. We can start him off doing our backs for everyone's comfort. You're right. Okay, let's do it. When? If Thursday is nice and sunny, we make our move then. Ginny nodded. The conversation was cut off by Harry emerging from the bathroom with damp hair and in clean clothes. I feel better for that. Now, time for breakfast. Harry left. Shall we follow? Hermione asked. Yeah, I need a drink. Ginny put her pen down and stood. Ginny and Hermione joined Harry in the kitchen as he was pouring milk on his cereal. They poured themselves a drink each and sat down next to Harry. How was your martial arts lesson? Hermione asked. Good. Harry mumbled through his breakfast. He swallowed before continuing, to Hermione's relief. I have a couple of things I need to try in the world room. Can we watch? Ginny asked. I don't know. I need to see just how strong I can get that wind. I don't want anyone around in case they get hurt. Okay, we'll watch from a distance. Ginny shrugged. Harry nodded, returning to his breakfast. Emily entered the room. I thought I heard you come in, Harry. Did you have a good time? Harry just nodded, his mouth once again full of cereal. I'm glad to hear it. What do you 3 have planned today? Dueling practice in about an hour and a trip to Diagon Alley after lunch. Hermione replied. How many friends will be joining us for lunch? Just Luna, Susan and Daphne. They are the only ones who wanted to join in on the dueling training with Aurors. Will any of the Aurors join us? Hermione paused in surprise. I don't know. Tonks might. She's really the only one who we're really social with. Would you like me to make the offer? Yes, please. If they are going to take the time to teach you, the least we can do is offer them lunch. Okay. I feel like I should contribute to the grocery bill. Harry commented. Don't worry about it. You can take over some of the meals when you get your kitchen sorted. Agreed. Harry nodded. What do you need to do at Diagon Alley? Emily asked. Books and gringotts. Hermione replied. Are there any good bookshops in that area? In Muggle London? I think so. 1 or 2 anyway. I think they are within a few blocks of Charing Cross Road. We can find out while these 2 let themselves be used for target practice. Hermione grinned at her 2 housemates. You're not joining them? Emily asked as a chime rang to indicate someone was at the front gate. She started for the door. I'm not that good, I don't have the reflexes. Harry will train the rest of us, so I'll pick up things from him. Hermione replied quickly as her mother left the room. Emily returned a minute later. Hermione, there's someone to see you. He says he's Albus Dumbledore. Really old guy. Long white beard. Ridiculous dress sense. Harry asked. Pretty well spot on. That's him. Harry turned back to his breakfast. You're not going to go? Hermione asked. He asked for you. Harry shrugged. He's going to be asking about you. So we make it easy for him. That's not according to the plan. Harry grinned at her. Shut up, Harry. You're coming. I'm still eating, so bring it with you. He's still waiting, you do realize that, don't you? Emily asked, amused at the light verbal sparring between the 2 Gryffindor classmates. Let him. Harry and Hermione shot back in unison. That looked at each other in surprise as Emily and Ginny laughed at them. Come on, you 2. We'll put on a group front. Ginny pulled at them both. Groaning, Harry rose, bringing his bowl with him. All right, let's get this over with. The three Gryffindors walked out to the front door to the gate where Albus Dumbledore was waiting on the footpath. "Good morning, Professor Dumbledore. How are you today? Are you having a nice holiday?" Hermione asked. "Harry, what are you doing here? Why aren't you at Privet Drive? Was that a no, then?" Hermione commented to no one. "Please, feel free to ignore me." Ginny suppressed a grin as she touched Hermione's arm gently in response to her comments. "Eating breakfast," Harry replied before he took another mouthful. "Harry, you just had the perfect opportunity to make a joke and you blew it." Ginny commented. "I'm eating," Harry replied through his food. "Enough." Dumbledore's voice cut through their conversation sharply. "Harry, you must return before the wards collapse." "No." Harry took another mouthful. "Harry, you must stay safe. Stop acting like a child." "I'm not. I'm acting like an adult and choosing my own path." "At what expense? You are placing your friends in danger, not to mention leaving your aunt and uncle unprotected." "And what about what any of us actually want?" Harry asked. "Do our personal preferences, desires and overall happiness have any value to you?" "Of course they do, but you have to weigh them against your personal safety." "So, is that how you justify my life of utter misery while I was growing up? Is it important, or is it okay because I'm still alive? Do you even care that my parents would probably have killed both you and my aunt and uncle for how they treated me? If it had been that bad, the wards would have failed." "Stop exaggerating," Dumbledore scolded. Would it make a difference if you knew that I owned that house? Would the fact that it was my house ensure that the magic would never recognize the simple fact that I never considered that place home?" The three Gryffindors were surprised to see their headmaster speechless. "Perhaps you knew and counted on it and are now trying to figure out how I found out." Harry waited for an answer. "Are you so cold that you now no longer care about the safety of your only living family?" Ouch. Nice guilt trip. I've never really cared about them that much, but it's been taken care of. They have nothing to worry about. Harry's expression turned colder. "I doubt that you could ever ensure their safety as well as those blood wards." "I disagree. Is there anything else you would like to insult me about? Why did neither you nor Miss Granger reply to my letters? I failed to see why my school's headmaster needed to know where I was staying outside of the school term." Harry turned to Hermione. "You never told me that you gotten letters from him. It wasn't that big a deal. Where is Harry? Has he been in touch with you?" "It had a compulsion charm on it as well." Hermione turned to Dumbledore. "Why are you trying to control me like that? First in the hospital wing, then the letter. Why are you so insistent that I don't act in Harry's best interest? You just want me to obey you, and that's a little too close to how you know how acts for my liking." Dumbledore turned back to Harry. "Why are you spending so much money? The DMLE and the warding fund. That is not your responsibility." "Maybe not, but I could do something to help those who can't help themselves and ensure that Voldemort's supporters can't benefit from it." "Are you upset because you wanted me to give you the money? Did you want the credit for yourself? What do you want from me? Why didn't you answer Hermione's question?" "I just want you to stay safe," Dumbledore insisted. I'm also preparing for what is coming. That is not your responsibility. You need to heal from the loss of your godfather. You don't have to worry about Voldemort until after you graduate." "Yeah, right. Like he's really going to wait until I graduate to come after me. If he sees me as a threat, then he will try to kill me before I have the chance to become a bigger threat. That is why you must stay safe. So you will put everything into keeping me safe. What about everyone else? How many innocent people will suffer while they wait for you to give me permission to take out Voldemort? You shouldn't think about sure things. It is not your responsibility." "No, it's yours. So why aren't you doing it? Why do I have to do it? Why are you so focused on me that everyone else suffers?" "Because without you there will be no one who can beat Voldemort. He will take over and the world will suffer." "Yeah, really. I think that you should let me worry about that and focus on protecting those who can't protect themselves. The situation is more complicated than you realize. You are not ready for this. And if you have your way, I probably never will be. The best thing you can do right now is tell me everything you know about Voldemort. Everything, not just the little bits and pieces you think I'm ready for." Harry turned and started back to the house. "You know where to find me when you're ready." Dumbledore stood silently. "I am most disappointed in you, Professor." Hermione turned and followed Harry. "You've really screwed things up with them, Professor." Ginny commented. I have. You should go home, Miss Weasley. Your mother is very worried about you. You can tell her I'm safe and well and not coming home. An apology would be nice though. Ginny left as well, leaving Dumbledore standing on the sidewalk. He contemplated the gate, his hand on his wand about to draw it as he considered what to do next. He hadn't been able to reach any of his students via legilimency. The wards he could feel shouldn't be able to block him. He was missing something. Now was not the time to act rashly. Dumbledore turned and walked away, checking his surroundings so he could disapparate. Harry sat back down in the kitchen. Stubborn, arrogant pain in the ass. Emily looked over. So your meeting went that well? I don't know. He never actually answered any of my questions. How helpful of him. Emily commented dryly. That's what I thought. Harry matched her dryness. What are you going to do next? Wait for him to give me some answers. Harry shrugged. I have my training and some other plans, but he knows a lot. He probably has information that I need. The problem is that he thinks I'm not ready. Are you ready? Do I have a choice? Harry shrugged again. I have a task to do. Hiding important information will only make it harder. I dread the thought that I'll think I'm ready and get killed because Dumbledore didn't tell me that what I was going to try won't work. Which is why you need to be careful. Emily looked concerned. When you finally confront him, you need a lot of different approaches. In case one doesn't work, you have others you can try. That's what I'm trying to do. Harry sighed. I'm not looking forward to it. Nor should you be. Hermione made her presence in the doorway known. She and Ginny came in and sat down at the table next to Harry. There is no way that any decent human being would enjoy what you have to do. Hermione continued. All you can do is prepare to the best of your ability and hope. You won't be alone. We have your back. All of us do. If something goes wrong, then just trust us to get you and the rest of us out safely. Ginny added. I don't want you in any danger. Harry spun in his seat to look at her. Sorry, Harry. This is one argument you're going to lose, so don't even bother. Ginny just glared back at him. All right. Harry subsided. Come on, Harry, we need to change before of dueling training. Ginny pulled him out of his seat. The others will probably arrive soon. Okay, let's go. Harry followed her out. They were walking down the lower corridor of the extension when they noticed the door to the potions lab was ajar. Poking their heads into the room, they saw Hannah and Tracy working on various ingredients. Hey you two, I didn't expect you here so early. Harry called out. Oh, morning. Dad said that it would be okay to use his stocks as long as we replaced them. Hannah replied absently as she chopped something Harry couldn't identify. All right then. Harry shrugged. Have fun. Tracy nodded cheerfully. Hannah and Tracy were not the only unexpected visitors. They saw Padma in her room unpacking a truck. Hello. Harry and Ginny looked in on her. Hello Harry, Ginny. Padma paused, holding a shirt she was hanging up. Taking me up on my offer? Harry asked. Yes. Padma grinned. I can't wait to see what Parv's reaction is when she can't find them. It should be interesting to say the least. Ginny grinned back. Don't you have a training session soon? Yes, we were just going to change. Together. Yes, actually. It's nice having someone to help with those hard-to-reach buttons. Ginny smirked. Padma's jaw dropped in shock at Ginny's answer. Really? I was just teasing. I know. I just thought I'd rile you up a bit. Ginny giggled. Padma glared at her for a moment then related. Okay, I deserve that. I shall remain here and finish my unpacking while you two go and get yourselves beaten up by Aurors. Isn't it nice that she is so concerned for our well-being? Ginny commented to Harry as they the room with a wave to Padma. Yes, her concern for us is so overwhelming, I think I felt a tear trickle down my cheek. Harry replied. I heard that. Padma shouted after them. Harry and Ginny laughed as they returned to their own rooms. Ginny finished changing first and went looking for Harry. She found him still in his room half-dressed and struggling with a bra. Having fun there, Harry? Ginny asked innocently. Harry jumped and spun to see who was there, then spun back and grabbed his t-shirt to cover himself. You don't need to worry, Harry. It's not like you've got anything I don't. Ginny smiled. Really? Harry's voice was dripping with sarcasm. So you wouldn't mind if I was to walk into your room without knocking while you were changing? Not just yet, but give it time and you may get lucky. Ginny didn't lose her smile. Do you need some help? Please. Hermione said she'd show me an easier way, but I just have to struggle through. At least I don't get it twisted all to hell anymore, it just takes me an age to get it latched. Try putting it on backwards. Ginny suggested. Huh, take your arms out of the straps, spin it around backwards and hook it up. Then turn it back, put your arms through the straps and get it sitting comfortably. Ginny shrugged. That's how I do it. Harry looked at her a moment and then turned his back and attempted her suggestion. Seconds later the was on and he was pushing it around to get it comfortable. Ginny stepped forward and helped him get the straps right. Thanks, Ginny. Harry gave her a very grateful smile as he reached for his discarded t-shirt. Anytime. Nice rack by the way. Ginny teased. Thanks. Harry shot back dryly. Now both you and Hermione have seen them, when are either of you going to return the favor? Patience, Harry. Besides, you're still a guy at heart and I don't just show myself to any guy. Okay. Harry turned and headed for the door. Just like that. You gave me a real answer. I don't have an issue with it, and you're right. I am still a guy at heart. That's what's made using the bathroom, shower and even looking in the mirror so uncomfortable. Harry walked out. Ginny paused open-mouthed at easy Harry's acceptance of her statement. Then she smiled. This was why she was still in love with him, why he was worth all the hassle. Hey, wait up. Ginny called out as she ran to catch up. The two Gryffindors didn't have long to wait before everyone began arriving for the lesson. Luna, Susan and Daphne arrived early to ensure that they didn't miss the start of the lesson. They were all dressed in their new sportswear that they had gotten on their shopping trip 2 days early. And that's everyone, Harry commented after he greeted them. Huh, Susan showed her confusion. I assume that means everyone else is here too. Daphne asked. Harry nodded. Hannah and Tracy are in the lab working on the animagus potion and Padma is upstairs hiding her new clothes. Hiding her clothes? Oh, from her sister. Daphne shook her head. I can't believe she is actually going through with that. Don't you have a sister? Ginny asked. Astoria, she's a few years younger than me. So she's probably not stealing your clothes yet. She tries, but she's not there yet. Daphne paused. I suppose I understand. If Tori stole some of my new clothes I would be pretty annoyed at her. Maybe I should have a few things here, just in case. In case of what? Harry asked. In case I need a change, in case we go swimming or something. That's a good idea. Susan agreed. I'll bring a few things next time I come. I was planning on going home to change but it would be much easier to just have a few things here. It's not like we didn't get enough. Daphne agreed. The flow flared signaling the arrival of the 3 Aurors. You're late, Harry called. Dumbledore called us for a bird club meeting. You figured prominently, I might add. Kingsley replied. No surprises there. Watch her, Harry. How why doing? Tonks greeted her semi-cousin. Hey Tonks. I'm good. Yourself? I'm good. You ready to get pummeled? No, but I am ready to do some pummeling. Does that count? Harry asked innocently. Well, you don't lack enthusiasm. Kingsley grinned. Let's see how long it lasts. Let's go, Harry. Do you mind if Ginny, Susan, Daphne and Luna join us? They're interested in this level of training. Kingsley looked them over then exchanged glances with the other Aurors, who shrugged and nodded back. Okay. We'll give them a shot. If they survive today they can join us on Wednesday. I'm glad to see that you have such faith in our abilities. Daphne commented dryly from the sidelines. I have no faith in your abilities. Kingsley shot back. But if you show sufficient potential and dedication then we might be able to change that. Well then, let's get this started. Harry rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Where do you want to do this? Dueling room, gymnasium, world room. The world room I think. Kingsley replied after a moment's thought. It'll give us more room to work with. Harry nodded and led the way out of the entrance hall. Entering the world room and heading outside he glanced at Kingsley to see which way he wanted to go. The dark-skinned Auror gestured down the nearest fairway. Harry nodded and led the group about halfway down the neatly trimmed grass. Okay, this'll do just fine. Kingsley looked around. Right, first we need to assess where you are so we know what we need to teach you. Harry, you and me first up. Harry nodded and followed Kingsley a short distance away and took up a ready stance. Kingsley took his own stance and waited a moment to see what Harry would do. Seeing that Harry wasn't going to take the initiative he launched a barrage of low-level curses. Harry raised a shield and felt it shudder under the impact of the spells. Harry raised his wand to return fire and found himself having to throw himself out of the way as Kingsley sent more spells his way. Idiot. Harry cursed himself mentally. This isn't a school event. Focus. Harry returned to his feet and rebalanced himself. He dodged the next set of spells and managed to shoot back a couple of stunners before he had to dodge again. His 2 spells were easily avoided by Kingsley, who never let up the barrage. They continued this way for a minute with Kingsley totally in charge of the fight and Harry struggling to stay in the fight. What am I missing? Harry thought to himself as he dodged yet another group of spells, barely managing to cast on in return. Wait, he's still casting while he's dodging. Idiot. I'm also moving far more than he is to dodge. I need to tighten up my movements. Harry took a deep breath and moved only slightly to dodge the next spell, casting his return spell at the same time. The sudden change in tactics caused Kingsley to raise an eyebrow but adjusted his tactics accordingly. The fight became more even as they rapidly traded spells. Kingsley was impressed by Harry's improvement and switched to non-verbal spells to increase his spellcasting rate. Harry faltered slightly as the rate of incoming spells increased, but he rallied, adjusted for the change and continued fighting, trying to ignore his fatiguing muscles. He couldn't last much longer. He didn't. A single slip put him in one place for too long and his wand was not in a position to cast a shield and a stunner laid him flat on his back. He blinked as he was woken by Tonks. Trying to get up, his tired limbs failed him and he fell back. Ow. Harry looked up at the fake sky. I think I'll just lie here for a minute. How'd I do? Much better than I expected. Kingsley moved into Harry's eyesight. You need to work on your stamina and non-verbal casting. You also need a larger range of spells at your disposal. Apart from that, you did very well. Much better than I expected. Looks like there is a reason you can fight you know who and survive. Kingsley turned to the other girls. You've seen what is expected from you, now let's see if you can do it. Tonks, Jones, take 2 each and put them through their paces. The girls tried their best, but try as they might they were not able to repeat Harry's performance. Harry managed a sitting position and was able to watch as the girls each went one-on-one with an aura and were beaten resoundingly. Ginny, Luna and Susan performed reasonably well. Daphne was disappointed to find she was at the bottom of the list. You all did better than I expected. Kingsley addressed the 5 of them once the testing had been completed. You all need to work on the same essentials, but that is to be expected. Accuracy, non-verbal casting, stamina and your range of spells. Once these are better, we can move on to the more advanced areas of dueling. Trickery, dueling multiple people, etc. Harry was finally able to stand. Sounds good. Do you think Moody would have some good suggestions on the trickery part? Kingsley grinned. He would, but you aren't up to that level yet. Although if you progress as fast as you did today, it won't take long. You picked up a huge amount in minutes during our duel. It is a good start, but it won't help you much against Death Eaters. Kingsley addressed the entire group. All of you need to pay attention to this. Fighting Death Eaters is dangerous. They don't play by any normal rules. They'll hit you from behind and use every dirty trick in existence. You need to be careful and watch each other's backs. Constant vigilance. Harry stated. Exactly. Kingsley nodded. Does this mean we need to start practicing extreme paranoia? Ginny asked. Tonks started coughing to hide her laughter, causing Kingsley to glare at her. You don't need to go that far, but you'll definitely need to take precautions. There are a variety of detection spells that you should be aware of that cover a range of potential threats. I'll recommend a book for you later. Kingsley's expression turned evil. Now that you've all had a rest, it's time to start working on your deficiencies, starting with stamina. Now get moving before I start hexing you. With groan, the 5 students started running with the auras behind them, chatting about which spell they should use to hex them with. Harry and the girls were run into the ground, literally. They had to be levitated back to the clubhouse. Once the auras had them assembled, they showed them how to stretch to protect their aching muscles. Okay, now that that is finished, take 5 minutes to get your breath back and then we will start on non-verbal casting. I didn't expect any of you to know it already, given that it is a 6th-year topic in Dada. Nice to know that we will get a head start on the year. Daphne commented. I'm glad to be of assistance then. Kingsley replied. Now let's begin. Non-verbal casting is a huge advantage for 2 major reasons. First, your opponent doesn't know what spell you cast, and secondly, as you saw from my duel with Harry, you're able to cast spells faster. To learn how to do this you need to. It was difficult going but they all made progress before they were released for lunch. Harry more than others but they had all had at least some small success. It was Hermione who got them released when she came and told them that lunch was ready and that they were all expected outside to eat it. "Come on everyone," she called from the balcony of the clubhouse. "Lunch is ready. We're having a picnic in the backyard and everyone is invited. That means you either come on your own or my mother will drag you. We'd better do as she says. If Hermione gets as much of her personality from her mother as I think then we'd better get moving." Harry grinned tiredly at the others. "You are just trying to get out of the lessons." Kingsley grinned back. "But I'll let you. You've all made good progress. Now let's go eat." "Dressed like this?" Daphne asked incredulously. "I need to shower and change. I can't join you for lunch." "Dressed like this and covered in sweat?" "Yes you can," Hermione called down from the balcony. "Come on already." She disappeared. "Come on Daphne." Harry gently took her elbow and guided her towards the clubhouse. "We'll wash our hands and eat lunch. You can shower and change before we head out to Diagon Alley." Daphne grumbled but started walking. "Diagon Alley?" Tonks asked. "Do you need an escort?" "Probably not, but if you want to come to make sure I would appreciate it." Harry replied. "Not a problem. Dumbledore will probably want to set up a schedule for us to watch this place until he can convince you to go back to your aunt and uncle's." "Great, there goes the neighborhood." Harry grumbled. "Are you going out much?" Kingsley asked. "Not really. I have a morning training class at the local school. Apart from that I don't need to go anywhere that much. Madam Bones has effectively assigned the three of us as your protection detail. If you need an escort anywhere just call us and we will be there." Kingsley paused. "If you promise to ensure that at least one of us will be with you whenever you leave the property then, if all three of us volunteer to cover you, we can protect your privacy from Dumbledore." Harry paused, thinking about the senior Auror's offer. He was unhappy that he had to give up some privacy but it would keep him out of Dumbledore's grasp. "Yeah, okay. I leave each weekday morning at about 5:45. Which lucky individual gets to follow me?" "Tonks," Kingsley replied promptly. "Hey, how'd I draw the short straw?" Tonks spun to face her superior indignantly. "You got out of bed this morning. You're the junior Auror, you have the short straw glued to your forehead until I say otherwise." Kingsley grinned at her. Tonks glared at him then turned on her heel. She didn't quite stomp off but it was close. Hestia was chuckling quietly. "I am so glad that I'm not longer the junior member of the team. I remember being quite relieved, once I'd done my stint." Kingsley grinned back. "I was interested in becoming an Auror, but now I think I'll pass." Harry grinned. "With your talent, you could easily become the head Auror or head DMLE." Kingsley replied then he grinned. "And if you know who then there isn't an Auror on the planet who'd want to risk pissing you off." Harry grinned briefly then turned a disappointed look at Kingsley. "You know, I would have thought that at least you would call him by name. Some habits are harder to break than others." Kingsley looked down as if he had been scolded. "If you can't call him Voldemort then call him Tom. He really hates that." Harry grinned. "Unlike you I think most people would want to avoid annoying a powerful and psychotic Dark Lord." Hestia replied. "Fair enough." Harry shrugged. They quickly washed up in the bathroom before heading outside where Hermione and her mother had set out a large blanket on which they had placed several dishes of food. Padma, Hannah and Tracy were already outside with Emily and the two house elves could be seen carrying more dishes. "This looks wonderful." Ginny broke the silence of the 5 exhausted teens as they stared at the feast in front of them. The others were quick to add their own compliments as Emily waved them to sit on the rug. Lunch was a cheerful affair as they all chatted happily. Harry had even managed to convince Dobby and Winky to eat with them, although it did require a mix of cajolery and blunt ordering. There was a bit of humor as Tracy pretended to keep her distance from Daphne saying she smelt and didn't want to get all her sweat all over herself. Daphne responded by grabbing her friend in a huge hug and trying to sit close enough that they were touching for the rest of lunch. Tracy spent the rest of lunch edging away from Daphne while Daphne kept closing the gap. They didn't quite manage to make a full circle around the rug they were all sharing but they got close, much to everyone's amusement. Harry started the post-lunch exodus. "Come on everyone. As fun as it is to watch Daphne and Tracy, we need to get to Diagon Alley." The others agreed and left to get ready, agreeing to meet back in the entrance hall in half an hour. Harry watched as all the girls except Hermione, Ginny and Padma stepped through the flow, followed by the trio of Aurors. Padma had brought a couple of robes with her just in case when she had brought her Muggle clothing over. Harry and Ginny headed for their bathrooms to shower and change. Having dressed, Harry pulled on his school robe over his clothes. He hadn't worn them since Draco had attacked him. He pulled them closed, or attempted to. There was a gap across his now ample of a few inches. Grimacing, he let them hang open to try and hide it. He headed for the entrance hall to wait for the others. Hermione and Padma were already there, chatting happily. They looked up as he walked in. "Honestly, Harry, you really need to learn to do your hair properly." Hermione scolded as she stood and pulled her wand to attack his still damp hair. Padma grinned at the two Gryffindors and reached into her handbag to pull out a brush, then stood and joined Hermione in sorting out Harry's hair. Ginny arrived just as they were finishing. "It looks good. You two did good work. Could you do my hair sometime?" Hermione looked at her younger friend. "Sure, I think you'd good with an afro." Harry chuckled as Padma and Ginny shared a confused look. "What's an afro?" Ginny asked. Hermione just smiled sweetly. "I'll tell you another time." She turned back to Harry. "You really need to learn to do your hair properly yourself." "Okay," he replied. "When do you have time to teach me?" "Is tomorrow too soon? We can fit it in between ancient runes and sharing makeup tips." "The ancient runes sounds good, but if afraid that I'm a little short on makeup tips to share." Perhaps our two giggling friends could offer some good advice. Harry glared at Ginny and Padma, who were trying to stifle their laughter. "Don't worry. One thing about living with my twin sister is that you pick up a lot of that sort of information," Padma said after she managed to get her giggling under control. "We could make it a group session and have everyone over. Most of what we are doing is focused on the war. It would be nice to just be a bunch of girls for a bit." "I like it." Ginny grinned cheerfully. "We need to do things like that to keep our focus balanced." "That's all well and good, but appearances aside, I'm not a girl." Harry looked at the other three. "Maybe not in your mind and heart, but you are in body. You may as well make the most of it. Besides, you look really good. You might as well take advantage of it. What if I don't want to wear makeup or learn how to do my hair?" "Why not? I don't really want to wear makeup. I still think of myself as a guy and the whole makeup thing doesn't really fit." "And the hair?" Ginny asked, curious. Harry looked down, a little embarrassed. "It feels really nice when one of you does it for me," he answered quietly. "It does, doesn't it?" Ginny smiled broadly. "If you learn how to do hair properly, then I'll make you a deal. One I think that all the other girls would agree to. We'll do your hair if you do ours in return." "That sounds fair," Hermione agreed, glancing at Padma. Padma nodded. "Very fair. But I won't trust my hair to someone who doesn't know what they're doing." Harry thought about it. "All right, but the hair only. I'm still not wearing makeup. You may have to reconsider that if you need to go to a function, party or restaurant as a girl. But we won't force you, if you don't complain during your hair care training, that is. I'll be the model student." Harry attempted to simulate that look. He failed, but the girls were amused by his attempt. They chatted for another couple of minutes before the flow flared and the three Aurors returned, dressed for a quiet trip to Diagon Alley instead of a training session. "Hey you three. That was a suspiciously well-timed arrival. Did you plan it or something?" "A secret Auror time synchronization technique that allows you to coordinate your movements," Harry said. "Yep. It is an incredibly secret technique that you only learn once you complete your Auror training," Tonks replied, trying to look serious. "What is it?" "Agreeing to meet at the ministry early." Tonks's jaw dropped, then she grumbled sullenly. "Yeah, okay. Good guess." Kingsley grinned. "We just needed to inform Madam Bones that you required our services today for longer than expected." "You didn't tell her where we were going." Harry was a little surprised. "She's going to know anyway, with her niece coming along. If Miss Bones wishes to inform her aunt of her day's activities, then she's most welcome to. The person under our protection does not require permission from the head of the DMLE to visit Diagon Alley. If you wanted to visit the Malfoys' mansion, we might need to discuss it. That would be a much more hazardous proposition." "Actually, that isn't a bad idea," Harry mused. "We were planning on learning some spells for detecting hidden rooms, spells, wards and traps. The Malfoys are supposed to have a hidden storage area full of dark items under one of the rooms." Trying to find it would be a good test. So, you're just going to knock on the door and ask the new Lord Malfoy if you can hunt around for illegal items? Hestia asked skeptically. Harry shrugged. Something like that. The flow flared again, cutting off the conversation, and Daphne stepped through carrying a bag. Afternoon everyone, she said absently as she looked Harry over. Just as I thought, you don't have any robes other than your school ones, do you? Just the ones I wore to the Yule Ball. Why? You three Gryffindors are going to stand out. The rest of us together won't attract that much attention, but you three would not be considered our usual company. The same with Luna. No offense, but you need to look a little different, otherwise it may cause problems. Okay. Harry nodded, seeing her concerns as being valid. What do you suggest? Daphne was already rummaging in her bag and pulled out a pair of robes. I think the green one would work on you and blue for you, Hermione. Sorry Ginny, you're a little small for my robes. Do you have any here? A couple, I'll grab one. Ginny stood and hurried off. Daphne returned her attention to the remaining Gryffindors. Now, Harry, I think just a change in hair color will be sufficient. Most people don't know what you look like as a girl. I dare say a lot of people don't believe that you are actually a girl. How does sound? Padma asked. I picked up a few hair coloring charms from my sister. Yes, a darker, though. We will make Luna's hair match when she returns and play on the whole sister thing you two have going. Padma pulled her wand and waved it over Harry's head, turning his hair deep. A few more waves and there were a mix of lighter and darker strands running the entire length of his hair. Stepping back, she admired her handiwork. Daphne looked Hermione over. Is there any color you wanted to try? Not really, but if you lighten it a lot and make it straighter, would that be enough? Hermione asked as pulled a few locks over her shoulder so she could look at them. I think so. Padma, or finished with Harry yet? Yes. What have you two decided on? Much lighter and much straighter. Padma nodded and began casting the necessary charms on Hermione's hair. Harry had pulled off his Gryffindor robe and was pulling on the deep green robe Daphne had given him. Daphne, I have a small problem here. Daphne looked over and saw how Harry was trying and failing to close the robe, though he was much closer to succeeding than with his own robes. No, you have a big problem. Two of them. Just leave it open like you had your school one. Your white shirt and skirt will look good under it. Nice choices, by the way. Do I still need to compliment Hermione and Ginny, or did you give in without needing to be told this time? Ginny suggested it. Harry glared at the Slytherin girl. I still find skirts a bit drafty, but Hermione and Ginny had a point when they said that by emphasizing the fact I'm a girl, people are less likely to recognize me. What did I suggest? Ginny asked as she walked back in. Harry's skirt. Nice choice. Daphne answered. Thanks. Nice robe. And nice hair. Ginny looked Harry over as she complimented Daphne. Thank you. It's interesting how well Slytherin colors work on him. Perhaps a house change is in order. No thanks. Harry still hadn't stopped glaring. I'm quite happy in Gryffindor. Okay. I just thought I'd make the offer in case you were interested. Daphne ignored the glare directed at her and turned to Ginny. We need to alter your hair color so that it doesn't look like. Ginny cut her off. Gryffindors and Slytherins hanging out together. Okay, what do you suggest? Dark brown. That may work actually. Padma, what do you think of Ginny with dark brown hair? Padma looked Ginny over thoughtfully. A dark rich brown. Yes, that would work. Padma began putting actions to her words. You look good. Harry complimented as he admired Ginny's new look. And so do you, Hermione. Padma, that was really good charm work. Thanks, Harry. Padma replied. We just need to change Luna's hair and we're all set. They should be here by soon. Daphne commented, looking at the fireplace. She was right. The flow started flaring and over the next couple of minutes the other girls stepped through into the entrance hall. They took in the new look of the three Gryffindors with varying degrees of surprise. Luna being the least surprised but most excited, once she found out that her hair was going to be altered to match Harry's so that they could pose as sisters. She ran over to Padma to let her perform the charms. We need to get going. I'll just go and say goodbye to my mum, Hermione said, heading for the door. We should head out in smaller groups and meet up in the alley. Susan suggested. That's a good idea, Hermione replied. Put me in the last group. I'll be right back. It is. Kingsley agreed. That's how an Auror should be thinking. Hermione left the conversation that was turning into a discussion on Auror tactics. Walking through the house, she found her mother in the lounge with a few books and magazines. "Hi Mum, we're just off to Diagon Alley." "Oh, hello Hermione. It's nice to see you. I had hoped to spend more time with you today, but it's nice to be able to catch up on my reading." "And what have you done to your hair?" "Sorry Mum, things have been really different. I haven't had the time to spend with you that I normally do." Hermione apologized. Emily smiled. "It's all right. I'm glad to see you spend time with your friends. Your hair looks good, different, but good. What did you do?" "Nothing." Hermione grinned in her mother's confusion. Padma cast a few charms on it to lighten and straighten it. Harry and Ginny had their hair done as well. "They look really good. I will have to see them." "Where are they?" Emily started to get up. "They may have left already. We're going to Diagon Alley in smaller groups to draw less attention." "Okay. But make sure that they don't change their hair back before I get to see it though." "Okay Mum, I'll see you later. Have fun but please be safe." "I will be. Bye." "Bye Hermione." Hermione hurried back to the entrance hall in time to see the second to last group leave. Hannah, Tracy and Hestia were all who remained. "What did you mother have to say?" Tracy asked. "Have fun, be safe, and she wants to see Harry and Ginny's new look before it's undone." Hermione replied. "How long before we go?" "Another minute yet." Hestia replied. "We'll meet them at Gringotts." Hermione nodded and sat to wait until it was time. "How are the potions going?" "Very well actually," Hannah answered. "The Animagus potion just needs to simmer for 2 days. We have been looking at what other potions we need and have a list of healing and enhancement potions that we will brew. We're going to try and get the ingredients we need today. It will cost a bit though." Tracy finished. "Let Harry know. He'll probably help cover it. Actually, he's generous enough to pay for it all, but I don't want him to get in the habit. Still, for the war effort, I doubt we'll be able to stop him. We should try and get some extras as well if we can. We could all use a bit of potions practice as well." Hermione commented. "Harry especially." Tracy grinned. "Is he really bad at potions?" Hannah asked. "Not really," Hermione replied. "Snape and some of the other Slytherins cause him a lot of problems. Without that he really just needs to focus more." "I like how you said, some of the other Slytherins. Very diplomatic." Tracy grinned. "Malfoy always was a pest. But he had his father and Snape to back him up, so there was very little we could do about it. With him gone, which Slytherins do we need to keep an eye on?" "Not, I think. Crabbe and Goyle are cruel, but they couldn't lead a Flobberworm. Zabini is a neutral, like Daphne and I used to be. Parkinson is the one I would worry about. She'd lash out at you simply to be spiteful. Especially if she learns of your involvement in his Malfoy's death." Hermione thought this over. "Thanks Tracy. This can't be time." Hestia interrupted as she stood and started for the fireplace. "Easy for you." Hermione finished as she stood as well. "It has its ups and downs." Tracy replied as she reached for the flow powder. "But the ups win." They stepped through to the leaky cauldron and went out the back door and through the entrance to Diagon Alley. The alley was active but not busy. The people went about their business quickly with little lingering. Hermione shared glances with Tracy and Hannah as they followed Hestia down the alley to Gringotts. There was an undercurrent of fear in the alley. That was tense. Hannah breathed a sigh of relief as they walked through the doors into Gringotts. "Just a little," Tracy agreed. "There are the others. Was it like that the last time you came?" "I don't know. It was later in the day and there are less people around," Hermione answered as they walked across the foyer. "Hi. Glad you could make it," Harry called as they approached. "Well, we were bored so we thought, hey, let's go bug Harry for a while." Tracy shot back. "You will find it hard to bug me when you look as good as you do." Harry turned back to the goblin he was talking to. "Okay Griphook. Now that we are all here, it's time for a tour of my vaults. How did my request for a curse breaker go down? Mr. Weasley will be here with an assistant in a minute. He will meet us at the carts. The vault's keys will also be delivered there. We can start making our way there when you are ready." Griphook replied. "Excellent. Let's go then." Harry led the way towards the carts. They were met by another goblin who handed a small pouch to Harry. "Here are all your vault keys, Lord Potter." "Thank you," Harry replied gratefully as he accepted the pouch. "Which Weasley are we waiting for?" Tracy asked. "Bill, my oldest brother. He's a Gringotts curse breaker. Ginny answered. He was there when we toured the World Room. I remember a tall redhead with that French who was the Beauxbatons Tri-Wizard champion. Fleur Delacour. Harry interrupted. Nice to see you again. How are you, Bill? The group turned to where Harry was heading as he gripped the hand of a tall, familiar redhead, then accepted a hug from the beautiful. Hey Harry. Bill greeted him. Sorry we missed you at the tour. That was an amazing place you and Licton created. Indeed, Ari. Fleur agreed. I like the new look, by the way. Thanks. It's supposed to be a disguise. It works. It wasn't until I got close that I recognized you. Glad to hear it. Your English has really improved, by the way. Thank you, Ari. Bill had been an attentive tutor. Has been teaching me about warding as well. I am lucky to be able to work as his assistant today. I requested her when I found out that I would be working for you. She is talented and very trustworthy. Bill added. Glad to hear it. You are both likely to get a workout today. Actually, Harry turned back to the goblin, Griphook. Could you get some trunks with expanded insides, please? We may need them to store any items that we need to remove. I'll want one for dark items alone. Griphook nodded and left. You don't want to neutralize them? Bill asked. Of course I do. Just later when we have time. Harry assured him. Fair enough. I could help you learn how to do it yourself if you want. I was going to ask if you could teach me warding and ward breaking. I'd be happy to. Just you or the others as well? Bill asked. Mainly just me and maybe one or two other. But I'd like everyone else to have at least a basic knowledge of it. Alright. Where and when? The World Room should give us enough room. I will liaise with Tapstone over your time. Thanks. It'll be nice to get paid for doing something safe for a change. Bill grinned. Harry grinned back. Griphook returned with a pair of trunks. If there's nothing else, which vault do you wish to visit first? We can start with the Malfoy vaults, then the Lestrange, Black and Potter vaults. Harry replied after a moment's thought. Certainly. Right this way. I have 4 carts linked for the purpose. Griphook led them onto the carts and they all took a seat. The Malfoy and Lestrange vaults. Kingsley looked at Harry thoughtfully from his neighboring seat. You got their titles somehow, didn't you? That's how you can talk about visiting Malfoy Manor so casually. Harry nodded. It's something I want to keep quiet for the time being though. Lucius Malfoy and the Lestranges are likely to go on a rampage if they find out, so I want to delay that as long as possible. And it will throw you know whose plans off if he doesn't know his financial support and been cut by so much. Kingsley nodded approvingly. Very nice. One rapid cart ride later they were outside the first of the Malfoy vaults with several of the girls looking a little green. Hermione was taking slow deep breaths while Ginny rubbed her back. That was not nice. She managed trying not to throw up. It's okay, Hermione. You're not the only one who didn't like it. Harry reassured her. Whatever. Next time, I'm waiting in the foyer. Okay. Key please. Griphook interrupted. Harry nodded and reached into the pouch and pulled out all the keys and looked through them until he found the correct one and handed it over. The vault was opened to reveal a pile of gold and several trunks and S stacked against a side wall. Is this it? Harry asked. I expected a little more. Daphne, shall we do the honors? The Slytherin girl nodded and pulled out a parchment with the necessary spells on it. Working together they both cast each spell several times to ensure they worked but had no results. Well, either it didn't work or there is nothing here. Daphne said finally. Harry nodded. Okay. Bill, can you scan the room for anything odd? Bill nodded. He had been watching the 2 students and had been disturbed by what he had seen. He hadn't recognized all of the spells the 2 had cast, but the couple he had known did not bode well. He motioned Fleur to join him and they cast spells over the gold to check for any magical or physical items buried in the pile. Finding nothing they moved on to the trunks and repeated the magical check to find what, if any, spells or enchantments were on or in the trunks. I'm getting nothing. The trunks have been enlarged and there are a few items in them with magic, but there is nothing unusual. It's probably just old stuff in storage. Certainly nothing dark. I agree. Fleur added. Nothing here worth our time to pull out. Harry nodded. Okay, next vault then. I can't believe that Malfoy only had the 2. Actually, there is some sense in it. Hermione contradicted him. He had a hidden room for his dark items. It is possible that we will find other hidden rooms with more money. I doubt he would trust goblins with anything he really valued. It's also possible that he had additional accounts in other names. Unless we find some records at Malfoy Manor, we'll never know. We could ask him under Veritaserum, we could get our hands on him. Harry said thoughtfully. An option, but one for another time. Harry nodded and turned to the goblin. Griphook, after you. Griphook nodded and gestured for everyone to return to the cart. He shut the vault and returned the key to Harry while everyone else got settled. Harry joined Griphook in the front seat. The cart moved forward to the next vault. They were on the third vault before they hit any results. They had found a few dark items in the previous vault, the first of the Lestrange vaults, but not what they were looking for. It was a different vault to start off with, packed with coins, armor, and plethora of miscellaneous oddities. Bill's initial scan revealed a mass of traps and Harry and Daphne finally got a return on their scans. Okay, this place is heavily trapped. Bill stated. We'd best leave it for another time. We can't. Harry shook his head. There's something in there I have to get. Bill looked at him and judged how serious he was. Nodding grimly, he ran a few more scans. Okay, we can move through the vault, but do not touch anything. You won't like the results. Just you, Harry, everyone else wait outside. Bill. Fleur protested. Sorry. Not this time. Too many things could go wrong. Bill moved into the vault carefully. Harry started to follow but paused, then pulled off his robe and bundled it up tightly so it wouldn't knock anything. Bill nodded his approval and led him through the maze of items while everyone else waited outside for safety. Harry periodically cast the detection charm and helped guide Bill in the right direction while Bill was constantly checking for any traps that might catch them. They finally found the right shelf, and with a few suggestions from Bill they zeroed in on the specific item. A small golden cup with 2 handles. High up on the top shelf. Now that we've found it, how do we get it? Harry asked. Do you think you could levitate me up carefully so I can take a closer look? I'll try. Harry pulled his wand and focused carefully on Bill. Casting the levitation charm, he carefully lifted Bill up towards the ceiling. Just there. That great. Bill cast more spells on the cup and paused in thought. Can I use your robe? Sure. How do you want it? Just like that. Bill used his wand to summon the tightly rolled robe and unbundled it enough to wrap around the cup. Gingerly reaching out, he gently touched it to the cup. When nothing happened, he grabbed the cup with the robe and fully wrapped the robe around it. Bring me down. Carefully. We aren't out of the woods yet. Harry nodded and carefully returned Bill to the floor. Bill breathed a short sigh. Okay, now we leave. Remember not to touch anything. Bill said, motioning Harry to lead the way. Harry nodded and the 2 wizards carefully retraced their steps and left the vault. Damn, that was tense. Bill sat on the floor on the landing outside of the vault. Griphook, can you send for a Class 1 secure box from the warding department to put this in? Griphook nodded. I'll be right back. Should I close the vault first? Yes. It's far too dangerous to leave it open. Bill said. Griphook closed the vault and returned the key to Harry. He then got in the cart and left for the surface to fill Bill's request. Can we see it? Daphne asked. Bill though a second then nodded. Okay, but do not touch it. You have no idea how dangerous it is. Do you know what you're dealing with? Yes. Harry replied grimly. We know exactly what this is. Do you? It's a Horcrux. Bill said softly. I've encountered them before, in Egypt. I lost a teammate to one. How do you know about them? I encountered one in my 2nd year. Harry replied. In your 2nd year? Bill grew alarmed and looked at Ginny. Ginny nodded. That's what happened to me. She said softly. Bill grabbed Ginny in a huge hug. I'm so glad you are safe. How did you survive? Harry. He destroyed it before it could kill me. How? The only ways I know of are hugely dangerous and destructive. Bill looked questioningly at Harry. Basilisk venom. Did you meet Sally? I know you saw the basilisk skull that day at Gringotts. That must have been incredibly potent venom. It is, I can vouch for it personally. I have the scar to prove it. It bit you. And you survived. How the hell did you manage that? Fox was most helpful. I see. What's going on, Harry? We're getting rid of Voldemort. So that's how he survived. Bill mused. But, if you destroyed the one that Ginny had, what is this one? Another one. Harry replied dryly. He made more than one. Bill gasped. What is a Horcrux? Fleur asked, enunciating the unfamiliar word carefully. I can tell that it's bad. I can feel how evil that cup is from air. A Horcrux is an object that contains a part of someone's soul so that they can cheat death. It requires a murder-based ritual. Fleur paled and nodded. That is bad. The three Aurors had been silently watching in the background, but this revelation elicited a reaction. Is that how he survived his first encounter with Harry? Kingsley asked for the group. Yes, Harry confirmed. This is critical information. Voldemort cannot find out that not only do we know about them, we have found them, or some of them. We don't know how many he made. Why are you being so careful with the cup? Is it that dangerous? Tonks asked. Bill nodded. They may seem benign, but if you activate them they can take over a person. It can also restore the maker by ing the life out of a victim. Fleur looked at Ginny in shock. You nearly died. A tear formed in her eye. I cannot say how glad I am that you survived. Thanks, but it's due to Harry that I lived. He fought the reforming you-know-who and his 60-foot basilisk to save me. Fleur spun to stare at Harry. In your second year. You were in your fourth year during the tournament, Harry nodded. No wonder you did so well. The tournament would be a letdown after something like that. It wasn't really, but I suppose I did have a bit of an unfair advantage. Harry finally managed to turn the conversation to a better topic. I must apologize again for the little boy comment. Don't worry about it. Harry waved her concerns away with an absent wave of his hand. The lightening of the conversation meant the girls turned back to their inspection of the cup until Hannah, leaning to see around to the other side, squealed in surprise. Roll it over, please, she asked Bill urgently. Bill obliged her and rolled the cup, revealing an engraving of an animal. A badger. I knew it. It's Hufflepuff's cup. It belonged to Helga Hufflepuff herself. Hannah gushed. Wow, you're right. Susan looked at it in awe. I never thought I would ever see it. Quite the trip you are taking us on, Harry. Daphne commented. When do we find remnants of Gryffindor and Ravenclaw? Harry just grinned. The returning cart stopped the conversation and Griphook stepped out and handed a small box to Bill. Bill used the rope to put the cup in the box and closed the box and tapped it with his wand to seal it. We need to get moving, Harry said. We still have a few more vaults to visit and there are other things to do today. Okay. Bill nodded. Can we expect any more shocks? Harry shrugged. Who knows? But we need to find out. They didn't find much, just a few minor dark items, until they reached the Potter vaults that they deliberately left for last. The first one just had money, and a lot of it. A quick check revealed that there was nothing hidden in the gold and they left with a few shocked faces at the sheer amount of gold in one place. The next Potter vault held a gold mine, but not of gold. The vault had been used for storage. Trunks, ancient items. Harry just stared at the history left behind by his ancestors. Bill, Fleur and Daphne ran their scan while Harry recovered his composure. Once they announced that the vault was clear, Hermione and Ginny joined Harry and hugged, whispering reassuring things in his ears until he was able to focus again. Okay, everyone. His voice was still a little shaky. Have a look around and see what you can find that may be useful. With one last hug each, Hermione and Ginny moved into the vault. The other girls followed suit, giving Harry a hug and a whisper of support as they moved past him. There is so much more in here than I expected. How? Why? Harry asked Griphook. When your parents went into hiding they went to a nearby safe house Dumbledore was preparing for them. They packed up everything they didn't need and stored it here. After they were killed and you were placed into hiding, Gringotts went and packed up everything that survived to protect it from looters. Thank you, Harry said sincerely. You're welcome. Gringotts has always had a good relationship with the Potter family. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. I had so few things from my parents until now. I don't know what to say. Then don't say anything. Just go and explore your past. Griphook gave him a gentle push. The items we recovered from your parents are over there on the left. If I remember correctly, the personal items we recovered are in the 3 trunks on the far left. Harry shot Griphook a grateful look and headed over to look in the indicated trunks. He pulled down the smallest of the 3 trunks, which was sitting on top. Opening it, he found filled with children's toys, blankets and clothes. Pulling out an odd but brightly colored stuffed animal to see what was underneath it, he heard a stifled gasp from Tonks behind him. Turning round, he saw her approaching him, grinning nostalgically. I had forgotten about this, Tonks said quietly as she reached him. She gently took the toy of him and looked it over before giving it a little cuddle. This used to be mine. Sirius was very close to my mother while I was young. He was almost like a big brother to me. When you were born and he was named your godfather, he would bring me to visit you on occasion. Tonks paused, and though I remember that you were rather boring to start off with, but when you were older you became fun to play with. This toy was my constant companion while I was growing up, so I took it everywhere with me. You really liked bright colors back then, so you liked playing with it with me. You even used accidental magic to steal it from me. Tonks laughed at the memory. I would then try to steal it back. Sirius and James used to laugh at the two of us squabbling over this thing. You even duplicated it once, drool and all. It only lasted an hour, but it stopped the fight. Tonks paused, smiling at the memory. When you turned 1, I decided that I was too big to play with it, so I gave it to you as a present. Tonks handed it back and stood shaking off the mood. I had forgotten all that. It's good to remember those times. There were a lot of good memories that I locked away after your parents were killed and Sirius was imprisoned. She gripped his shoulder and went back to her post. Harry returned the toy to the enclosed it. There were too many emotions tied up in these mementos to look at them now. He pulled his wand and moved them 3 trunks over to the door to bring with him. Heading back to the other trunks, he began looking through them for anything useful. He found 2 with kitchen equipment, plates and cutlery, which he also pulled out. When he was getting things for the kitchen living area, he forget the smaller things like bowls, knives, forks, spoons, practically everything really. There were a few trunks of ornaments and miscellaneous items that Harry found interesting. At least one of his parents, probably his mother, had very elegant taste. It was the second to last trunk that he also pulled out to take. It must have come from a study. There were stacks of parchments and a couple of dozen books. The books covered a few types of magic, but the real treasure were the books' titles: Potter Wards, Volume 5 by Edward Potter and Volume 12 by James Potter. Judging by the condition of the book, he didn't think it was his father, but it still stirred his heart. He moved the 3 extra trunks over to the door, then looked around the vault as the girls continued to explore. He noticed how careful they were being to avoid disturbing things, so that when he was ready to look around properly it would look the same. "Harry, you have got to see this," Hermione shouted from the back of the vault. Threading his way through the vault and the other girls, he joined Hermione at a huge bookshelf. Tracy and Daphne had been pulling various titles from the shelves and had built a stack at the end of the shelves to take with them. Harry looked where Hermione was pointing. "Look what I found," she said, too excited to wait for Harry to see where she was pointing. "The Potter family's books on wards. It goes up to volume 19, although I couldn't find volumes 5 and 12. I found those 2 already," Harry replied absently as he looked the titles over, seeing all the different Potters who had written the books over the years. "I think I have learned more of my family's history just looking at these titles than I have in the last decade. We will look into it, I promise. It'll just have to wait a while." Hermione hugged him. "I know." Harry shook himself. "Bring all of them. I'll work through them when I have a better grounding in runes." Hermione nodded and began pulling the books out and passing them to Tracy to stack. "We'll be done here in about another 10 minutes. Harry nodded and headed back to the door. "Sorry to keep you all waiting." Harry apologized to the 3 Aurors and the 3 Gringotts employees. "Don't worry about it, Harry," Kingsley reassured him. "We are at your disposal, so while you're out and about, we have nothing better to do. Plus there was a huge bonus for the war effort. You are paying for our time," Bill said. "You should hurry for your own sake, not ours. Speaking of your time, when can you start teaching us warding?" "Not this week. We're worked overtime. If you hadn't given Tapstone warning that you wanted my assistance today, you wouldn't have gotten me. That is actually why Fleur is my assistant today, even though she is not a member of the warding team. When you have time, do you have any books on the subject? Warding, ward breaking, curse breaking, mapping and exploring ruins, finding hidden items in rooms, that sort of thing. There are a few books I could recommend. The best ones you'll have to wait on though. They're Gringotts training manuals. I can't just give them to you. I have to ask Tapstone for permission to give them to you, but you never know, he may let you." "He probably will," Griphook commented. "Do you have anything else to sort out at Gringotts this afternoon?" Bill asked. "Yes, I have a couple of things I need to work through with Hooksnarl." "Why?" Harry replied. "I'll try and have those books ready for you before you leave." "That would be great." Harry thanked him. The girls started gathering at the vault entrance, Hermione, Tracy and Daphne at the rear levitating the books. They packed them in the trunk Griphook had provided and turned to Harry. "We're done here. Let's go, we still have to hit Diagon Alley this afternoon." Hermione motioned for him to get in the cart. "Interesting," Harry commented as he got in. "Here I was waiting for them and now, all of a sudden, I'm the one who is holding them up." Kingsley laughed and clapped him on the shoulder. "It's just one of those things guys have to put up with." This set Tonks laughing. There was only one more stop before they returned to the foyer, Harry's trust vault. Everyone had seen more gold that day than ever before, but the contents of this vault was just unreal. The mountain of gold dwarfed everything they had ever seen before. Harry pulled out the trunk that only had the books that Hermione and the two Slytherins had pulled out. Carrying it over to the vault, he began scooping handfuls of galleons into it. A few thousand coins were piled into the before he flipped the lid closed. "Do you want to scan your vault before we leave?" Bill asked. Harry paused and looked back at the vault. "Yeah, we should. Just to be safe." Bill joined him at the vault entrance and they scanned the vault with no results. Harry shrugged, looking a little down. "I know we didn't expect to find anything, but..." He trailed off. "It would have been nice though, wouldn't it?" Bill finished for him. Harry nodded, turned and headed back to the cart. Reaching the foyer, far above the vaults they had just spent the last couple of hours in, Harry opened the trunk he had stuffed the gold into and started filling several money bags. He handed the bags out to the girls, much to their surprise. "You don't need to do this," Susan protested. Harry shrugged. "You need to hunt down anything we might need." "Books," Harry nodded at Hermione, "potion ingredients," another nod towards Hannah and Tracy, "and anything else that may be useful. I have some business here to finish up, so you lot should start without me and I will join you as soon as I can." Hermione nodded. "Okay, we'll get going. Be quick." "Yes," Daphne added. "We need to get you some new robes and I need the robe you are borrowing checked for damage." Harry looked at the now heavily wrinkled robe and winced. "Sorry about that. Will a new one help?" "I'll think about it," Daphne replied primly. "Well, I'll see you all later. Bye everyone." "See you, sis." Bill waved and headed off. "Au revoir." Fleur joined him. Kingsley straightened. "Tonks, you remain here with Harry. Jones, we'll escort the others." The other two Aurors nodded and the group headed out into the alley. "Just one question before we go, Griphook," Harry said as he watched the last of the girls disappear out through the main entrance. "Yes. What do we do about these trunks?" "Call your house elves. They can take them home while you finish up here." "Ah, cool. Dobby, Winky," Harry called. A few seconds later the two house elves could be seen trotting through the main doors. Dobby was about to bounce up to Harry when Winky slapped him on the shoulder and glared at him, causing him to settle. "You called Master Harry?" Winky asked quietly. "Yes, can you two take these trunks home and put them in my bedroom?" "Yes, Master Harry. Would you like us to unpack them as well?" "No, I need to work through them myself." "Of course, Master Harry. We will see you when you get home." The two elves levitated the trunks and took them out the main doors before disappearing, returning home. "That was easy. Thank you, Griphook." Harry turned to the goblin. "You're welcome, Harry. Right this way." The goblin led Harry and Tonks to his superior's office. Hooksnarl looked up as they entered. "Good afternoon, Harry. How are you today? Was your vault inspection successful?" "Hello, Hooksnarl. I'm good. The vault inspection went much better than expected, although I request that what I found remain confidential. I can assure you that your dealings with us are totally confidential." "You miss my point. It should never be spoken of. Ever. It is best to be completely forgotten." Harry gave both Tonks and Griphook a pointed look. Griphook nodded and bowed to his superior. "I beg of you to never ask me what we found down in the vaults and am willing to submit to memory alteration to remove today from my memory." Hooksnarl studied his subordinate and nodded. "Very well, and take the rest of the day off to recover." "Thanks you. Good day, Harry. I hope that your endeavor goes well." Griphook left. "Wow." Harry was shocked. "Just like that. I am rather surprised myself." Hooksnarl contemplated the now departed younger goblin. "You must have made quite the impression, and found something very important." "Critical actually, but I can't say any more," Harry said. Hooksnarl nodded. "I wasn't going to ask. I do hope that you will be able to tell me the story someday though." "Maybe," Harry replied noncommittally. We have some business to discuss and I have a contract between myself and Lord Pottle that needs to be written and can you do emergency portkeys? Yes, let's get to work. Are you all right with the young lady present? Tonks. She can stay. I can ask her to put up a privacy ward around us if that would make you more comfortable. Please. I would prefer not to talk about a client's business in front of someone who is not a family member. She is actually a black but I don't think we will be dealing with that family so, Tonks, if you please. Tonks glanced at Hooksnarl and, receiving a nod, pulled her wand and cast the ward. Harry and Hooksnarl got to work. Exclamation mark. HPEASE. Harry stretched. It had taken some work but they had finished. He rolled up the sheets of parchment with the copies of the contract with Lord Pottle on them. Hooksnarl gestured to Tonks to remove the privacy ward. Thank you for your patience. Not a problem, you might want to deal with this guy though. Tonks indicated the young goblin waiting next to her. Ah yes, does Tapstone need me? No sir, he wants to see Lord Potter. The goblin replied. Well, we're done here Harry. I will see you next time. Hooksnarl shook Harry's hand. You as well Hooksnarl. Harry stood and followed the young goblin out. He and Tonks were led through the halls of Gringotts and into an office where Tapstone was working. Ah, Harry. Glad you could make it. I hope I am not keeping you from anything. Were Mr. Weasley and Miss Delacour helpful? Very helpful. I may need more of their time in the future. Just let me know when as I will do my best to ensure that their schedules can accommodate you. How about, in an hour or two? Harry asked. 2 hours. Tapstone agreed. Now, Mr. Weasley passed on a request for training materials. I cannot provide you with the Gringotts warding manuals. They are for Gringotts warders only. So I can only supply you with the introductory warding books. I also have some books on curse breaking and tomb raiding. He pulled several books out of a drawer and handed them over. I think you will find those books provide you with everything you wanted to know. The goblin grinned at Harry. I can't thank you enough for these. Harry looked the books over. How is the warding going? Ah, yes. You need an update on the warding projects. How remiss of me, but your warding fund has produced such a large response that we have been dreadfully overworked. I can give you a brief summary now, but the full report will require a few days while we sort through all the documents. A brief report will be fine. Harry assured him. We have warded all the homes of the families you indicated. Of the properties you personally own, there are still some properties outstanding. We have finished at your Privet Drive residence, which is the only one currently occupied. We have not been able to find the Black family's London residence, and the Potter Manor is locked down and currently totally inaccessible until you release it. Harry nodded. The Black residence is under the Fidelius charm. How is the Potter Manor locked down? It is a special set of wards that totally prevents all access and manipulation without a key, usually the blood of the family who locked it down. Voldemort used some of my blood when he resurrected himself a year ago. Would he be able to unlock the wards? If it was any other family than the Potters, I would say that it was possible. Blood may be the active ingredient, but it only acts as a link for proof of identity. Stolen blood won't work. We have tried to get the formula from the Potter family for decades, unsuccessfully I might add. You wouldn't be interested in selling it to us, would you? Harry laughed. For the time being I will respect my family's decision and decline. Tapstone grinned back. I thought as much. Is there anything else? Where would you like Mr. Weasley to join you? At the Granger residence. I'll let you get back to work. Thank you for the training materials. Harry stood, bid the goblin farewell and headed for the door. He paused as he left and looked back. I don't suppose you could spare your assistant to show us the way out. I don't think we could find it on our own. Certainly. Tapstone summoned his assistant and gave him a few instructions. Harry and Tonks followed the goblin out to the foyer where they thanked the young goblin and headed out into the alley in search of the others. Where do you suggest first? Tonks asked. Probably the bookstore, knowing Hermione. I want to look in quality Quidditch supplies first though. Any reason in particular, or are you just sating your Quidditch fetish? Both. I want to have a look, but I may need to get a few brooms as well. It depends on what they have and how much they cost. Why? Tonks was genuinely curious. You saw the girls' brooms yesterday. Brooms are a brilliant means of getting around without if you can't apparate or portkey. Very true. Tonks agreed. Can you make purchases with only your vault key? I have money, but I don't know if I have enough. Yep. You can use your key to mark a payment agreement as valid. Gringotts will check it and shift the money. The other option is to give your key to your house elf and ask them to get the money. Cool. Let's see what they have. Harry opened the door to the store, allowing Tonks to enter first. Harry and Tonks browsed the brooms, trying to find which brooms to get. I really think that the Nimbus 2000 will be the best choice. Fast and agile but stable enough for Hermione to learn on. Harry was saying. The 2001 model gets unstable if you try maxing it out. I know, but you should still look at the Firebolt. They are much cheaper than they were a couple of years ago and you have the money. Tonks countered. Yeah, but we'll never get Hermione on one. I don't think she could ever handle it either, and there is no point having Firebolts if she doesn't. She'll slow us down. You don't think a mix will work? The 4 girls that we're teaching all have the reactions for Firebolts. You think I should put them on Firebolts and the rest on 2000s? Harry asked. Yeah, they can move around the formation and provide support where necessary, and if you have to send the others on ahead, you'll be able to catch up. Tonks explained. I like it. Harry grinned. I wonder if I should get a new Firebolt as well. Why? Something wrong with your old one? No, but it was a present from Sirius. I don't want anything to happen to it. Harry pondered for a moment. I wonder if there is anything better coming out soon. You can ask. Do you need a new broom? No, you are not buying me a broom. Tonks glared at him. Why not? You are family. As your head, am I not allowed to treat you if I want? Yes, but I'm not family yet. We forgot about the readmittance ceremony. Damn, we did, didn't we? I'm really sorry about that. Your mother must be disappointed. I think she's still in shock from the tour of the World Room. Tonks chuckled. We should try and do it tonight. Do you know what's involved? Not a lot. You just need to dress formally and make a nice speech. Sounds easy enough. The store owner approached them. Are either of you interested in a broom? Actually, I'm interested in several. Do you know if there are any new brooms coming out, one better than a Firebolt perhaps? Harry asked. No, I know that they are working on a new version of the Firebolt, but I don't expect them to finish for at least another year. There is a new Nimbus due in a month or so, but I wouldn't expect much from it. They are trying to compete with the Firebolt, but I think they've rushed it too much and it'll have stability issues. So the 2000 is still the better broom then. The Nimbus 2001 is the faster broom. Only a little, and the handling if you max it out. Harry commented, looking at the Nimbus 2000 on display. You've flown one then? The store owner asked. No, I flew against one on a 2000. Its stability issues were quite obvious. So you will be looking at a Firebolt then. It's the best broom we have. I know. Harry turned to Tonks. You won't stop complaining if I buy you a Firebolt, won't you? Don't even think about it. Tonks glared back at him. Okay, so that is 5 Nimbus 2000s and 4 or 5 Firebolts. I'm still not sure. I assume you are buying them for your friends. The man asked. Is there one you are not sure about? No, the 5th one is for me. I don't know if I should replace my current Firebolt. You already have a Firebolt. That, young lady, is impossible. The only privately owned Firebolt in Britain is owned by Harry Potter himself. The store owner was indignant. I sent that one to him personally. Harry turned his distinctive green eyes on the man. I didn't know that. It was very well wrapped. The store owner was caught, mesmerized by the vivid green eye of the girl in front of him. He looked closer at the face, framed by locks, and was caught in a memory. The prophet did claim recently that Harry Potter had been turned into a girl. I thought it was just rubbish. They spent the last year trashing him, then an immediate bout face claiming he had faced you-know-who in the ministry foyer. But seeing you here, the man looked astounded. I've seen you often enough, looking in the window, especially when the Firebolt first came out. You were here every day for weeks. I didn't recognize you. That was my intent actually. I would appreciate it if you kept quiet about it. Harry said. Of course. Did you really fight him again? Yes. He interrupted me while I was fighting Bellatrix Lestrange. You fought her as well. She is really dangerous. I forget how many Aurors they lost capturing her. You faced them both at the same time. No. Dumbledore showed up. Harry glared at the man for bringing up bad memories. Right. Back to business. The man had gotten the hint. You were deciding if you were going to replace your own broom. Would it help that I could give you a discount if you were to buy 10 brooms? How much? Harry was very interested. Would 10% be suitable? It would indeed. Harry pulled out his trust vault key to make the payment and called for Winky while the store owner was wrapping up the brooms. You called Mistress? Winky asked as she appeared. It's okay. He knows who I am. Thanks for keeping it a secret, thought. Harry told her. It's what a respectable house elf does. What does you want Winky to do? Can you take these back home, please? Harry asked the elf. Yes, Master Harry. Winky vanished with the brooms. A pleasure doing business with you. Harry bid the man farewell and left the store with Tonks to find the others. As expected, they were in Flourish and Blots building up a collection of books. Hermione and Daphne seemed to be in a deep discussion over which book on runes to get while the others were looking through various other sections, pulling out books they thought suitable. The clerk had several stacks of books on one side of the counter that must have been what the girls had already selected. Why don't we just ask for a copy of everything? Harry asked everyone in general. Hey, how are you doing? Ginny came over and gave him a brief hug. Luna hugged him as soon as Ginny released him. Hermione is getting obsessive again. I think that. Harry cut her off. I had better sort those two out before they pull their wands. Hermione picked up that comment and rounded on him. We're having a discussion. We are not about to start hexing each other. She huffed at him. Oh, sorry. What seems to be the problem? Daphne thinks that there is no point getting this book, but there is some really good information in it. And, Daphne, there is good information in it, but most of it is in the books we already have. The bits that aren't are better covered in this book. Daphne pulled a book of the shelf to show him. That sounds reasonable. Yes, Hermione agreed. But this book will introduce that book better. So why can't we get both of them? Harry asked. Have you seen the pile of books we have already? Hermione pointed at the counter. We can't just buy everything. True. One copy of Lockhart's books is too many. Harry shrugged. If we are going to have a library, then it might as well be a good one. Will you be much longer? A little while yet. Hermione took both books to the counter. Daphne wanted to show you something though, and you can look in other stores while we finish up here. Can I help? Harry asked. Not really. We worked out how to do this quickly. You'll just get in the way at the moment. Go and let us finish. Go and look at the Quidditch shop like I know you want to. You can treat us to ice cream afterwards. Hermione shooed him towards the door. Okay. Harry grinned. Daphne. The Slytherin girl nodded and joined Harry. I found a pensive for sale. It cost more than we could spare and still buy the potion ingredients and books, so I had to leave it, but if you remember, I thought it would be good to get one. Yes. All right. Let's go. Harry gestured for her to lead. Harry followed her out of the store, joined by both Tonks and Kingsley. She led them to another store further down the alley which sold magical and enchanted items. Here it is. She indicated a large stone basin. It is more than we really need, but we did need one and it may be a while before we see another one. Harry nodded. That's okay. What's so special about this one? It is big enough for all of to use at once and still have room left over. It can also project the images and allow for manipulation of the image to see it better. Daphne explained. In what way is this too much? Harry was confused. I thought that you would just need a small basic one. Daphne trailed off surprised. Harry just smiled at her. Is there anything else in here that may be useful? I didn't see anything, but we can have another look. Let's. The two looked around and found a wizarding tent large enough for all of them, but the rest of the items were just magical miscellanea. Nothing that would be of any real use to them. Buying the tent and pensive, Harry called Winky again to return the purchase home. Convenient, isn't it? Have house elves. Daphne grinned. They can be really helpful, but so many are mistreated. That's why Dobby is so weird. He was very badly abused by the Malfoys. Harry explained. Is that where he came from? Huh, I never knew. How did you get him? And Winky for that matter. Daphne was curious. Dobby came to warn me about what was going to happen in second year. He kept trying to get me to leave Hogwarts to stay safe. Do you remember that bludger that attacked me during the Gryffindor-Slytherin Quidditch match? Yes, did he bewitch it? Yep, and he blocked the entrance to the platform so Ron and I missed the train. Didn't you two fly a car to Hogwarts? Yeah, we got in so much trouble for that. Plus the car is still running around the Forbidden Forest. It wasn't too happy with us after we crashed into the Whomping Willow, but it did save us from the Acromantula colony in the forest. There is an Acromantula colony in the Forbidden Forest. Daphne spun around to face Harry with shock on her face. Yeah, the leader, Aragog, used to be a pet of Hagrid when he was a student. Is there anything that goes on around Hogwarts that you either don't know about or aren't involved in? Daphne demanded. Well, I don't know. Which guys you have spent some time in a broom closet with? Daphne gasped and slapped his arm. How dare you? I don't do that sort of thing. She scolded him. Okay. With girls then. Harry dodged her next swipe. I know you and Tracy are really close. A growl of rage was Harry's only warning to run, and he took it as the Slytherin girl chased him all the way back to the bookstore with her trying to hit him. Back in the store, Harry ducked behind Tracy, trying to hide from Daphne. Quick, how do you stop Daphne from killing you? Tracy looked at him, then Daphne. You don't. You just stand there and take it like a man. Unless you have a really good bribe. How does she like flying? Harry asked as Daphne bore down on him. Loves it. She will probably try for the seeker position now that Malfoy's gone. Why? Tracy asked. You'll find out. Harry was grinning now. Are you ready to die? Daphne stood in front of him. No, Harry replied cheekily. But if you kill me, then you will miss out on the really nice surprise I have waiting for you at home. Daphne paused, looking at Harry intently. A really nice surprise? You mean it? It's not just something that you think is nice and everyone else will hate. No, I honestly think you will like it. Please don't hurt me, Harry pleaded, still keeping Tracy between the two of them. Daphne stared at him, thinking deeply. If you are trying to fool me, if your surprise is not up to scratch, I will hex you so badly you will think you are a newborn badger. She had to pause to rethink her treat. Making him think he was a baby girl was as impressive as he was already halfway there. Harry just kept grinning. Tracy was grinning now as well. Watching Daphne have to rethink her threat mid-spiel was probably the funniest thing she had ever seen her friend do. The other girls were grinning as well. Watching Daphne, who was always so calm and collected, lose it was probably a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and they were enjoying every minute of it. So, Hermione, are you finished here? Harry asked, trying to distract Daphne from killing him. Yes, these are the last books. We just need to pay. Hermione replied. Okay. Where do we need to go next? I promised you ice cream and we meet Bill in about an hour. We are going to Madame Malkin's and we are going to find out if my robe is fixable or if you are buying me a new one. Daphne stated firmly. You should get some robes of your own while we are there. Tracy added. Yes, I'm not lending you a robe again if this is how you treat them. Daphne ground out. I'm really sorry, but it was important. Harry apologized. Daphne just huffed and walked off to wait by the door. Harry. Hermione called him over. I've paid and the books are all packed up, but how do we get them all home? I know how, but you won't like it. Harry answered her. Oh, don't tell me that you are. Hermione started in on him. Harry nodded and called, Dobby, Winky. The two house elves appeared. Dobby opened his mouth to speak but was elbowed into silence by Winky. You called Mistress? Winky asked politely. Yes, we need these books to be taken home. At once, Mistress. Does you wish us to unpack them into the library as well? No, I think Hermione would like to do that personally. She may like you to help though. We will be happy to assist her. Winky bowed to Harry and directed Dobby to help her with the books. They quickly had them organized and vanished, taking them with them. Shall we go? Harry asked Hermione, who had watched the conversation with a look of surprise. Okay, she replied absently and allowed Harry to lead her from the store. At Madame Malkin's, Daphne glared at Harry until he removed her robe and handed it over. Please, Madame Malkin, tell me that you can fix it. Please. The older woman looked the robe over and pulled her wand. With a few quick charms, the robe looked like new again. There you go, Miss Greengrass. All fixed. Will your mother be joining us today? Not today, but I have a few friends who need some new robes, if you could help them please. Certainly. Who is first? Her. Daphne pointed at Harry. Before she destroys another of my robes. Madame Malkin smiled. Come right over here, dear, so that I can measure you. Do you go to Hogwarts? I haven't seen you in here before. I do. We have met before, but I have changed quite a lot since I was last in here. Harry replied. Really? Madame Malkin looked more closely, then her eyes widened. Oh, of course. How are you doing? Coping. Madame Malkin gave him a soft smile. I assume that this isn't your natural hair color then. It's a good disguise. I didn't recognize you at first. Thank you. I was trying not to be noticed. It's good to know that I did a good job of succeeding. Will you be keeping this hair color or returning to your normal one? Madame Malkin asked, smiling at his comments. Why? Harry was a little confused. You don't want robes that clash with your hair color. Daphne explained. Actually, you should get robes that match a variety of hair colors. You may need different disguises. Harry shrugged. You heard her. She has spoken and so we must obey. Daphne glared at him as Madame Malkin led him away to be measured. As soon as he was out of sight she smirked. He's coming along nicely. You mean you're not angry at him? Ginny looked surprised. No. As much as I like my clothes, it's just a robe. It's nowhere near as important as what he was doing. Daphne shrugged. So what were you doing? I want him to be able to be with us without holding back. At no point did he actually give in to me. He teased me every step of the way. Daphne's expression relaxed into a soft smile. I want to have the same relaxed relationship that you and Hermione have. Well, you are well on your way to that. I've never seen him act like that towards anyone. Hermione entered the conversation. Really? Daphne was surprised. Yeah, ever since the end of Hogwarts I've noticed that he has been acting different. He has been more, I don't know, happier. Despite his issues with being a girl he's been more relaxed, more determined. Hermione shrugged, at a loss to describe her friend. What do you think it is? The Ministry, what happened when he became a girl? Ginny asked. A combination probably. Hermione looked thoughtful. On another topic, do we all want some robes that would suit different hair colors? Most of us are of a similar build. We can share easily enough. It's only Ginny, Luna and Harry who are sufficiently different to need their own. Okay, Luna and I are short. You can just say it. Ginny slumped into a chair. There is a Muggle saying that seems appropriate. Good things come in small packages. Hermione quoted. Ginny perked up at that. Come on, let's find ourselves a few things. Daphne said to the two Gryffindors. The others have already started. They started looking for their own robes and were soon joined by Harry who had been measured and now working with Madame Malkin to find suitable styles and materials. The girls selected a few items for him and soon Madame Malkin had enough to start making several robes for him. As the girls decided on what they wanted, an assistant would help fit them. They were only in the store for 3/4 of an hour. Madame Malkin wouldn't finish for a while yet, but had assured Harry that his order would be ready before he left the alley. As they headed back up the alley to Florine Fortescue's ice cream parlor, Daphne paused and looked down Nocturne Alley. We should really take a look down there at some point, she commented. There is an Auror's dream assignment, taking a high-risk target down the most dangerous alley in London. Kingsley gave the Slytherin girl a very direct look. Okay, it's risky. But we should still do it at some point. Daphne defended herself. Harry owned properties and businesses down there that he should inspect. Hermione put her two nuts in. If Harry gets a lot of the dark items and books out of there, then he is denying the other side from having access to them. Luna added. Everyone turned to look at the young Ravenclaw. She had just made a reasonable and intelligent comment without referring to any obscure creatures. That alone was enough to shock everyone who knew her. That's an argument that will get me to agree, but not until I feel you lot are ready for it. Kingsley told the girl. We can't spare the Aurors at the moment. I know. It'll be a good test of our skills. Luna turned back towards the ice cream parlor. I wonder if they have any new flavors to try. Kingsley grinned as the girl floated towards the parlor. I would write her off as irrelevant if I hadn't seen her ability with a wand and moments like that. Harry grinned. She is eccentric but lovable because of it. She's totally honest and very insightful. He ran to catch up with her and they walked the rest of the way together discussing their favorite flavors. They all spent the rest of their time in Diagon Alley sitting at the tables chatting happily about anything and everything. They totally lost track of time and so were surprised by Bill Weasley and Fleur Delacour as they walked along the alley to the Leaky Cauldron. Hello everyone. Bill greeted them. I didn't expect to see you all here. But here we are. Harry replied. You're just in time. We were just finishing. I have a few robes to pick up, but we're ready to go. I'll get your robes. You all head home. Tonks volunteered. Thanks. See you in a few minutes. Harry watches Tonks head off. The rest of them headed to the Leaky Cauldron. Before they flowed back to the Granger residence, Harry pulled Daphne aside and whispered in her ear for a minute. She nodded and stepped to the back of the queue to use the flow. As they arrived at the entrance hall, they noticed that Daphne wasn't with them. Tracy looked around a little wildly. "Where's Daphne? She's doing me a small favor. She'll be here in a few minutes," Harry reassured her. When Tonks caught up to them with several bags from Madame Malkin's, Harry had Winky take the bags upstairs to everyone's rooms and asked everyone to assemble in the dueling room. Harry ran upstairs to his bedroom and retrieved the small box with the Hufflepuff cup. He ran back downstairs and along to the entrance hall, where he waited in the doorway for Daphne to return. She flowed in a few minutes later. Bright red, clutching at a small box with a small lump of material on top. "Are you okay?" Harry asked. "Yes, no, I don't know yet." Daphne was stumbling over her words and looked very embarrassed. "What happened? I went to ask my father about Guinea's Fang, and because I was in a hurry I knocked and entered without waiting." Daphne paused, trying to regather her composure. "I caught them going at it on his desk." "Them? Your parents?" "Yeah." His pants were around his ankles and she was sitting on his desk, her robes open, and all she had on underneath was some tiny black lingerie that she must have gotten on our shopping trip to the Muggle world. "Daphne, are you okay?" Harry was concerned. "Yeah, just really embarrassed. Give me a minute to get my composure." "Back." Harry nodded and stood back, giving her space, while she calmed down. A few minutes later she nodded to Harry and followed him to the dueling room. "Sorry about the delay. Things took a little longer than I expected. Bill, if you could take this to the far end of the room." Harry handed the box over to Bill. "If everyone else except Ginny could remain here." "Daphne." Daphne handed Ginny the lump on the top of the box, which turned out to be a dragon hide glove, and motioned for her to put it on. Opening the box she carried, she revealed a single large fang. "Take it, Ginny. It's your fang," Daphne urged the younger girl. Ginny carefully pulled out the fang and looked at Harry for what to do next. With a slight nod of his head he motioned for her to follow him, and he headed for the far end of the room where Bill was waiting. Bill opened the box at Harry's request and watched as Harry overturned the box, spilling the cup onto the floor. "Go on, Ginny. Stab it. You deserve this," Harry told her. Ginny stared at the cup, then a look of determination came over her face. "Tom, you bastard. Die." And with that she plunged her fang into the cup. There was no reaction at first, but after a second a sickly green-black mist started emanating from the cup, accompanied by a faint wailing, and a dark energy seemed to fill the room. "Ginny, step back, quickly," Bill barked out as he moved forward. Harry reacted quicker, casting the one spell he knew that would fill the room with positive energy. The silver stag bounded between Ginny and the cup to protect her from it. Ginny fell back away from the mist as Bill and Harry moved to protect her, the stag moving to stay fully between her and the source of the darkness. It wasn't necessary. The wailing faded out, the mist dissipated, and the feeling of darkness that accompanied it faded into nothing, leaving only the warming glow of the Patronus. "Wow." Hannah was the first person to speak, breaking the silence. Harry cradled Ginny, who was clutching him like a lifeline. Bill, assured that Ginny was safe and being looked after, was checking the cup for lingering magic. Fleur and the Aurors were standing guard over the other girls, waiting for Bill to give them the all clear. "It's clean," Bill said finally. Harry nodded and relaxed, allowing his Patronus to fade. "I had heard your Patronus was impressive, but that is something else." Tonks complimented Harry as she put her wand away. Kingsley nodded in agreement. "Do you have any other surprises up your sleeve?" "I would never have thought that a student would be able to cast that spell. Most adult wizards can't." "Why not?" Luna asked. "It's not that hard." She pulled her wand and cast her own Patronus. Kingsley's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "Does anyone else have a corporeal they wish to share?" He asked what he hoped was a rhetorical question. He was wrong, as Hermione, Susan, Hannah and Padma all pulled their wands and cast their own Patronus. Even Ginny managed to rally and cast a strong mist. Kingsley looked at the two Slytherins. "You aren't going to join in?" "Sorry. We never learnt," Tracy replied. "Where did the rest of you learn?" "Harry learnt it from Professor Lupin in 3rd year," Hermione answered. "Then he taught us as a part of the DA last year." "You are going to teach us, aren't you?" Daphne asked Harry, although it most definitely wasn't a question. "Sure. Not a problem. We can start later this evening if you want. First, if everyone is ready, there is one more place I want to search today." Harry stood and pulled Ginny to her feet. Where? Kingsley asked. Just the one place I have no real control over. Headquarters. You can't bring just anyone to headquarters. It isn't safe. Why not? It's under the Fidelius charm, so very few people can even find it. Plus I own the house. Would you mind telling me who can dictate who I invite into one of my homes? When you put it like that, what do you plan on doing there? Checking it and emptying the library before someone destroys it. How are you planning on bring the girls who don't know the secret? We can flow there in pairs, can't we? Harry asked. Yes, we can. Kingsley looked surprised at the simplicity of his answer. So, what are we waiting for? Harry headed for the door. The girls looked at each other and started scrambling to follow. In the entrance hall, Luna attached herself to Harry for the trip to Grimmauld Place. Ginny was carrying the box with her fang in it and the dragon hide glove as she partnered with Daphne. Kingsley went through first with Susan, followed by Hestia and Luna. Harry moved through next with Tracy. They assembled in the lounge at Grimmauld Place. Daphne pulled her wand and cast the detection spells to find a Horcrux. I've found one, she called. It's below us and off the right, but it's here. Harry spun to face her. Are you sure? Yes. Try for yourself. Harry pulled his wand and cast the spell. You're right. It's here. It's over there where you said, but it's not below us. It's on the same floor. Huh. Daphne was confused. They both figured it out at the same time a second later. There's someone here. They echoed each other. Bill, Fleur, guard the front door. Tonks. Harry moved to the left, count to 5 and approach. Hestia with me, we'll try to get behind them. Kingsley quietly barked his orders. The rest of you get behind some cover and wait here. They quickly followed his orders. Harry used his detection charm to track the movement of whoever was carrying the Horcrux. They are really close. They must be on the other side of the door. Harry whispered to Tonks. She nodded. Move over there where you won't be seen. If I have trouble, then hit them hard. Harry nodded and moved where Tonks indicated and crouched, wand at the ready. Tonks fell back to give herself room to move and waited until the door opened. Halt. Or. Drop your wand and identify yourself. She commanded. That you, Tonks? See. It's me, Dung. Mundungus Fletcher stepped forward carrying a really full bag slung over his shoulder. Oh, it's just you. Tonks relaxed but kept her wand at the ready. What have you got there? Just some stuff I left in storage here. Dung looked a little nervous. With the ownership of this place in doubt, I thought I had better get my stuff out. Just your own stuff? Kingsley asked, having snuck up on him from behind. Kingsley, what you all doing here? Dung asked. Following orders. Kingsley shot back. Harry cast the detection spell once last time while he still hadn't been noticed. It was confirmed, the Horcrux was in the bag. He nodded to Tonks. Do you mind if we take a look at what you've got there? Tonks asked. Why, it's just stuff. It's not important. Dung started pulling away. Harry shot off a silent stunner and watched Dung collapse. The bag hit the ground with a massive clatter or metal. Sorry, but it was taking too long and I didn't want him to see me or any of the others. Harry explained. Kingsley favored him with a grin. Harry stooped and opened the bag and tipped it out on the floor. The stuff he was storing was a variety of plates, goblets and other miscellaneous items. Most of them bore the markings of the Black family. Harry was spreading the items out on the floor carefully when the others arrived. Once they were spread out, Harry cast the spell once more to find which item he was looking for. A golden locket, one of the few items without any Black family markings. Instead it bore a stylized S across its face. Grab me a towel or something. I'll take it into the kitchen, we'll have more room in there. Harry asked. Hermione disappeared and returned a moment later with a tea towel. Using the towel, Harry carefully moved the locket into the kitchen and set it down on the table. Kingsley joined them a minute later. Dung won't be going anywhere anytime soon. He grinned. Harry ginned back. How do you suppose it got here? Hermione asked. I don't know. Harry replied. Hey, wasn't Creature really protective of it? He might know. Ginny piped up. Actually, where is he? I expected him to be here already, complaining about us. Harry looked around. I'll look around. He would have hidden that locket in that place he sleeps, right? Tonks volunteered. Yeah, thanks Tonks. Ginny placed her box on the table. So, who gets to destroy this one? I don't know. Do we draw straws? Tracy suggested. Not the worst idea. Susan replied. Though it should probably go to Hermione. Years of service and all that. Years of service? Hermione asked. As Harry's friend. Susan grinned at her. Ah, yes, well. Thank you. Tonks returned with a limping elf grumbling behind her. I found him. I think dung got the drop on him. What are all you filthy mud? Shut up, creature. Harry commanded. The old disgusting elf shut up. He looked surprised initially but soon took on a sullen expression and slumped, both sulking and glaring at Harry. Do you see this locket? Harry asked. Creature looked on the table. Master's locket. He made a grab for it but stopped before he could impale himself on Harry's wand. How did you get it? I order you to tell me everything. I order you to tell me the truth. Harry commanded. Creature glared and seemed to be trying to fight the command, but Harry was Lord Black, head of the family to which he was bound and an incredibly powerful wizard. He had no choice but to obey. Dark Lord asked Master Regulus for an elf. Creature told his tale, the locket, the fate of Regulus and the final command. Harry nodded thoughtfully. His last order was for you to destroy the locket. He asked quietly. Creature nodded. Harry picked up the dragon hide glove and offered it to the old elf. Put this on. Looking confused, Creature obeyed. Ginny had figured out what was going to happen and opened her box. The venom in this fang will destroy the locket. You just have to stab it. But only the locket. Harry added. Creature stood over the locket brandishing the fang and stabbed it firmly into the center of the locket. Again the dark energy and wailing heralded the mist pouring out of the locket. Harry pulled Creature away and cast his Patronus to keep the mist away from everyone. The mist dissipated and the kitchen was left in silence. Harry was looking particularly disturbed. He absently summoned the box for Creature to put the fang away and handed it back to Ginny. Come on, we need to pack up the library. Harry said, breaking the silence. How can Creature help? Harry looked at the elf in surprise. No insults. No, Master. Master helped Creature fulfill Master Regulus' last request. Master is Creature's master. Well, firstly, can you take down the portrait of Mrs. Black in the hallway? You can keep it, but she no longer gives you orders. Yes, Master. Thank you, Master. Creature bowed. Is there anything else? We need trunks or something to pack the library into. Harry said. Yes, Master. Make Creature ask why Master is moving the library. This location is not secure enough. I have a more secure location to work from. Creature understands. Make Creature pack the family heirlooms to keep them safe as well. Yes. The Black family has fallen into disrepute. I intend to restore the family name to the glory it deserves. What may Creature do to help? Cleaning the house properly would be a start. The Black family cannot entertain anyone in this pit. Creature will begin immediately. Is there anything else? Do not reveal my identity to anyone. I expect you to keep my secrets fully. Creature will. Creature will get to work now. The elf vanished, showing more energy than ever. You handled that well. Hermione commented. Thanks. Harry replied shortly. So that's the third Horcrux destroyed then? Hannah asked. 3 is an important number in arithmancy. That could be all of them. What is the next number up? Harry asked. 7. It's a much more significant number as well. Bill answered. That's why Ginny is such a little powerhouse. 7th child and all. Are you suggesting that he made 7 Horcruxes? Hermione asked. He split his soul 7 times. That is hideous. Are you sure? I think so. We have destroyed 4 Horcruxes. Harry said quietly. 4. The diary, Hufflepuff's cup and the locket. Susan counted. What was the 4th? Me. Harry's answer shocked them all into silence. The dark energy that I was fighting when Malfoy gave me the potion, it had the same feel as the Horcruxes. I wasn't sure after the cup, but the locket removed all doubt. I was a Horcrux. That's why I had a link with him. That's why I had some of his abilities. Do you think Dumbledore knows? Padma asked. Possibly. It wouldn't surprise me if he'd figured it out. Harry replied. So, when was he going to tell you? Susan asked. When he felt I was ready, I assume. Harry replied bitterly. He told me he was torn between telling me what I needed to know and protecting my innocence. He thinks I can wait until I graduate to deal with Voldemort. Like he's actually going to wait for me to be ready. To be fair, Albus has been doing his best to protect you all these years. Kingsley said softly. If he was protecting me, then tell me why I faced him directly in one form or another 4 out of 5 years at Hogwarts. Harry turned his intense green eyes on the dark-skinned Auror. I concede your point. Kingsley backed down. To further it, if I had known what was at stake, Sirius would still be alive. I was shut so far out of the loop, a loop that revolves around me unfortunately, that I hunted for answers in all the wrong places, to the point that I fell into a trap that was blindly obvious. My question is that why did he not beat us to the Ministry? Luna piped up. Huh. Kingsley turned to face the Ravenclaw. We flew to the Ministry on Thestrals. We told Professor Snape a while before left Hogwarts. How long did he wait before told Dumbledore we were missing? And the timing of when they showed up at the Ministry. I have questions. Luna explained. I can tell you that we went as soon as we were informed by Dumbledore that you were here. We had minor delays in reaching you because we had to check that we weren't about to run into an ambush. Tonks said in reply. Hermione groaned. Didn't you tell me that he arrived just in time to save you from Voldemort when you were protecting the Philosopher's Stone? Professor McGonagall told us in the afternoon that Dumbledore was at the Ministry. We went after the stone that night. And Dumbledore told me that he arrived at the Ministry only to find that had needed to come back again. Harry jumped in. I remember him saying that he and Hedwig must have crossed in midair. If it was so urgent that he returned, what took him so long? Hermione finished. There are a lot of questions about his actions over the years that we need to answer. Ginny commented. We have a pensieve. Daphne interjected. If we review all the memories, we may be able to spot the inconsistencies and start piecing together what the real story is. That's good idea, Kingsley said thoughtfully. I know that Albus likes to keep things close to his, but when it starts getting people killed. He trailed off, shaking his head. They stood in the kitchen in silence for a minute, absorbing the enormity of the implications. The silence was broken by Kreacher. He walked in carrying a large portrait. There are trunks in the library for putting the books in. I will pack up the Black family heirlooms that require protecting. Thank you, Kreacher. Harry replied. Who was that? That half-blood upstart. The portrait screeched. Master is good, Master. Kreacher told the portrait. Master helped Master Regulus. The portrait was stunned into silence. Let me see him, Kreacher. She commanded. Kreacher looked at Harry. Receiving a nod, he set the portrait on the floor, leaning against the wall. So it is you and a girl now, I see. Walburga Black sneered. And you brought your traitor friends with you. And what do we have here? Some new faces. More blood traitors. Daphne drew self up and sneered back. I am the eldest daughter of Lord Greengrass, and I will thank you to address me with respect. The portrait lifted an eyebrow. So what is the daughter of Lord Greengrass doing here with this lot? What are my options? The Ministry are imbeciles. Dumbledore is an idealistic fool, and if I have to choose between two half-bloods, then I will pick the one who will treat me better. Two half-bloods. Who is the other? Walburga was confused. It was the calmest emotion that they had ever seen of her face. Didn't you know? Harry asked. Voldemort was born Tom Marvolo Riddle. His father was a muggle named Tom Riddle. He told me so himself. You lie. The painting sneered. Harry pulled his wand and began writing in midair. With a swish of his wand, the letters rearranged, causing his remember the time in the chamber where the memory of Tom showed him the same thing. It can't be real. Walburga whispered. It's impossible. He is the heir of Slytherin. He may be, but his father was defiantly a muggle. Harry shrugged. Do you think that, Marvolo, has something to do with his mother's family? Hermione asked. Possibly. It's not a common name, even in the wizarding world. Daphne replied. And it definitely has the feel of a wizarding name. I know it's unlikely to be a muggle name, not an English one anyway. Hermione replied. There was a Marvolo Gaunt. That's the only one I know of. Due to her shock, Walburga was being uncommonly helpful. Where did they live? Daphne asked. Lived. The family died out a few decades ago. I remember that they sold their family manor to pay some debts and ended up in a shack in Little Hangleton. And we have a match. The Riddles lived in Little Hangleton as well. Harry said. So we have a new location to search. Kingsley stated. Yes. Harry confirmed. You'll have to wait. The cup primarily relied on Gringotts' security. The locket was retrieved from behind what sounded like some comprehensive and obscure protections. Bill said. I wouldn't want to attempt to breach them alone. If we could trust Dumbledore, I would want his help. If not, Harry asked, then you and Fleur have to get really good really fast. Bill gave him a very direct look. I'll start working through my books tonight. Harry nodded. When I have a better grounding, I'll start practicing creating wards. If you can create some wards for me to practice breaking. For both you and Fleur. When you get better at warding, maybe you can try and challenge me. Bill replied with a grin. We'd better get started. Thank you for your assistance, Lady Black. Harry gave her a slight bow. You're welcome, Lord Black. The portrait bowed back deeply. I hope you overcome your unfortunate affliction. So do I. Good day. Creature picked up the portrait and left. We'd better get the library packed up. Harry led the way. With them all working together, it didn't take too long to pack up all the books. Creature showed up part way through the packing and cut the time to pack the rest in half. Harry summoned Dobby and Winky to shift the packed trunks to Hermione's place. When they had vanished, Harry turned to Creature. I would invite you as well, but I am aware that you would prefer not to associate with Muggles and Muggle-born. Harry spoke softly. Master understands Creature. Creature will stay in his home and look after it for Master. Creature bowed. Thank you. If you could clean this place up and make it look a little less dark and gloomy. Harry smiled slightly. Don't tell anyone what happened here today. The less who know the better. Creature shall obey. Creature shall keep Master's secrets. Creature vanished. They returned to Hermione's home and collapsed on the couches in the entrance hall. That went surprisingly well. Hermione commented. Mrs. Black and Creature turned around so fast I could believe it. I noticed that. Creature is easy enough to understand. Having completed his last master's dying orders, it put him in a much better frame of mind. It's Mrs. Black I don't understand. She was given a reasonable argument to change her mind. Daphne said. Come again. Ginny was confused. Faced with the reality she knew about the Ministry and Dumbledore, opinions that are widely held amongst the darker pure-blood families, and the sudden truth about you-know-who, she was probably so shocking she didn't realize what she was saying. You may find her personality return to normal the next time you visit. Daphne explained. What happened to that guy you stunned? Hannah asked. Dung. Kingsley started. We left him stunned and tied up. Whoops. Tonks giggled. Kingsley grinned. I'll sort him out when we finish here. Is there anything else to discuss? Harry asked everyone. I don't think so. Why? Susan answered. Because we have a lot of work to do and not much time to do it in. True. We should get started. Okay. Meeting adjourned. Harry clapped his hand together. This was a very successful day. They all stood and moved off. Bill, Fleur, Kingsley and Hestia all said their farewells and headed for the flow. The girls all headed upstairs to start unpacking the books. Tonks pulled Harry aside. Do we have time for the ceremony now? Mum would like to officially rejoin the family. Harry thought for a moment. Give me an hour. We'll do it then. Okay. I'll see you then. Later, Tonks. Harry waved to the Auror as she left through the flow. Harry went upstairs and looked in the library where the girls were already unpacking and trying not to argue about how they should be organized. They had already commandeered both Dobby and Winky to help. Are you all okay here? I have a few things to sort out in my room. We're fine here. The hard part is keeping Hermione from ordering everyone around. Ginny grinned. I'm sure you have some things you need to do alone. Padma said, smiling at him softly. You go do what you have to. We'll manage here, even if we have to stun Hermione. Ginny grinned. Harry laughed and left. Back in his own room, he looked over the trunks from his parents' vaults. He pulled his wand and moved the trunks into his study. The trunk of dark items went in the far corner, unopened. It was the trunk full of his family's books that he opened first. The family books went on the bookshelf there in the study. The few he felt were not so personal to the family he put on one side to take to the other library. The next trunk to get unpacked was from his parents' study. It was hard for Harry to see the stacks of parchment and know he couldn't look them over. They had a shelf to themselves. The trunks full of kitchen and dining things went to the side to be moved to the living room. That left the trunks full of personal items. He opened the trunks one by one and found himself shutting them. He wasn't ready to handle what he was seeing, let alone actually deal with it. He sat staring at the trunks, feeling his turbulent emotions boil inside of him. He could feel the air around him start to charge. He realized that he wasn't going to be able to control what was happening. He had to find a safe place to release them. The World Room. Harry was on his feet and running. His magic responded to his unconscious needs, and the new firebolt he had just bought from himself that was still wrapped and sitting with the other near the door of his room tore itself free of it wrapping and leapt into his arms. Harry sprinted down the hallway and down the stairs. Seconds later he was entering the world room. His magic slammed and sealed the door after him as he ran up the stairs of the clubhouse to the viewing platform. Leaping off the edge he pulled the broom under himself and took to the air. He wanted to break things. He needed to vent on something. The Muggle area was closest, and seconds later he was landing in the middle of the residential area. Now he could let go. And let go he did. He watched the air swirl around him faster and faster until it was so distorted that it blocked his vision. He pushed harder at it and the wind started howling. He absently noticed the edge of the wind encircling him a few feet away. Focusing, he tried to pull it closer and grinned as it slowly closed in on him until it stopped just out of reach. He started playing with it, moving it in and out all the while pushing the wind to grow. The girls unpacking the books in the library paused as they noticed the two house elves stop and look around in concern. "What is it?" Ginny asked. "House is shaking." "Shaking coming from world room." Dobby answered. "Master Harry ran past a minute ago. Could he be in there?" Winky asked. It only took a second for the girls to come to the same conclusion. Harry may be in danger. They raced down to the world room and struggled against the door but could open it. Every spell they could think to throw at it was repelled by the magic Harry had placed on it. Dobby was right, they realized. The vibrations were more noticeable here. "Dobby, can you get past the door?" Hermione asked. Dobby concentrated and vanished only to return less than a second later. "We wait out here." The elf looked terrified. "Too dangerous to go in." Master Harry angry, but not in danger. "If Harry isn't in danger, then how can it be too dangerous for us to go it?" Hannah asked sternly. "Master Harry is making it dangerous for everyone else." Dobby replied. "Oh." Hannah replied faintly. "So it's Harry shaking everything. Impressive." Susan said, staring at the door. "It will be less impressive if he kills himself due to expending too much energy." Tracy shot a brief glare at Susan. "I know that." Susan glared back. "But it is impressive to see just how powerful Harry is." "Scary more like." Padma said. "You know how big that room is and how heavily warded it is. For his power to be affecting the rest of the extension this way." She trailed off, not knowing how to finish her statement. "I knew he was powerful, but this is on a whole new scale." Hermione said. "What signs did he show?" Daphne asked. "He doesn't seem to do that well in class. He learnt the Patronus charm in 3rd year and used it to drive away several dozen Dementors. All that were at Hogwarts that year, in fact. Quote, there were 100 Dementors assigned to Hogwarts that year." Susan said. "I know because Auntie ranted about it a few times after Fudge went over her head and sent them there." "Aren't trained Aurors only able to hand a couple at once?" Tracy asked. "Some can handle as many a half a dozen, but they are rare." Susan answered. "So Harry is what, 20 times more powerful than the more powerful wizards around?" Padma threw out the question. "Or has an incredible affinity for light magic." Daphne answered. "He is very powerful though. I know that from when he helped with the basilisk." "Yes, we discussed it then." "We did. I don't remember. You and Hannah were still busy with the basilisk. It was just before you took your first break." "Okay." Daphne shrugged. "Dobby, Winky, can you start trying to get this door open? If we can open it immediately, then we will get to Harry quicker once it's safe." Hermione asked the two elves. The elves nodded and got to work. They paused part way through. "Master Harry has stopped," Dobby explained to the girls as they returned to work. It was another 5 minutes of hard work before the two elves managed to open the door. Ginny was the first through and came to a sudden stop as she saw the damage. "Stop everyone. Just stop before we kill ourselves." Ginny's arms were outstretched blocking the other girls. "What is it, Ginny?" Hermione asked as the girls stopped jostling against each other. "This place is really badly damaged. There are holes in the floor and walls. This building is supposed to be heavily warded. How did it get so badly damaged?" Daphne asked. "I think we'll find out." Ginny replied. "Dobby, Winky, can you make sure that this building is stable?" "Yes, Miss Ginny." They replied in unison and got to work. A couple of minutes later Winky stopped in front of them. "If you stay within the red lines you can go upstairs." "Thank you." The girls replied and, in single file, made their way to the upper balcony. Dust still obscured much of the landscape, but it was clearing, revealing the level of destruction Harry had wrought. The center point seems to be over that way. Hermione pointed after studying the damage. That's the Muggle area, Tracy said after a moment's thought. How do we get there? The ground looks too torn up to walk. Winky, Daphne called. We need a fast way of traveling to Harry. Winky nodded and vanished. She returned a moment later with a bundle of wrapped brooms. Master Harry got these for his companions. Winky explained as she passed them out. I hope he is not angry with me for spoiling his surprise, but his bonded need to get to him quickly. The girls quickly unwrapped their brooms. Susan, Ginny and Daphne gasped as they saw the distinctive polished handles of the firebolt. Luna simply jumped on her broom and launched. Her action stirred the others into action. All the girls took to the sky. Hermione was a little hesitant, but her concern for Harry overrode her fear and she pushed herself to keep up with Hannah, Padma and Tracy. Ginny, Susan and Daphne quickly left the others behind on their faster brooms as they pushed to catch up to Luna. They were only seconds behind Luna when they saw her dive. Looking ahead, they saw a small circle of undamaged tarmac from what was once a road going through the Muggle suburban street. Lying on it was a white shape. Harry. Luna was already trying to roll him on his back when the others hit the ground to help. He was still breathing and appeared to be unharmed but was unconscious. A firebolt lay next to him, somehow having escaped the destruction that surrounded them along with the small circle of road. Wake up, Harry. Ginny pleaded, shaking him. Please wake up. Let me through. Tracy commanded, her wand already out. The others had arrived. She cast several diagnostic spells and relaxed. He's okay. He's just exhausted himself. Is there any way to wake him? Ginny asked. No. Not until he has recovered some energy at least. Tracy shook her head. What about the bond? Luna looked up at Tracy from where she was crouched next to Harry. How do you mean? Susan said that we may be able to share energy through the bond. Can we give him some of ours? They looked at Susan. We can try. She shrugged. I don't know how it would work though. We could try focusing on Harry and the bond and trying to push some of our magic though it to him. Luna suggested. That sounds logical to me. Hermione said. Okay. Shall we try it? Daphne asked. Her question came a little late. Ginny and Luna had both started trying to push their energy to Harry. Don't push all of your energy. If we all give him some, it will be enough. There is no point in risking our own lives. Tracy instructed. He would never forgive himself if he woke up and one of us was hurt because of this. Hermione added. Ginny and Luna both nodded distractedly. Luna suddenly gasped and collapsed onto her hands and knees, panting heavily. Tracy immediately cast a diagnostic spell on her. You're all right. You've just lost about a half of your magical energy though. That explains why I feel wasted. Luna said, struggling to get her breathing under control. How'd you do it? Ginny asked. You need to focus on your feelings towards him as well as him in the bond. Ginny nodded, refocusing on her task. A minute later she gasped as well, also out of breath. That really takes it out of you. Any pointers? Hermione asked as she sat down. Sitting down is a good idea. Ginny grinned tiredly. It's more emotional than logical. You need to focus on your strongest positive emotion towards Harry. Then try to push your magic to him through the bond. Hermione nodded and began focusing. The other girls sat and joined her in concentration. Hermione was the first to get a result, followed a couple of minutes later by Daphne. Susan followed a minute later, then Padma and Hannah. Tracy was last by about 5 minutes. Harry's color looks better, Ginny said. Good. Tracy panted. Give me a couple of minutes to get my breath back and I'll check everyone out. Ginny nodded absently. I had hoped that he would have woken up if he was just tired. We gave him a good amount with all of us donated, but he would have expended a huge amount of energy before. We have helped, but he needs rest. Tracy answered. Ginny nodded and stroked Harry's forehead. A little later Tracy stood. Okay, let's see how everyone is. After scanning everyone she shook her head. We all gave about the same amount energy to him. About a half of our reserves. That explains why I want an early night tonight. Daphne commented. Tracy poked her tongue out at her friend before continuing. Harry is probably at about 1/10 of his power. 1/10? Padma exclaimed. You are telling me that he is over 5 times as powerful as all of us combined. Apparently. Tracy shrugged. Should we try waking him? Hermione asked. You can try. He should wake up. Tracy replied after a moment's thought. It won't hurt him in any case. Hermione nodded and tried to enervate him. Harry groaned and opened his eyes. My head hurts. You're lucky that's all that hurts. Tracy scolded him. You nearly burnt yourself out. Sorry. I just had a few emotions that I had to get off my. Next time talk to us. Don't blow up the room. Ginny glared at him. Blow up the room. Harry struggled a bit but managed to sit up and look around. Ah, whoops. Susan sniggered. He destroys half the world room and what does he say? Whoops. This set the other girls laughing. The release of emotion from all their previous worrying bursting out of them. Come on Harry, let's get you back to your room. Ginny and Luna pulled Harry to his feet. Harry wobbled a bit but Ginny and Luna hadn't let go of him and made sure he kept his balance. So, how do we get back? Harry looked around. I think I had a broom here somewhere. Susan waved it. You were in no condition to use it. Ginny, do you think you could double with him and keep him from falling? Ginny nodded, picked up her broom and mounted it. Get on behind me Harry. And hold on tight. Harry nodded tiredly. Getting on the broom he wrapped his arms around his waist and rested his head on her back. Ginny gently lifted off. With Luna and Daphne close on either side the group slowly floated just above the wasted landscape. The dust had been settling and the damage was much more visible. Debris from the Muggle area were scattered as far as they could see. None of the buildings in the Muggle area were undamaged. Those buildings closest were completely demolished. Quite the mess you made. Daphne commented. We should make you clean it up. Hermione scolded lightly. Can I leave it until tomorrow? Harry asked. I suppose so. As they closed in on the clubhouse they began to see how much damage it suffered. I thought that the clubhouse was heavily warded against damage. Hannah said looking the ruined building over. It is. Harry answered. He looked over Ginny's shoulder and stared. It was anyway. I'm going to have to tell Licton that his protections here were substandard. Ginny carefully floated through the shattered window and up to the open door. She carefully left the room, began navigating her way through the corridors and up the stairs, all the way to Harry's bedroom. Harry slid off the broom and onto the bed. The others had followed on foot and helped Harry get comfortable. How are you feeling? Ginny asked. I'm fine. Just very tired. Harry replied. You are to take it easy for the rest of the evening. Tracy stated firmly. You are to have a large, high-energy meal and go to bed straight afterwards. Healer's orders. Yes ma'am. Harry saluted. He still has Tonks coming in a little bit. Hermione said. Can you whip up a pepper-up potion quickly? Tracy nodded. Yes. Just this once though. He shouldn't use them too often. Tracy left, heading for the potions lab. Harry sighed. We need to contact Gringotts. The clubhouse has to be repaired and rewarded and the needs to be room checked for damage. We can send them an owl. Hermione assured him. We can do better than that. Harry grinned. Dobby. Yes Master Harry. Dobby appeared. Could you go to Gringotts and tell Licton that I need to speak to him when he has some time? I have just found that the world room doesn't meet its requirements. At once Master Harry. Dobby vanished again. I had better get downstairs. Harry struggled to stand. I am probably about to receive a visit from a rather irate goblin. You need to rest. Ginny tried to stop him. I'm fine. I'll rest later. Harry gently pushed her hands away. Fine, but you stay with me the entire time. Ginny dictated. Someone has to make sure you don't collapse. Harry grinned and accepted her help out of bed. It was a slow trip downstairs. When they reached the world room, Ginny called Dobby to conjure a chair in the hallway opposite the world room door and pushed Harry down into it. Stay there. Ginny ordered. I feel like a pet. Harry commented as he shifted in the chair to get comfortable. Ginny patted him on the head. Who's a good boy? Harry knocked her hand away and glared at her while she giggled at him. They chatted for a few minutes until they heard the flow activate. Seconds later the door to the entrance hall slammed open and, as Harry predicted, an irate goblin stormed down the hallway. What do you mean, it doesn't meet its requirements? Licton shouted. That room is a work of perfection. Nothing is ever good enough for you wizards. Harry merely gestured towards the world room. As Licton reached where Harry was sitting he glared at him and looked into the room. He turned back to Harry and froze. Turning back he stepped fully into the room to look around. What did you do? Licton's voice barely reached Harry. I had a few emotions I had to burn off. A few emotions to burn off. Lichtend asked in surprise. You practically destroyed the room. My masterpiece. Sorry. I was just testing my limits. I didn't realize they'd be beyond the room's limits. Harry apologized. No, don't apologize. Lichtend sighed. It was my mistake. I underestimated your abilities. A mistake I will try not to repeat. I need bring some people in to examine the room and survey the damage. Once we know that we can plan what to do next. Harry nodded. I'll leave you to it then. Do you know how long it'll take? It depends on how much damage was done. The room itself appears to be intact, so you should have the room back by then, end of tomorrow. I'll know more later. Okay. I'll see you then. Harry struggled to stand. Here Harry. Ginny caught him and aided him into the nearby lounge. Sitting him on a long couch, she sat down next to him and gently pulled him down until he was lying on the couch with his head on her lap. Rest Harry. Tonks will be here soon. She gently stroked his hair while he drifted off. The other girls settled in the other chairs. So, what do you suppose actually happened in there? Susan asked as she watched Harry's sleeping form. I would guess it has something to do with the martial arts lessons he's been taking. Hermione answered. Martial arts? Hannah asked. It's a muggle form of self-defense that has a wide variety of styles, mostly hand-to-hand combat, but some include weapons. Hermione explained. And just what do muggle fighting styles have to with what happened? Susan brought the conversation back to her original question. They try to teach you how to focus your internal energies. I don't know much about them, but Harry was able to start a wind blowing while practicing some of the moves. A very strong wind. Hermione paused a moment. I would take a guess and say that he focused that energy to the limit of his ability and created a tornado. Wow. Imagine if he did that to some of you know who's Death Eaters. That's a scary thought. I just hope that we don't get caught up in it. Do you think we could learn how to do that? Daphne asked. I don't know. Hermione replied. We can ask him to show us a few moves and see if we get results. If nothing else, it is supposed to be relaxing and help the mind to focus. You know, at the rate we're going, we'll learn more over this summer break than we have over the previous school year. Padma commented thoughtfully. Just the last year? Hannah asked. I'm thinking all the previous years. They laughed quietly at that. Exclamation mark. HPEASE. Tonks and her mother stepped through the flow and into the entrance hall and were greeted by a gruff voice. Excuse us, can you move out of the way? Tonks looked around and saw several goblins waiting to use the flow. Andromeda pulled her daughter aside and let them pass. What's going on? I don't know. Tonks shrugged to her mother. I thought that he had finished everything here. Something must have happened. They moved into the corridor and saw a goblin directing traffic in and out of the world room. Excuse me, do you know where Harry is? Tonks called to him. I believe Master Warrior Potter is in the lounge. The goblin pointed to the door next to them. Thank you. Tonks knocked on the indicated door. The door opened to reveal Hermione. Tonks opened her mouth to greet her and was immediately shushed. Hermione gestured for them to come in. Sorry, but Harry needs to rest. Hermione indicated the young wizard sprawled out on a couch, still using Ginny's lap as a pillow. He's had a rough day. What happened? Tonks asked. And what's with all the goblins? I thought they had finished. Harry sort of destroyed the world room. Hermione explained. The goblins are here to check it and do some repairs. I'm guessing he burnt himself out as well. Tonks looked at the sleeping wizard. Yeah, we have an idea about how powerful he is. Tracy said. Oh, about 5 times as powerful as all of us combined. Padma answered. Whoa. Tonks replied in surprise. Remind me not to get on his bad side. Something we should all remember. Tracy replied. What do we do while we wait? Andromeda asked. We have a few questions for you, if you don't mind, regarding your sister Narcissa. Tracy answered. Oh, what do you want to know? Harry said that you mentioned that if we can get her loyalty she could be an ally. True. You want to know how to go about it? Andromeda stated. We want to try. Andromeda nodded. Where do you want to start? You lot talk. I want to see what Harry did to the world room. Tonks stood and left. Exclamation mark. HPEASE. Harry groaned and pushed at the insistent hand that was gently shaking his shoulder. Come on Harry. You need to wake up. Ginny persuaded him and dodged his hand to keep shaking him. Harry groaned again but started trying to sit up. Ouch. Ginny complained as one of his hand pushed painfully against her leg. Sorry Ginny. Harry apologized. Is Tonks here yet? We're here Harry. Tonks answered him. You did a real number on the world room. Here, Harry. Tracy passed him a potion. Drink it all. Harry looked the potion bottle over then sighed, took it and downed as quickly as possible. He shut his eyes and shuddered as steam poured from his ears. He shook himself and looked more awake. All right. You wanted a little rejoining ceremony. Yes Lord Black. I and my daughter wish to join the Black family. I was cast out for choosing a husband that the Lord at the time disapproved of. I am hoping you will reconsider the banishment and allow us to swear our fealty to you. Andromeda knelt before him, pulling Tonks down next to her, and spoke very formally. Harry was about to tell her to stand when he saw Daphne gesturing for him to take it seriously and play along. Harry stood and caught Ginny's outstretched hand to balance himself. Madam Tonks, I have heard your plea. Why do you wish to rejoin the family? I was born a Black. While there were many policies of that lord I disagreed with, I was proud to be a Black. I believe that you will allow the Black family to reach a greatness beyond that which was achieved by any previous lord. I wish to be a part of that, to assist in achieving that goal. I wish for my daughter to know the glory and honor that is the ancient and noble house of Black. And what roles do you see for yourself and your daughter? Harry questioned, taking his cue from Daphne's silent mouthing. My daughter is an Auror and will be an asset for defending the family. My skills lie in the legal and political arenas and will be at your disposal. I believe you will both be an asset to the family and accept you back into the fold. Harry hesitantly followed Daphne's lead. I formally reinstate you, Andromeda Tonks Black, and you, Nymphadora Tonks Black, back into the ancient and most noble house of Black. She straightened. I, Andromeda Tonks Black, do hereby swear my oath of fealty to you Harry James Potter Black, Lord Black, and offer myself and my services to you until death takes me. Andromeda gestured firmly for her daughter to follow her lead. I, Nymphadora Tonks Black, do hereby swear my oath of fealty to you Harry James Potter Black, Lord Black, and offer myself and my services to you until death takes me. Harry reached down and offered Andromeda his hands. She took them and he helped her stand and gently ate her cheek. Welcome home cousin. Andromeda smiled happily. Thank you my lord. It is good to be home. I believe you know my daughter already. Yes. Quite the treat to know she is. Harry grinned. She needs to learn a few manners but she is a good girl and I am proud of her. Andromeda smiled. Harry offered his hands to Tonks. Welcome to you as well cousin. Thank you my lord. It is good to be home. Tonks followed her mother lead. Harry paused in a slightly uncomfortable and leant forward and whispered to Andromeda. Is that it or is there something else I need to do? Andromeda laughed. That's everything. You did very well. I believe that you have never done anything like that before. No. I know very little about pure blood traditions. If Daphne hadn't been telling me what to do this would have gone very badly. Andromeda looked round to see the Slytherin girl trying to look innocent. With a polite nod to the girl she turned back to Harry. Have you received no instructions on how to be a head of family? No. I don't have anyone who could have taught me. Harry shrugged. Professor Dumbledore. No, he hasn't taught me a thing. He seems intent on me, enjoying my childhood. Like that's possible with Voldemort breathing down my neck. He hasn't even introduced you to your responsibilities as Lord Potter. No. Nor did he give me any knowledge on my family. The only thing of my parents he had given me is a family heirloom that my father had lent him before he died. When you want to start you instructions? Not for a little bit yet. I have to deal with Voldemort first. I would like you to act as my proxy for the Black family though. It would be my honor. Would you like me to draw up the document for you to sign? Please, I wouldn't know where to start. We will have to fix that. I would appreciate that. Harry grinned at her. If you could include the Malfoy and Lestrange families as well, without names. We can add them later when we know who to pick. Certainly. Andromeda nodded. Great. I'm glad you're all happy. Ginny interrupted. Now Harry, sit down before you fall. Harry sat. Do you wish to remain where you are currently living or move into a Black family home? Harry asked. You wish us to move? Why? Andromeda asked in surprise. I've had the wards around all the properties I own redone by Gringotts. You may find one of them safer. I'll think about it. I've taken advantage of your warding fund so I do not believe that I am in immediate danger. Okay. If you feel you are in any danger, please, come here as soon as you can. Harry insisted. Thank you. I will. Andromeda bowed to him slightly. Is there anything else? Andromeda asked. You look like you are about to pass out. Harry grinned tiredly. Not quite. I'll let you go, I'm sure that you have things to do. Indeed. You must come around for dinner one evening. You and all your friends. I'll see you soon. Come on, Nymphadora. Let the man get some rest. Andromeda waved her daughter to go ahead of her. Later Harry, girls, Tonks, waved and left, followed by her mother. We should probably be going as well. Susan stood. It's getting late. It is. Tracy stood as well. I expect the both of you to ensure that Harry gets some rest. She directed Hermione and Ginny firmly. Yes, Madam Davis. Ginny replied. Thank you. I will probably see you tomorrow. Coming Daff. Tracy turned to her housemate. Yes, see you tomorrow. The two Slytherins left. I had better go too. Hannah stood. I'll just check on the animagus potion first. We'll wait for you. Padma said. I should go. My dad will be home, or at least he should be. Hermione said. I'll come with you. Harry tried to stand again. Is this what you call resting, Harry? Ginny caught him and made sure he kept his balance. I'll rest in the other lounge. Harry tried to move, losing his balance again. I just need a little help to get there. Luna caught his other side. Let's get him there, Ginny. He'll just whine if we don't. I don't whine. Harry countered. Yes you do. Ginny replied. But don't worry, we still love you. Luna finished. Hannah returned from the potion lab. It's simmering nicely. It should be ready tomorrow afternoon. Great. I can't wait to see what sort of forms we have. Harry grinned. Thanks for doing that. You and Tracy are doing really well. Don't mention it. It's quite a fun potion to make. How many doses are there? Hermione asked. 9. Enough for all of us. We may need to make some more in the future. Hermione explained. I think Neville will join us and Ron will, if he gets over his issue with Slytherins. There may be other worthy allies as well. If we need more we can make more, Hannah shrugged. I know. I just want to help next time. Hermione said. And the truth comes out. Harry whispered to Ginny and Luna. Everyone started giggling after that as Hermione huffed. We'll see you tomorrow. Harry asked as they reached the entrance hall. Probably. See you later. The Ravenclaw and the two Hufflepuff disappeared through the flow. Come on. Let's get you in a chair before you collapse. Ginny and Luna guided Harry through into the Muggle home and into the lounge. What did he do this time? Daniel Granger asked his daughter after having seen Harry being guided on to a couch by the two fourth-year students. He just destroyed the World Room. Hermione replied as she gave her dad a hug. He destroyed the World Room. Daniel looked at Harry in shock. I didn't destroy it. Harry replied tiredly. I just damaged it. Damaged it a lot. The Muggle area is destroyed, the clubhouse was in danger of collapsing and Licton's people are having to check the room itself to see if it took any damage. Hermione said. So I don't get a round or golf this evening. Daniel tried not to grin as he pushed his daughter's buttons. Golf. Golf. Hermione exploded. Harry could have seriously injured himself and you worrying about missing out on a round of golf. Actually, however indirectly, he has raised a good point. Harry interrupted her rant. Oh. And what point would that be? Hermione stood in front of him, hands on her hips glaring fiercely. What if he had been in there playing golf when I cut loose? Him or anyone else? Hermione gasped and paled at the implication. You're right. Anyone in there would have been killed by the flying debris. I'm sure you will come up with an answer. Once you calm down. Harry grinned. What is all the shouting about? Emily entered the room. Hello Harry, Ginny, Luna. I like the new looks, but perhaps they don't work for you quite as well as your natural colors. True. Ginny agreed. Hermione lucked out and looks really good with her new look. It was nice to have a change though. Hermione, could you change us back? Hermione nodded and pulled her wand. Seconds later her three friends had their natural hair colors restored. So what were you shouting about? Emily asked Hermione. Just Dad making inappropriate comments again. You know he only does it to get a rise out of you. Yes, but it was more inappropriate than normal, even if he did bring forth a good point. Which was? Harry took over the story. I had to burn of some emotions and in the process destroyed a significant portion of the World Room, including the clubhouse which should have been able to withstand the assault. The concern he brought to my attention was what would have happened if someone else had been in the room when I cut loose. Oh, Emily looked like she might faint. Her husband pulled her into his lap. "You needn't worry." Harry tried to reassure her. "I'm sure Hermione will have a solution devised and implemented before the room is finished tomorrow." "Shut up, Harry." Hermione tried to glare but was blushing slightly. Emily slowly regained her composure and shook herself. "I came in here to tell you that dinner was ready. I made extra in case there would be other people for dinner." "It's just Luna joining us," Hermione replied. "That's all right. The leftovers will freeze. You can have some lunches out of them." Emily rose out of her husband's lap and left the room. "Hermione, set the table please." Dinner was an unusual affair. Harry was struggling to eat and both Ginny and Hermione, sitting on either side of him, were making sure he ate properly and didn't pass out into his food. This left Luna chatting happily with Emily and Daniel, about dentistry of all things. After dinner Hermione and Ginny were nearly carrying Harry back to bed. "This is becoming a habit," Ginny commented. "It will probably keep happening until Harry comes to terms with his past, or at least gets his emotions under control." Hermione replied. "He's also probably struggling with the fact that he's allowed to feel and express these emotions without getting in trouble." Luna added from the rear. "He'll settle down in time. He's lucky that he has the world room to let loose in." "Impressive." Hermione glanced back at Luna. "I think you may be right." Licton popped out of the world room as they passed. "Are you awake enough to focus, Harry?" "Don't know," Harry replied. "If not, then at least these three are. They can fill me in tomorrow." "Very well." The room itself survived. It took some damage but is repairable. I will have it reinforced so that it should be able to take twice as much next time. The clubhouse will be repaired overnight and we will reward it to a higher level. That will cover the damage that should not have happened. The room's enchantments and your house elves will be able to repair the rest of the damage by the end of the week. Licton reported. "Thank you. It should survive my next temper tantrum then." Harry commented. "Yes it should." Licton grinned. "I'll let you get some rest and we will try to stay out of your way as much as possible." "Sleep well." Harry nodded in reply and continued his way to his bedroom. Ginny and Hermione were now quite practiced at putting Harry to bed and had his teeth cleaned, clothing adjusted and put to bed in short order. Luna was watching from a short distance away. She could tell that her friends knew what they were doing and didn't want to get in the way. "Will he be okay on his own tonight?" she asked once the two Gryffindor girls had finished with Harry. "He should be, but if you want to get your pillow and sheets and bundle up on the bed, feel free," Hermione said. "He wakes up early though, just so you know." "I can cope. I think I'll turn in now as well. It's been a very long day." "That's a good idea," Ginny agreed. "I'll work on the library a little more," Hermione said. "Just an hour, it's been a long day." "Just 1 hour?" Ginny teased. "Yes. Just 1 hour. I'll even set an alarm to make sure." "Okay. I'll see you in the morning." Ginny left followed by Luna. Hermione took one last look at Harry before turning off the light and shutting the door. "Good night, Harry. Sweet dream to be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video."